嘘やろとか思ったけど、嘘や、誰も来へんの大丈夫なのとか思うけど。
9時からですけど、大丈夫ですか？誰も来へん。
社長来へんのすごいな。マジで。社長来へんのすごいと。そんなことある？うん。マジで。え？なんもない？え？どういうこと？え？どういうこと？ちょっとわからへん。何言うてんの？え？ブレイクアウトルームは
ボイスアウトルームの10時半までは何もないみたいな。
10時半まで何もない感じなんですか？
10時半まで。
あ、フリーな感じなんですか？
と12時半と違います。
あ、12時半までフリーな感じ？何やそれ。何もないねんで。
ボイスアウトルームっていうふうになってて、何も。
でも隣に入りますやん。
隣もね、
あ、違うんです。
隣とあれは入ってます。で、ここはボイスアウトルーム。
でもあ、そういうことか。JK 入ってるもんね。あ、おお、
らしいです。
なるほど。
どういう意味ですか
12時半まで何もないらしいです。
？12時。
12時半。何や、そういうことか。
スケジュール
分かった。
見てないんですけど、12時半まで
そうなんや。
ブレイクアウトルームになってるんで。
ブレイクアウト。
はい、フリー空いてるよ。
そうなんや。なるほど。
声するわけでもないので、そこから1時半での予定みたいです。
なるほど。これでいくと
じゃあこれってそういうふうに部屋を抑えられてる
なるほど。
見えたけど、だからそういう
1時半まで何もないんや。
みたいです。
はあ、
多分そういう
なんかそういうっぽいなことを言われてます。
なるほど。そんな部屋あるんや。レールが。
今抑えられてるから普通にあるかと思ったらね、そんなふうに書いてあるわ。
そうなんや。なるほど。
なんで、ちょっと空いてんの？あ、じゃあ昼からやるって。
だから昼からなんです。昼からですね。なるほど、そういうことか。昼からなんですよ。元からどうなってたか。
there's no intergovernmental organization. No, it's interesting because I think it is the group that I
Makes sense.
All right. Hi, everyone. I hope everybody managed to make it to the room. For those of you not sure what this is the breakout room for the session on the Declaration for the Future of the Internet for the private sector. So if you are in the right room, this is what we're going to be talking about in the next hour or so. Really trying to get together and see the private sector's opinions, ideas about the Declaration on the Future of the Internet. So please take your seat. How we're going to do this, there is a microphone in the middle of the room. I don't think we were able to do rowing mics in the room, so if you have something to say, I will ask you to please come up to the microphone and share what you'd like to say so everybody can hear you. That's one thing. And second thing, thank you very much for fulfilling a dream of mine. I've always dreamed of being a tour guide, so now I've done that. So thank you for that. What we're going to do today is really just try and go through what has happened in the past year or so around the Declaration for the Future of the Internet, and understand how the private sector feels about not just what's in the principles that were presented to you earlier in the main conversation, but also we were reminded that if principles are just there on a shelf, they really don't serve to that much, right? So what we're trying to see is how can we move to their implementation? And a lot of the speakers today have already said that implementation really requires a multi-stakeholder involvement. There is not much that can be done by any one stakeholder on their own. So what we're trying to suss out today, based on your experience and your expertise, is how can the private sector help in implementing some of these principles? What are some of the obstacles that around these principles and their implementation? And what are some of the channels that you see that can be used to take this to good version? So we're going to start with a couple of questions in three parts. First of all, talk about the priorities of the DFI. What are in your opinion, what are the principles that are of top priority for the private sector? And what are the ones that can be acted on as priority or should be acted on as priority? Those are not the same questions. What is that's more ripe for action? And then, of course, what is it that we should be working on for other reasons? The second theme of our conversation will be can we cooperate? Can we find modalities for cooperation between the private sector and governments, of course, but also with the broader multi-stakeholder community? How can we facilitate dialogue and candid discussions around the operationalization of the principles? And what is it that we can bring in as a multi-stakeholder community? What is it that we can leverage as private sector? And then the last bit that we will try and get to is success. What does success look like in this? and how are we defining it, but also how are we measuring it. So we have the principles, we'll talk about how to implement them, but then also how we measure if we've done our work correctly. So that is just a quick setup from my end. And to make sense of this all, I want to introduce you to my colleague, Natalie. Natalie here is going to be our rapporteur, so she'll try and capture all of your well thought out comments and advice for us. So with that, let's just jump right in, I suggest, and talk about our first question of our first theme. We're going to allocate about 20 minutes for that conversation on the priorities. So what do you think from the principles, the DFI principles, what is the top priority for the private sector? And what are elements there that are low-hanging fruit, perhaps, that we can start actioning on as a multi-stakeholder community? And this is a breakout room, it's not a panel, so I won't be speaking. I will count on you all to really have a debate. So who would like to go first in sharing what you think the top priority principles could be?
So, hello, is this on? Yes. So, thank you very much, Tamea. My name is Keith Drazik. I work for VeriSign. VeriSign has been and is a long-standing supporter of the multi-stakeholder model. We've been active at IGF, in the ICANN community, obviously, as it relates to our role as a registry operator for .com and .net, among others. And VeriSign is a strong supporter of the principles in the Declaration for the Future of the Internet. I think this is a very, very important document. It's a very important approach and an opportunity for expanded engagement. And I think from an operational or tactical level, what more can the private sector do, and what should our principles and our priorities be? I think the number one answer is to be more actively engaged in outreach and active engagement with other parts of the multi-stakeholder community. I think historically we've seen in the IGF context that the private sector has been involved, but perhaps not as actively involved in some of the communications and the development of workshops and proposals for IGF meetings. I think that there is value to be had in the private sector identifying more specific and concrete opportunities for engagement with civil society, with the technical community, perhaps to a lesser degree. I think perhaps civil society, and private sector and technical community are perhaps already more engaged. But I think really important for the private sector to engage more actively and proactively with civil society so that we can work together and present multi-stakeholder outputs to governments, right? I think what we've seen over the last 10 years, and I'm just pulling that number from the ether, but over the last 10 years, we've seen governments become much more active in internet regulation, either at a national level or a regional level. And I think that if we hope to support the multi-stakeholder model moving forward in the face of increased and increasing government regulation of the internet, then we have to work better together as private sector, technical community, and civil society to present a united front that really supports not just the multi-stakeholder model itself, but outputs and outcomes that help to promote trust. And the principles that are highlighted in the DFI principles and priorities is that we have to do more and more proactively together. So that's a bit of a high-level statement. I have some more specific and concrete thoughts about how we might do that in specific areas, but I'm going to stop there and see if anybody else would like to get in the queue at this point. So thank you.
Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Putting this aside. All right, so thanks so much, Keith. Apparently, you stopped the system with those, which was very seminal comments. Thank you so much for that. And we are looking forward to some of your more specific points when we move into cooperation modalities and operationalization of the principles. So I'm looking forward to that. So what we've It's number 3? Yeah, okay, perfect, thank you. So what we've heard from Keith is the importance of not just working together individually with governments, but also for us in the multi-stakeholder community working more with each other in spreading the news and the information about the principles and actually showcasing outputs as a common multi-stakeholder community. And what I liked what you said, Keith, there is that this actually builds the trust that we need to be able to move forward with some of these principles. So how do we move into that and into making sure that these are instruments for us to use and not just some principles that we keep and we subscribe to, but don't really implement in our day-to-day. Would anybody like to react to that vision? Yeah, so Barbara, please, and then I don't know your name, the gentleman with the glasses, but I will turn to you after.
Hello? Hello? Okay. No, I thought Keith's comments were spot on, the importance of collaborating together among the stakeholder community, so we're not seeming to work at cross purposes. I think, you know, if the stakeholders can come together, then we present a unified point of view, particularly in a UN body that has a broad cross-section of governments and countries participating. But I wanted to speak, you know, to build upon Keith's point and speak to one of the priorities. And I think we cannot emphasize enough the importance of inclusivity and connectivity, affordable connectivity and access to the internet, because if you don't have connectivity, then you basically don't have anything. You don't have the internet. So I would suggest that we prioritize that as an element of these principles to focus our unified engagement with other stakeholder groups. Thank you.
Okay. Now I'm very scared to turn the microphone on, but it's working, thank you. So yeah, noted that. Turn to the basics and make sure that we have universal, meaningful connectivity for all. That's where we should start. Thank you, Barbara. The gentleman, please go up to the microphone and then please introduce yourself so that I don't keep calling you gentleman.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm Charles Shaban. I represent the International Trademark Association, INTA. I think some of you already know my colleague, Lori Schulman. She's not here this time. But many of your firms, I'm sure, members with us and know. So building again on what Keith mentioned, which is very important, and to dig directly to some private issues, maybe one of the principles is trust and privacy, which is very important, of course. For in the terms of data privacy, as an example, I think we should prioritize a process in addition to protecting the privacy, to be sure that there is mechanisms in case someone interfered on intellectual property rights. So how, for example, if someone is trying to do something which is against your rights, which is trademarks, patents, etc. But mainly this is important to find a way in the processes with the multi-stakeholder to talk about it and to give it to be, sorry, sometimes I confuse myself. Anyway, mainly I'm trying to say we have to find a way to have a process always clear in addition to protecting the privacy, to be sure how to be able to reach, for example, an infringer. And I know this is not an important usually point and sometimes in the internet governance in general, but I think for the private sector this is something important, and at the same time even for the civil society, because this even protect the consumer rights at the end. Thank you.
Thank you. So making sure that when we look deep into a priority, we're looking into protecting one special right or want to take policies and measures in one side of the topics, we don't lose sight of its implications on other conversations, right? So we're taking that holistical approach, I think is something that we should know. Thank you for sharing that, Charles. Anybody else would like to take the floor on the principles? The gentleman here, and I know Mark, you're already standing, so please go ahead, Mark, and then you.
Yes, thanks, Timur, and good morning, everybody. Mark Carvel, I'm an internet governance consultant. I used to work for the UK government. I'm now involved in the private sector, so that's why I've moved in this direction. And I just wanted to pick up really on, actually, I think it was a point that Keith made about governments increasingly getting into regulating in this sphere. And how should the private sector respond to that? And I think if we look at the roster of priorities in the declaration, you've got a lot there on trust, and specifically on combating the harms online. That first bullet, work together to combat cybercrime, cyber-enabled crime, deter malicious cyber activity. And then further down, consumer protection. I think the message from governments really is, when I was with the UK government, there was a kind of sea change of policy. Ministers, when I was advising, were saying, we've got to end the Wild West of the internet. And it's no longer the policy of the UK to be totally hands-off, which I was pushing ministers to sustain, within a multi-stakeholder governance context. So governments are seeing it's important now to get a much better grip on tackling the harms and risks and the growth of all the negative stuff that's online. And I think the DFI is a valuable opportunity, a platform for collaboration involving the private sector much more assertively by the private sector to work with governments on those particular priorities. That's where I would suggest some specific focus be applied when we come to implementing these principles. And that intersects valuably, I think, with the whole Global Digital Compact agenda and ultimately the WSIS plus 20, and demonstrating through the DFI initiative how multi-stakeholder engagement involving, as Keith was saying, much more active commitment by the private sector to sort of defeat this assumption that the private sector is only in it for the money and not for social and the welfare of citizens, and also the welfare of businesses. Businesses are vulnerable to all these harms. So I hope those comments are helpful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mark, addressing this possibly false dichotomy around private sector interest versus everybody else's interest. These are all our own interests in moving this forward as a multi-stakeholder community. Thanks. We were noting that. You wanted to share something.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is Samir from Dialog Asiata, the telecom company there in Sri Lanka. Maybe I have a very limited exposure on DFIs, but when I go through the principles, maybe what I wanted to highlight in terms of the priorities. Now, let's say we whole world went through a COVID situation. So what happened is compared to the Europe or maybe American region, maybe especially in the Asian region, what I represent. So we saw a lot of unconnected connecting. Okay, because they didn't have means of doing their businesses or education or healthcare or whatever, otherwise getting connected. So we connected net new additions of millions of people getting connected to something which was not very familiar with, because they didn't have any other options rather than getting connected. So we need to take care of this new millions of who got connected, and especially areas like privacy, cybersecurity. So that aspects we need to be very careful and just prioritize on those aspects. In Sri Lanka, actually, we are working on the online safety bill. So it will be passed very soon in the parliament, because like those who newly connected to the internet. So we need to ensure that they are like safe and they can continue. Or on the other hand, them to be connected, the third point, rather inclusive and affordable. So maybe the private sector and even the government and all those other stakeholders can play a major role. So who got connected, who got benefited. If we are to sustain that, we need to ensure that it's affordable and inclusive. So those two, I think, probably this might valid for the African region as well. Those new internet users. So those two priorities, I think, we need to focus more.
Thank you. So we're moving along nicely in a pace of connecting everyone, and then once you're connected, what's necessary for you once you're online, and what you can do, and what others can do for you to make sure that we are all in this together. And I do have a point there that I want to ask the room as well. Of course, there's a lot of responsibility. Mark, you said governments want to protect their citizens, companies want to protect their users once online. From the user perspective, I know we're here to discuss the private sector, but what can the private sector also do? Maybe build capacity to or to help these other different sectors work together. So what is it that it's the private sector responsibility, but then what is our responsibility to work with others in this aspect and work with the users that are coming online, and what can the private sector do to help, not just from thinking of what we can do, but what we can do to help others once online. So it's just a question to all of you to think about. And Suki, you wanted to share something.
Thank you, Timea. Suki Dofer from GIZ, German implementing agency, private company owned by the German government. So I'm also somewhere in between. And I would recommend actually to work and cooperate much more closer with institutions such as Smart Africa in Africa, that is responsible for building and developing the connectivity in Africa. And I think that it would also help to identify some public-private partnerships and identify some success factors, and to see to create a win-win situation for everyone, because I think the private sector is not so much interested in just discussing things, but seeing some benefits out of the cooperation. And I think that's why I think it's very, very important to come up with more public-private partnerships.
Thank you. Noting that, and that's a clear answer to how we operationalize also some of this conversation, which we are slowly going to move into. So I'm going to give everyone a last chance to talk about the priorities. If there's any more priorities that you think we should be looking at. If not, then we're going to move into the direction that we're organically moving to anyway, because I see you are all thinking about operationalization and how we actually move into some of those priorities that you've noted. So we've heard we need to connect the unconnected. We need to ensure that there is trust online once people are connected, and that elements of that trust include security, privacy, protection of consumer, but also intellectual property rights in a more holistic fashion. So how do we move to actually make this happen? What are the elements that we need to operationalize these principles that you've noted as priorities? What can we do as private sector to make that happen? What are we expecting from governments to do to make that happen? What are we expecting from other parts of the multi-stakeholder world? And how do we work together? So I'm simplifying 3 big questions that we have here on the screen. But really the gist of it is, how do we really move to action? So what is it that we can do, and what are we expecting others to do? Keith, you said you have some points on that, so I'm going to call on you first, but others, please prepare your comments.
Okay, thank you very much, Tamea. So again, Keith Drazik with VeriSign. I'm going to provide maybe a case study or an example, I think, that might help frame the way I see an opportunity for the private sector, the technical community, where there is some overlap, obviously, especially when you talk about internet technical operators, can be both private sector and technical. So, and the importance of engaging with civil society and governments in this particular example. So as we've noted over the last several years, there have been references to trusted flaggers, right, or trusted notifiers, particularly coming out of some legislation and regulation in the European Union. And I think that is an example of an area where there's a need for a multi-stakeholder informed discussion about what it means to be a trusted flagger and what the implications of trusted flaggers are generally when it comes to freedoms online, privacy, due process, recourse, proportionality of action. And I'm tying this in a way back to Mark's comments about online harms and the mitigation of online harms. I think at a very basic level, it's really important for the multi-stakeholder community, including governments, including those that are regulating, to understand the roles, responsibilities, and capabilities of the various actors in the internet ecosystem, the service providers. It's really important for regulators to truly understand what a registry does, what a hosting provider does, what an ISP does, what a registrar does, the range of actors in the internet ecosystem, in the stack, if you will. It really matters who you're targeting with regulation, because the roles, responsibilities, and capabilities of the various actors are distinct and different. And so I think when you take that and then add on a question of a trusted flagger and how a trusted flagger would interact with any one or more of those operators in the stack, it becomes very convoluted and very complicated. And we have heard already from civil society their concerns about trusted flaggers being so-called shadow regulation, or instances where there would be lack of due process outside of a traditional court system. So for example, and this is the example, if there is harmful content being hosted by a hosting company that is using a domain name, and there is a trusted flagger who has identified this harm and is interested in being the most effective and efficient in removing that harmful content or mitigating that online harm, it's really important for that trusted flagger to know who to go to and who to expect to take the most appropriate, proportionate action in terms of that mitigation strategy. But it's also really important for the trusted flagger to be held to account in that what they are reporting or flagging to the technical operator is supported by evidence, and that there is recourse for the impacted party, that the action being requested is proportionate or proportional, that you're not having excess negative blowback because of an action taken at the request of a trusted flagger. So I think this is an example where governments in regulating and suggesting or encouraging trusted flaggers, civil society who have legitimate concerns about negative impact on end users or those that host a website, and making sure that the operators are receiving well-evidenced and actionable reports that are routed to the appropriate party. And I think that that is an example where there's a need for a multi-stakeholder dialogue. And it's probably just starts as a dialogue, but it could evolve into something a little bit more structured or more comprehensive in terms of an operational approach. So just an example. I don't know if that's helpful. Happy to hear anybody else's thoughts on this one. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Keith. I would add one question to that. Do you see that model happening at a national, international, subnational level? Or where do we start?
Yeah, no, it's a great question, and I think that dialogue, as you know, by way of example, needs to begin in a bit of a sort of an organic, bottom-up way, where you have industry coming together and making sure that the operators are talking together to make sure that there's better communication and collaboration among the technical service operators, the internet service providers, if you will, ISPs, hosting companies, registries, registrars, resellers. But I think it's really important to augment that very quickly with you know, the inputs from civil society and the inputs from regulators and government and the technical community to a certain extent. And so I think that needs to start at a national level, regional level, and then evolve into something, because clearly we've seen that there are extraterritorial or trans-border issues when it comes to some of these issues. So I think it is a bigger issue that needs to be tackled, but I think it needs to probably start at a regional level. You know, just for logistics, right? I think just to be able to, you know, achieve. So I would look at, and I know we're talking here about the DFI and the principles and the priorities, but I think I see IGF, national and regional IGFs, as an excellent opportunity for this conversation to begin and to continue. And I'm sure there are other examples that can be identified of this type of multi-stakeholder engagement and dialogue, but I think this is one where when we talk about the mitigation of online harms, the roles, responsibilities, and capabilities of the actors and how they are informed of the harms and how they handle the harms to make sure that end users are not disproportionately negatively impacted by those decisions, I think is a critical component. So, thanks.
Thank you. So if I would draw a flow chart in my mind on how this were to go, we have the principles that were defined by governments internationally. It should look back into the grassroots where multi-stakeholders can come together, go back up to the national level and back through the national level to international policy conversations. So we do this in cycles, and we go back and take this cyclically in a way that we can move organically between the bottom up and then the international cooperation levels. Thanks, just trying to make sense of how you see this happening. Amado, you wanted to share something.
Hi, everybody. My name is Amado Espinosa from Latin America. I am a little bit concerned, Timea, about the F of this meeting, because I'm not sure. Certainly, the points already raised are very key. I mean, from the technical standpoint, and also how the governments can react at the parliamentary level or at the executive level and whatsoever. But big industry, I think they are, after ChatGPT, I think they are now taking the lead in terms of the F of this meeting. Then my recommendation, Timea, is I don't know if the ICC will be the proper channel for a call for proposals, for example, in terms of how can I can talk on behalf of the Latin America industry, IT industry. How can we get together and try to make this kind of definitions of these principles in terms of the impact into our societies? How are we going to solve all those technical issues? They are very, very, very key. But the main concern right now is how are we going to deal with the arrival of this huge AI wave that we are experiencing right now. And if we really want to see more private companies investing in AI with a certain kind of code of ethics, trying to figure out this future of internet, and we are going to collaborate all together in order to solve these technical issues as well as the infrastructure problems that we have in our region, at least, then how can we get really the big industry here at these discussions and share with us the way they used to do at these very, 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 very high level meetings they take part of, in which direction the technology is going. Then maybe one proposal would be right now for cooperation to see how can we get all together the different sectors from the industry, because we are at the different layers of the internet, and how can we have a common ground point to bring to the table to discuss with the governments, and also to offer something reasonable for the society, and also having the academy supporting our initiatives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amaro. That's a good point and not treating industry as a monolith. I mean, governments are all not the same. Industries are all not the same. Civil societies all not the same. So indeed, we have different sectors. We have different sizes, different capabilities in the private sector. So how do we make sure that all of those perspectives are taken into account when we look towards operationalizing the principles and really looking towards our shared future? And I think that's a good point in figuring out really where are some of those spaces that the various types of industry can connect and work together to share perspectives, so that can then be taken into other communities. That's a good point, and we're taking that. Yes, please.
Hi there, I'm Luisa Tomar from the Center for International Private Enterprise. Thanks, Timia, for hosting this. So I just wanted to make the comment that I think with the principles, they're somewhat from the perspective of, democratic governments and opportunities for private sector to improve how they build and deploy technology. And I think with my organization, we work globally in all kinds of complex environments with local business communities. And the reality is that oftentimes their governments are the bad actors that they're sort of engaging with. And that often can trickle up and down. So I think when it comes to the multi-stakeholder process, there can be sort of government and civil society can sometimes forget what private sector may be up against in some of the places where they're deploying technology, often for the purpose of accessibility and bringing new people online. And so I think there needs to be more thought about how the multi-stakeholder process can support private sector in those situations, and sort of not treat private sector and one as monolith, two as the technology providers are sort of the bad guys in the room. Versus oftentimes they're dealing with, they want to uphold these principles, and yet the government that they're actually dealing with is not. And so I just think there needs to be a broader consideration of where the multi-stakeholder process can come in, and which elements of the stakeholders experience what, and where support from other governments or supports from civil society come into play. And I just think that piece can really be missing. And in terms of this declaration, I do think it doesn't feel written from that perspective necessarily. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you. Luisa, I have a follow-up question, if you don't mind. I was just wondering, do you see potential for multi-stakeholder collaboration, industry collaboration in country to move the needle in some of these instances, to get more governmental support towards the DFI?
Yes, I mean, I think that it's essential for global business and technology companies to be engaging with the local business community in country and supporting their advocacy efforts around this. I do think that's already taking place. I think some of the gaps can be that other governments or other engagement government to government is not necessarily considering where the private sector is already sort of pushing one element or another. And then there can be a gap between like government to government engagement where the dialogue is sort of happening separately and not necessarily more cohesively. But I also think it has to be at like a multi-stakeholder level as well, sort of an appreciation of what it can actually look like on the ground as an operator, other provider, versus simply like, you know, these companies sort of have free reign in every market that they may be present, if that clarifies.
Thank you so much. That is really helpful, and it's really moving us into the direction of the conversation that we were instructed to go to really think a little bit about also how we can make sure that those countries that have signed on to the DFI are effectively implementing it, but also think about, and this is the next question I would like to move into if there's no more input on the previous one, what can we do to move further support towards these principles? And I realize that I'm assuming that we think that we should build more support, but if anybody wants to talk about something else, or do you think that this is enough, the support that we have for DFI, feel free to voice that as well. But yeah, I'm starting from the premise that we would like to see more support for the DFI. If so, what do you think the private sector can do, or the multi-stakeholder community can do to expand that support into other regions? Please.
Hi, everyone. I'm Samantha. I'm an attorney at law from Sri Lanka. I think it's very important that the regulatory and the law enforcement aspect of the future of the internet is looked into. If I'm not mistaken, I think the EU AI Act is just about wrapping up, and there's a US AI Act. So we're looking at AI sort of being very, very prominent in the future. And in Sri Lanka, we just passed the Data Protection Act, and we really need the law enforcement community, starting from the courts to the regulatory authorities, taking a lead role in this. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Samantha. So what I take away from your comment is, if we look at it issue by issue, if we see common topical issues arising across the globe, such as AI, for example, can that be a driver for us to think about broader principles on the internet that can connect us and move perhaps a bit more interoperable action on some of these processes, so we don't think about them in silos? So principles can move action on topical issues, but also concerns around topical issues can have us think about the principles more broadly and move towards more acceptance and implementation. Thank you for sharing that. Any other thoughts on either how to operationalize the principles in the countries that support them or move to new supporters? I see a couple of people who haven't spoken. I'm not going to call you out, but just know that you are very welcome to share any thoughts that you might have. We still have about half an hour in our conversation. Please, John.
Thanks, Tamia. One of the real strengths, I think, of the Declaration for the Future of the Internet is the coalition of countries that's pulled together, which I think it has countries from across the development spectrum and who have just very different stages of regulatory infrastructure in place as it relates to technology and the internet itself. I should say I'm John from Microsoft. And I think that's a strength probably to be leveraged as it relates to just the modalities and processes that are in place for creating regulations to begin with. And that countries, especially the ones who are more advanced in developing regulatory approaches, should consider how those approaches are going to be modeled elsewhere and serve as sort of the first attempt at pursuing this legislation, and how that might sort of percolate throughout the rest of the DFI ecosystem. That could be a real strength, whereby the DFI community is able to sort of evangelize what they found to be good regulatory approaches across different spaces, what they believe to be good multi-stakeholder consultation processes across that DFI space. There's also a lot of risk, though, that it can kind of create races to the bottom or outcomes where if countries not being as mindful about that multi-stakeholder inclusion or what the practical impact of certain policies are going to be in one space, that they may well then be mirrored or attempted elsewhere in ways that are less successful. The one policy that jumps to mind right now is the European Union's CRA, and particularly its provisions around the mandating the reporting of known exploited vulnerabilities, something which I have not met a security professional or anyone in industry who thinks that's going to do anything but make the security system worse. But even if you think that your government could pursue that policy responsibly, it would be hard to justify, hey, everybody should have a similar vulnerability reporting requirement for known exploited vulnerabilities for which there's not yet a patch. And so thinking about how we're including multi-stakeholder voices in developing those policies to begin with as a model throughout the DFI ecosystem, and then thinking about how the resulting policies that we come up with are then going to be replicated throughout the DFI ecosystem, I think is important as well.
Thank you, John. That is really a good point. So how can this coalition act as a multiplier for best practices, as a safe space for discussing challenges that we all face, and perhaps if we can share those outputs, that can also drive more supporters, signatories who come to this coalition as a space for helpful resources. So we're noting that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, there, please, Mark.
Yes, thank you. Mark Arvell, independent consultant. Just on operationalizing the principles for the partner governments, it's about 67, 70, something like that, the number. I think it would be a good message for the private sector to say to those partner governments, let's develop some effective mechanisms for engagement on how to develop policies that will implement these principles, be it online harms, protecting intellectual property rights, serving the interests of data privacy in the health sector or whatever. I mean, in the UK, we've had quite a good track record of establishing advisory groups. I participated from the government side in an advisory group with private sector and civil society and the technical community around the table. And we would talk about what's happening globally, but also what's happening nationally on some of these key issues, data privacy or whatever. And so for the private sector to think about models of mechanisms for that kind of discourse, that's going to be meaningful and influential. And that is also taking into account the diversity of the private sector, the point that was raised earlier, which is very challenging. But I mean, when I was in government, who do we talk to? If it's on the education side or agriculture, in terms of digital policy, it was not easy to identify and get them all in the same room. And the problem for the private sector, we understood, was that it's time-consuming for them. It's a cost, but the private sector should see it as an investment of time to ensure that the right kind of policies are developed that are going to foster innovation and help the private sector, the commercial interests, but at the same time serve the interests of citizens and address the sort of political concerns and law enforcement. Point made about law enforcement agencies. They need to be involved in this discourse too. So developing a model of a mechanism like that, drawing on examples in the UK and other countries have already tried to establish. And we have a regulator now taking up the whole issue in the UK on online safety. The legislation's now passed, it's now over to the regulator. Ofcom in the UK's case. So the regulator needs to have the opportunity to engage effectively with the private sector too. And then on this point about engaging those administrations that are not participating in the DFI initiative, I think the private sector, especially the bigger corporate entities, could have a role there to engage administrations that are not signed up to this. And there are lots, you know, where is Mexico, Egypt, South Africa, Morocco? A lot of these countries, you know, Indonesia, they're not engaged. But the private sector, through their corporate networks, can usefully message about this in support of those efforts by the lead governments and the European Commission and so on, to advocate much more signing up by many more governments. Because it needs beefing up in terms of numbers of partners, certainly. Okay, thanks. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Mark. Those are some really practical comments, which, well, we're used to from your side already. So just to make sure that we note everything that you've said, we will have noted here that we need to share information from the private sector of what is it that, how do we see the process of our own involvement into some of these processes at the various levels of national policymaking, regulating cycles. So from this moment that we discuss it, the moment we pass legislation on it, we think about policy frameworks, we pass regulations. So we need to have that cycle, first of all, understood by the private sector. Then the private sector needs to figure out where they can come in on that. And then the private sector needs to be vocal about how they would like to be part of that. And that also includes capacity building within the private sector to be willing to do that, and capacity building in the government side to be willing to do that. And then to your point about making sure that the private sector engages its own corporate networks to influence others, I would like reactions on that, I think, from the room, because it's a very interesting point. On where that information from the private sector towards the government should come from. Is it from large companies, small companies, domestic companies, foreign companies, different sectors of industry? I think that's a lot to unpack on that particular point. But you wanted to share some.
Yeah, thanks. Building on that, I'm David Sullivan, lead the Digital Trust and Safety Partnership, which is a partnership of providers of digital services working together to articulate best practices for trust and safety online. And so I would just, I think, Mark's made some tremendous comments, but I don't know that the metric of success for the DFI is the number of governments that commit to it. I think it is successful, meaningful implementation of it within the governments that have committed to it, that share the values of the document, working together with the multi-stakeholder community. And there, I think that the risks that I see for the private sector in this is, one, that practices or regulations not developed with input from the practitioners are imposed on the private sector in a way that is not necessarily proportionate to the role of particular players in the stack. Or in particular jurisdictions, which are challenging, which may fall outside of the partnerships of the signatories of the DFI. And so there, I really think there is there is already a tremendous amount of work that's being done by the private sector relevant to the principles in the DFI across many different coalitions and partnerships at the international level, at the national level, and I think being able to articulate those in a coordinated way and help make sure that those inform the implementation is really the key here. So that's just my quick point. Thank you.
Thank you. And that consultation and working together on some of these frameworks and policies means buy-in when it comes to implementation. So that was a really important point to raise. So we're noting that. you already started talking about measures of success for the DFI, and that is going to be the last part of our conversation. So I want to stop here and ask anybody feels that have anything to share on operationalizing the principles, moving towards implementation. I want to make sure that you've all felt heard and had the moment to share your thoughts on this, and we can obviously circle back. But if not, then I suggest we start moving towards the last part of the conversation, which is, what does success look like? What does success look like for the DFI in general, for the individual principles, and what does success look like from the point of view of the private sector? And then, as you think about that, if you can add to that, how do we measure progress, and how do we measure our steps towards that vision of success? And this is the moment to be idealistic and share all the great ideas that you want the DFI to accomplish.
I wasn't planning to talk, but I think Mark mentioned a remark that can answer your question. In my previous work, more than 10 years ago, I was part of ICC basis, by the way. So one of the issues that happened with me, because I live in Jordan, and although I was representing a private firm, the Jordanian minister back then of telecommunication asked me to represent even Jordan, because she noticed they weren't active. So when Mark mentioned that Egypt and other countries in the world who are not represented, maybe not participating in IGF, doesn't know what's going on. So maybe we can use the private sector people to make sure one of the maybe success stories to try to move it to the governments of the countries who are not able to attend sometimes or not able to participate. So just thinking loudly with you. Thank you.
Thank you. So making sure that those actors involved in the process act as multipliers and create that ripple effect with their own communities. That is one success. Thank you for that. Anybody else? Amado, please.
And you know, I think also an answer for Mark's question is, yeah, I'm coming from Mexico, and I will say probably the government, the officials, the official agencies responsible to be here at this meeting are not here because they are not feeling the requirement from the private sector, from the civil society, and so on. Then. But this is also a very good point. Maybe they have not really the means of the people who can attend. And yes, that could be another possibility. That's why I think if there is an organization who can make this invitation, this open invitation to the different stockholders to discuss, it could be, at least in Mexico, a very good way to start. Maybe it is IGF through another organization. ISOC is supposed to support IGF, but I don't know. Probably the pathway is still the same, and the measure of success would be how can we really be able to work all together and have this kind of commitment. If the government cannot attend this meeting, but maybe the private sector can also represent their interests. Thank you.
Okay, so we're percolating around this idea of defining success not in the number of signatories, but in the number of partnerships and successful implementation projects that are happening in a multi-stakeholder fashion. So I'm hearing a lot of support for that. Barbara, you wanted to share something.
Thanks very much, and I realized that I didn't identify myself earlier. I'm Barbara Warner with the U.S. Council for International Business. Sort of building on all the comments that people have made, and this goes to the role of the private sector, you know, I would just, and I just you know, when I'm speaking to other policy professionals, and they say, well, what does this, you know, digital economy issues, what are you talking about? And I say, well, you know, one of the buckets we would consider would be internet governance, and the eyes glaze. You know, I would just love it if maybe this is more of a public outreach role. I would love it so that, you know, the average person could pick up the newspaper and read an article that just explains what the business community is doing and how, you know, why internet governance is important to the individual. That's a fantasy. It's a very high aspiration, but so that because you know, this is the future of the economy. This is the future of innovation and societal welfare. And you know, people that aren't at the IGF aren't in this space. Oftentimes, just don't even understand the concept. So, you know, very high aspirational that maybe private sector could undertake a really fundamental public education effort, which would in turn have ripple effects you know, to our government representatives and so forth. Thanks.
Thank you, Barbara. A question back to you, but to the room in general as well. Why do we have this challenge? And I see that as well in myself, mostly when I start writing talking points to people who don't necessarily talk about this every day. They tell me, this is not the language that everyday people speak. You need to go and think about this in a way that I can read this paper and talk as if I'm talking about it. And we find ourselves a lot in this space, talk about these policies, we're so invested in them. It's like we're talking a foreign language. Why is that? And what can we do to make this relevant to the average person in the here and now, but to the average person that, as Amado said, is concerned about their future on the internet? So what is it that the DFI can do, and what is it the private sector can do to build that bridge between policy ivory tower and the here and now in our everyday lives? And if somebody has that answer, we'll give you a prize.
Okay, thank you, Tamea. It's Keith again. I apologize for taking the microphone so much. I may not have an answer directly to your question, but I think it's really important when we talk about success criteria to note number 5 under the principles, which is you listed as protecting and strengthening the multi-stakeholder approach to governance that keeps the internet running for the benefit of all, right? And so I think there is benefit and success. There is a success threshold in having a multi-stakeholder, a healthy, vibrant multi-stakeholder community and dialogue and interaction. But I think it's really important in order to achieve that is to identify key areas of concern that a multi-stakeholder dialogue can deliver upon, right? And especially as we anticipate government regulation, because look, governments are going to legislate and governments are going to regulate. That's what they do, right? And I'm preaching to the choir, but that's their role, is to protect the interests of their citizens, respectively, and from their perspectives. And I think that point from their perspectives is critically important. And we as the private sector, working with civil society and the technical community, need to ensure that governments, as they legislate and as they regulate, do so in an informed way. That, I think, as I said at the outset, we've seen over the last 10 years, now even more recently, governments are getting much more active in regulating the internet in all of its components and forms. It's even more important today that we make sure that as they become more active in regulating the internet broadly, that they do so with information, they do so in an educated way. And I think we as the private sector have a role in that, as has been mentioned here, but I think we need to do so in collaboration with the civil society actors and the technical community to really present a unified multi-stakeholder front when it comes to governments. So governments look to this community of multi-stakeholder actors as an informed resource, as a resource, not as competition. So thanks.
Thank you, Keith. That's a really good point, and in making sure that, that the unified voice from the multi-stakeholder community is not something that we just talk to the governments about, but we talk to each other about, and we try and find some of those commonalities in what we want to say, but also how we work with one another. Helen, you wanted to share something?
Hi, I'm Helen from Amazon. I think that one of the points that I think we can do better collectively in order to sort of like get the messaging across, in addition to having a unified voice, as Keith mentioned, I think is also be more deliberate about capacity building and training. And I think that applies not only to skills training, but also what are the risks that we observe as consumers and as users of the internet. And I think that by communicating that to the global community, we can also achieve the goal of making the DFI have more meaning to those who don't live and breathe IGF. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you so much. Indeed, we are here and we talk about these things as well, but most of the sessions we always go at, we need to talk more. What we need to be more strategic about is who are we talking to? What are the topics that we're talking about in a fashion that really mobilizes action? And then making sure that all of this talk then actually goes into an output that is impactful for the moment when we actually need to move into the action and inform that action as best as we can based on our own individual experiences from the perspectives that we each have as stakeholders. And that requires a lot of conversation, but a conversation with a purpose that actually builds understanding, capacity, awareness, etc. Suki, you wanted to share something?
I found your question very interesting because, I mean, coming from the EU, we have a very strong, regulation in general, data protection, for instance, and my nephew recently said to me, oh, data protection, that's so 80s, so old-fashioned, and I was really scared. I was like, oh my God, okay. But the thing is that I also Googled once Global Digital Compact, and there was no single article in the German press on this theme. And it's also the same, I just Googled the declaration, right? And there was also no single article in the German press on that. And I think maybe we should also start communicating with the media, to do some capacity building, not only amongst us in the multi-stakeholder group here. And I mean, we are all aware of everything, right? Because we are now talking about this, we are spending time here in Kyoto, but actually the German press, for instance, and Germany is actually quite good in capturing a lot of topics, but for them it does not exist. So maybe we should also start working much more with media in general.
Thank you, Suki. Making some of the boring issues newsworthy, right? If I can go there as a moderator. Sometimes when you go into this churning machine of policy, it does seem removed from what we feel it's impactful, or it's removed from what we feel is newsworthy, especially when there's so much happening around us. So we need to find a way of connecting the dots, because we were talking about the same things, but perhaps in a different language or in different silos. So connecting the dots and making conversations that are trying to move some of those newsworthy items forward be part of that discussion. So that's a good point, and we do need alliances with the opinion formers and the news organizations and other media to talk about this. It's a really good point. John, you wanted to share something more?
Hey, John Herring from Microsoft again. When it comes to like what does it mean to actually be implementing these and upholding these, I think that comes down to accountability for the countries. And this is a fundamentally agreement between governments that we are all here because we identify with and want to support as values and principles that should underscore the internet. But I think as a baseline, this should look like identifying what are the low-hanging fruit policies and practices that are kind of non-negotiable that governments who are subscribing to these commitments, really should be abiding by. I come from a cybersecurity background here, but I'm sure there's lots of these across different spaces that are related to this. But yeah, it's hard to meet if you're purchasing the services of private sector offensive actors or cyber mercenaries, right? If you're using the Pegasus software, it's hard to see how you could be, a good actor as it relates to protecting human rights and the fundamental freedoms of all people or protecting privacy. If you don't have a vulnerability equities process in place so that people can understand how you will triage the discovery of a known vulnerability, whether you're going to disclose that to a vendor or retain it to be weaponized, hard to see how you can be living up to that commitment to promote trust in the global digital ecosystem. There's a lot of just sort of basic policies like that a lot of governments have adopted, certainly not enough, and certainly not the entirety of the DFI community. So there's a real opportunity here, I think, for that community of governments together with multi-stakeholder partners, including the private sector, to identify what are those kind of low-hanging fruit baseline commitments that kind of should be non-negotiables, and then where can that be tracked in a way to say that, hey, this community is trying to live up to these commitments, at least from a policy perspective. Whether or not that drives the requisite output is something to be evaluated later. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm sure if you ask the signatories, they say it's all non-negotiable, but we definitely we need to figure out the ones that are ready for action across the board, and make sure we share, as you said earlier in your comments, share what has worked in implementing that, and then the multi-stakeholder community does have, I think, a unique way of holding people accountable to that. So it's not just coming up with the principle, sharing our good practices, but also vet that good practice through the multi-stakeholder lens and say, you think you've done right. Have you done right enough? Is there anything more that you can do? Or is there anything else that we know that you should try and implement or build on what you're already doing? And this is not... A lot of the times when you talk about implementation of principles and reporting on that, it comes out as, well, I don't want to report on that because I'm afraid to share my failures, or that I don't want to share that I haven't done enough. So we also need to be careful about not making this a shaming and naming list, but rather incentivize input. So there's a fine balance there. So we need to make sure, I guess, and sorry to preach from the dais, that's the role of the moderators sometimes, but I think it's important that we create safe spaces for dialogue, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, we have about 10 minutes to be back in the room, and then at 11:30 we will have a 15-minute break between 11:15 and 11:30. So we have about 10 more minutes for discussion. So Mark, you want to share something in the measures of success, but I'm going to ask for last comments from the room.
Yes, thank you, Tamara. Mark Carvel, Internet Governance Consultant. I think there is an opportunity here for the private sector through the DFI. Because as I understand it, this is a turning point for the initiative to move it into a more multi-stakeholder platform. And if there is the ambition, I think it's stated in the declaration, to engage with existing processes, including a lot of processes that are fundamentally intergovernmental. The UN, and ultimately the WSIS plus 20 review, for example, the Sustainable Development Goals 2030 agenda, and external to the UN, the G7 and the G20, and so, and the OECD,
has the opportunity for the private sector through advisory committees to engage and promote the DFI principles. So if the private sector partnerships with the DFI initiative really take off, that provides a channel for the private sector into a lot of these strategic, high-level intergovernmental processes that are going to determine the way forward for AI. They're going to determine the future of the IGF and multi-stakeholder process in general. So I think it's a message from the private sector here should be, yes, we want to engage and strengthen the DFI through our effective partnering with the governments that launched it, and with the civil society communities and the technical communities as well. Because it might be a missed opportunity, you know, and I really think this is an important opportunity in the timeline, especially the UN timeline, that looms large over everything here. And intersecting, I missed out the GDC, the Global Digital Compact, for the DFI and the private partners in the DFI to engage effectively in the next stages of the GDC negotiations in New York, where it's really still unclear where there is going to be any meaningful stakeholder engagement to continue after the initial consultations by the tech envoy and the deep dives by the co-facilitators. So DFI, I think, provides a vehicle for the private sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. That's helpful in terms of DFI being not just using the GDC and WSIS in thinking about how we can further the substantive points of the DFI into some of these conversations, but also thinking how we can share the spirit of DFI as a multi-stakeholder initiative that it's turning into, to bring that into these processes and in itself create opportunities for multi-stakeholder input. So it's a two-way street, and I think that's a very astute comment on that. Anybody else want to share anything on the opportunities and success visions? If not on that, then I'm going to ask if there's any last comments, anything that we haven't asked but you feel that we should have asked you. Okay, and then I'm going to ask one last question. Any projects, opportunities, work that you have done in your own organization that was meant to further some of the priorities, principles in the DFI? Have you done it with that in mind, or have you realized now that you have done things that are actually aligned with what's in there? Anything that you might want to share from your own companies, your own life? Please.
Yeah, I'm Samira here again. That is exactly what happened, just when I'm going through the principles, relating that to what we have done. So one thing, maybe if you, any one of you, take your phone and, just search, cheapest internet in the world, very sure, you'll get Sri Lanka at the top. Okay, so that is the kind of maybe not knowingly aligning with, these principles, we there in the country, we have make it affordable, more inclusive, to get majority of the people, as many as possible, to come on board and benefit out of the internet, which is the theme of this forum as well. And some observation, maybe how that has been driven. There are, I think I can talk about Sri Lanka as well as even in India, how the competition, how the regulator has used the competition to make it more affordable. It's in a more sustainable manner. I think in India, it is competition has driven probably the cheapest internet there. In Sri Lanka, it went to the extent of, regulator has to come into the picture and, regulating. They are nicely doing it, actually. They are regulating the minimum price. Normally, you regulate the ceiling price. But they are in Sri Lanka, regulate the floor price. Okay, so that why they regulate the floor price, that is to, sustain that businesses nicely, ensure that it's win-win. Maybe the end user get the best price, so it's more affordable. While doing that, you ensure the businesses, these are businesses are sustainable, so you can continue to do so. So that has been something probably like other countries can adapt as well. Just wanted to share.
Thank you for that. And I had my suspicions that sometimes we talked about in the beginning of the session, the private sector does what they do with a purpose, and that purpose is not necessarily only economic, but it's to have more broader societal implications. And then you look into the principles, and then you realize my own ethos and my own company, that why we are doing certain things actually aligns with these principles. So we need to highlight those areas. And we need to highlight those areas also externally, not just in our own companies, to say, hey, this is what we're doing. It actually aligns with a broader strategy, a broader purpose, and here's that coalition that can further that. And through that, we can probably operationalize not just our own collaboration better with our own governments, but also try and move that cooperation of governments with each other and with other stakeholders in the stack, as we've called it earlier. I'm going to end on that note because we are out of time, but I want to thank you all for the very engaged conversation. I've learned a lot. I'm going to try in the next 5-10 minutes to put all that together so we can report back in the plenary. But I'm going to put a challenge in front of you to correct me if I don't report correctly in the room. Be vocal over there as well. If there's anything that I omit to say, please do engage and share that with the rest of the room. And challenge number 2 is now you have to find your own way back. Thank you, everyone.
チェックワンツーワンツーワンツーチェックワンツーワンツーワンツーワンツーワンツーワンツーワンツー。チェックワン、あ、これだけがゲインが高かったんや。わかった。そういうことか。あ、こいつゲイン高かったんや。チェックワンツーワンツーワンツーワンツーワンツーワンツーワンツー。テストワンツーワンツーワン。テストワンツーワンツーワンツーワンツーワンツーワンツー。 よし、ワン、ツー、ワン、ツー、ワン、ツー。チェック、ワン、ツー、ワン、ツー、ワン、ツー。チェック、ワン、ツー、ワン、ツー、ワン、ツー、ワン、ツー。チェック、ワン、ツー、ワン、ツー、ワン、ツー。
映像の方って今配信の方に160のプレビューが送られてきちゃってるんですよ。朝一隣もそうだったんですよね。そうですか、やっぱりこれね、取られちゃうなのでちょっと多分プリセットごとに野菜が切り替わっちゃうんですよね。うちら的には単純にスクリーンアウトをプログラムアウトを分解してもらってればいい感じだったんですけども、これはそうなんですよね。ありますか。愛じゃなくてないんですよ。そういうことですね。いい出ないんで、じゃあ VC1 かなんか直さなきゃダメ。それかまあちょっとプレセット全部組み直すかっていう感じなんですけど。とりあえず、これに今戻せましたか。今はい愛なんです。それで。はい、今、ルーム I の方って戻っ対象になった、じゃあプログラムアウトになったんですね。はい、ありがとうございます。ちょっと切り替えて大丈夫ですか。大丈夫ですよ。全部に VC はかましといた方が安全だった。そうですね。じゃあすみません、お願いします。はい。だからそっか、こっちだとわかんないんですよね。そこのメニュー見ないとね。そうなんですよ。ですよね。すいません。都度都度でちょっともし来てたらまたお願いすることになるのでお願いします。
チェックワンツイ、ハローチェック。あ、でも結構出てますね。もうちょい、ごめんなさい、多分内側、多分頭がだいぶでかくしてたみたいですわ。ちょっとお待ちくださいね。あ、こっちのあれで下げますわ。ここが上がりすぎてると思うんですよ。多分ね、アウトがね、攻めたな。結構攻めてますね。こんなんで、テスト、ワン、ツー。これぐらいで出たら全然大丈夫ですわ。です。多分ね、オペ席の方は結構薄いんですけど、こっち来たら結構なってます、これでも。テスト、ワン、ツー。これだったら多分大丈夫だと思います。ワン、ツー。テスト、ワン、ツー。なんか、ファーンって、これですよね。テスト。でも、ここのポイントかな。なんかね、そうなんですよ。そう。なんか部屋で羽織るみたいな感じなんですね。なんかね、ここだけでも、これって切れるもんなのかな。テスト。多分そうっすよね。スピーカーじゃないですもんね。部屋のあれですよね。ここはもう、これで大丈夫です。一旦ちょっとレベル落としたんで。大丈夫です。テスト、ワン、ツー。うちしたかったからさ、うちが多分ね、これアウトが上げすぎてましたわ。です。
あ、拾えてへんとか思って上げすぎたら羽織っちゃった。大丈夫です。
ちょっと落としたんで。テスト、ワン、ツー。これぐらい出てたら全然大丈夫です。じゃあ、お願いします。もう、なんか終わりですかね、ランチブレイク。
うちは基本的に
ということですよね、朝は
ブレイクやったんですけど、急に入ってきたんですよ。
ほんでやりたい。
なんか、他もなんか C1 とか C2 もなんか急に
急に
一緒にブレイクやなって言いに行ってて、そしたら、いや、入ってくるでとか言われて、そんなのこっちも入ってくるんちゃうの言われて、で来たらほんまに入ってきて、文化会来るんやとか言って、そんなん分からへんやんとか。で、突然入ってきて、で、やらはって、で、さっき終わらはって、で、もう多分次は12時半までないかなという。で、12時半から昼休み
っていうことですよね。
な感じですかね。
了解です。で、弁当がね、実はまだ12時過ぎくらいに届くんで、
全然12時半なんで、
その12時半のブレイクタイムで帰ってきてもらったらいいです。
3階ですね。
3階の倉庫にあります。
はい。
お願いします。お願いします。
そうか、あっちが上がってたのか。それは分からへんわ。真ん中2やのに3使ってはるし、分からへん。びっくりした。あれなんで3やねんって。もういいやって。びっくりした。あれ真ん中2のはずなのに3使ってるやんと。 いや、一緒にプレー2人がね、言いに行ったら、いや、なんか文化会いうのがあるらしいね。もしかしたら急に入るかもわからんって言われて、慌てて入ってきて。ほんならほんまに行けはったからびっくりした。コワーキングスペースみたいな感じなんですけど。これ分からんっていう感じですか？これほな分からへん。もしかしたらここ一関東何かあるかもわからんっていうかかもしれないですね。だったらブレイクアウト書くんじゃないですか。それはめんどくさくなったじゃないですか。それは分からへんわ。ダメでしょ。そもそものやつやとそうですね。バツ印だけですね。バツになってましたよね。まあその間にでもそうか要はこのバツになってる時間ってメインホールでオープニングセレモニーからのハイレベルセッション、ハイレベルリーダーズセッションが多分首相が来るんですよここ。だから多分他のルームでは何もやってねえ。やらんといていう感じなんですね。かもしれないですね。ここは何なんですか？同通やん。部屋に入りきらないからってことですか？入りきらへんからみんなここに集める。だからこんだけで全員集めはって。そういうことですね。そういうことですね。多分。88ゲームすごいな。でもそういうことですね。ここが一番。ここに全部人集めはったからここアニメないですわっていう感じやけど、でもここにある。どうしようか。でもランチしてる人もいるっていうか、これね、これランチブレイクしてる。ここはここで。あれじゃないですか。終わったらすぐ来るから。こっちってことですね。そうですね。これが多分オープンですね。それそうか、オープニングセレモニーで岸田さんとか来るから、それは全員それ見ろって話になる。セレモニー明日ですよ。なんで今日あるんですか？エキシビションですね。でも今日花火あるでしょ。今日夜なんかそうみたいですね。 15分書いてあっても押しちゃったらまたそれがそれで休まれへんから「嘘やろ」とか言う時あるけど。日本の学会やったら時間管理してはるからタイム出てるけど、あまりにも情報量が少なすぎて、だって僕も今日弁当持ってくるんか持ってこうよ、何も言われない。あ、そうなんや。あ、そうなんや。で電話したら分かりませんって言われて。かわいそう。それはかわいそうやな。もちろん全然なんか明日に昨日の夜になんかできる。いきなり言われても準備できませんよみたいなことを言ってしまったんですよ。派遣通してやったんで、向こうは何も分かってなかったんですよ。それは分からへん。それでもなんかちょっと用意周到にしてくれないと自分も分からないですよ。昨日なんてほんまに昨日ほんまにいるのいい感じやと思うな。何もないし。この無駄な一日はどうするんやという感じだったけど。国際会館とかご飯買える場所ありますか？コンビニとかありますか？国際会館ってコンビニありますか？ない。食堂は一応あるけどな。か、本気感じられてるかわかんないけど、カフェ。時間はないですね。
あれってかけてます報告書みたいので、あれって今会場内の人数数えてもらってるじゃないですか。例えば10って書いてるじゃないですか今、それにスラッシュ入れてもらって次のセッションからでいいです。スラッシュ入れてオンライン何人オーディエンス何人って聞いてもらって、プラススラッシュ3とか3人聞いてたらでオンラインも次からでいいので、はい、お願いします。
カフェはあるけど、やっぱり一旦出て近くのローソンしかないんちゃう。
さっき行く前にパン買ってきたんですよ、一応。けどなんか今も
出て一番近いのローソンやな。広い道の駅方面に行って道路出て右側行ったらローソンがあるから、それが一番近いんちゃう。そうですね。多分ね。あとはちょっと足伸ばしたら王将あるんで。王将とかガストとかあるけど、時間ないでしょ。
パン2個しか持っていけないじゃないですか。
カフェ使い空いてるんちゃう今日。こんだけ早くから。カレーとパニーニとかなんか食べれるよねカフェ。下の2階行ったらなんか食べ物あると思うけどな。
夜の時は雨なんですよね。相当雨降ってますし。さっき見たら80%降ってるから。
コンビニないからなここは。
それで飯持ってこいと何も言われへんの。
それつらいな。
じゃあこれこんな大事な会議に行ったらいいよね。僕交通費出してくれないんですよ。
あ、そうなの。
500円しか出してくれないんですよ。
僕らも確かに中に含まれてるけどな。
京都駅から国際会館のチケット出します。
京都駅が国際会館やったらまあまあの値段はずれ。
580円。200円ほどって聞いたら言われて200円くらいです。
きついねそれな。新田辺から行ったら。
交通費がそれでチケ割ってくれる。
しゃあないな。こんなにアバウトなんて思わへんぞ。なんじゃこれ。日本の学会のやつはも なんでええやとか思う。
ここに来る一番偉い人が総務大臣。
ああ、そうそう。らしいね。こんなアバウトでええんやと思ったらびっくりしたわ。そうなんやと。総務大臣いるみたいな担当は。
Nothing's wrong. Do you need a question?
No, just 担当総務大臣らしいですよ。
I'm thinking this caption is
What?
the live texting.
What?
Live texting,
Oh, yeah.
captioning. Do they sit in another country or are they in Kyoto?
No, it's only in this country.
Another country. Yeah. Cool. Take care.
Yeah, thank you. Have fun.
Have fun here.
Thank you. You too.
なんでやと、あ、これ入れなあかんとか言われて。そうなんや。今こんな時代になってね、びっくりした。
でも結構それ何年か前から
まあ、もうみんなそうなんですか。
なってますね、結構。でも見てるわ結構。
びっくりした。もっともしても全然反応せるし、なんでやねんってなって。
そうですよね。
いやいや、敦子さん、これカードここに当てへんから行かれませんよと。そうなんだ。今そんななってんの言うたわ。
そうですよね。
だって久しぶりですもん、宿泊込みになった込みでこう言われたの。昔はここはロッジがあって、今もあるのかな、そこ泊まってたことがあって、そうで途中からなんかこのホテルと違う市場のホテルに泊まらされて、そうなんや。いやもう市場ぐらいに行かへんから安いホテルないよ言われて。
いやでもほんまもう京都は今ダメですね。
ね、
取れない。
取れないですよ、基本取れないですよ。だから僕も大津市住んでますけど、
滋賀から。
そう大津市住んでますけど、修学旅行京都みんな来るやないですか。で京都来たけど泊まれへんから大津プリンス泊まりに行くんです。
結構高いんじゃないですか。
いや大津プリンス安いです。
あ、そうなんですか。
大津プリンスとかあやはんホテルがあるんですけど、そこがあやはんホテルは修学旅行結構昔から行ったんですけど、最近だから修学旅行ロイヤルオークがもう取ってたんですけど、ロイヤルオーク潰れたからほぼほぼみんなもうプリンスホテルに泊まってますよ。
多分少人数やったら泊まれるとこあるかもしれない。修学旅行やったらやっぱり。
ない。で学校も管理したいから一つのフロアにみんな止めてしまって、ゲスト行かさへん、上の階とか上部行かさへんようにしたいとかあるみたいで。
そうですよね。
だから結構もう京都とか奈良はもともと宿泊施設が少ないから泊まれへんから、だからみんな大津に泊まりに行く感じですね今。
奈良って言ったらあんまり宿泊しない人が多いですね。やっぱり
施設がもう全然ないから。
施設もないし、なんかその観光するとこも京都ほど
ないから。
半日観光ぐらいで京都泊まったりするんですよね、多分。コロナの時はめっちゃ安く泊まれたのにと思って。それやったらきついですね、今回。
すごいわ。こんなにみんな日本に来るんや、もうびっくりしたけど。なんでこんな外国人ばっかり多いのかと。すげえなと思って。
今安いからですよね、日本にいたら。
安いですもんね。
円安はやっぱり。
バッチリですよね。
逆にこっちから行くのは大変です。
そうこっちからえらいことなるけど、向こうから来はるのには。
楽しめるんじゃないですか、安くて。
安くで楽しめるからええよね。羨ましいわ。
羨ましいです。
昨日夜食じゃないけど、今日の朝食とか買いにスーパー入ったけど、普通にスーパーに外国人の人来てはるもんね。スーパーに来はるもんね。
あの人たちでもなんかすごい安く済ませる方法とかすごい知ってて。
知ってはるね。びっくりするわ。
だからスーパーで買ったら安いよとか、
ね、
コンビニで買うよりスーパーとかのが安い。
びっくりした。スーパーに並びに来るのとか思って。そうなんや、スーパーに買うの来るんやと思って。昨日びっくりした。
特に白人の人ってそういうの詳しい。
詳しいですね。びっくりした。いやこの人スーパーに来るんやって昨日びっくりしたわ、ほんまに。逆にそのスーパーやいうの知ってるのがすごいなと思う。ここはスーパーや。
インフォメーションがいってるんでしょうね。
ねえ。だって昨日夜ホテルの向かいのそれこそ普通の食堂で食べに行ったけど普通に入ってきはるもんね。食堂食うのとかもね、すごいな。 るわ。
何でも揃ってるし、
これはコンビニもあるし、そういうスーパーもあるし、
でしかも24時間。
そう、24時間あるし、そのスーパー、昨日行ったスーパーも24時間やったし、そうなんや。
そうか、24時間スーパーっていうのもあるのか。
そう、24時間スーパー。
ねえ、めっちゃいいじゃん。もう外国なんかすぐ早く閉まってしまうから。ねえ。
そうですよね。
そう。で、治安もいいし、それは
治安もいいしね、日本はね。で、外国人向けのチケット買ったら鉄道とかでも安くて利用できるし。すごいわ。
いいでしょうね、それ
そら、
はね。
至れり尽くせるやん。
そう。で、なんか聞いてもちゃんと丁寧にで、接客も
それこそ日本人に道尋ねたら下手したら、あ、もうついていかはるもんね。あ、ご案内してあげるわ、言うていかはるもんね。ほんまやわ。一緒に行こうかで終わりね。
そう。外国やったらなんか何をお金取られるかなとかいろいろねえ、親切にして
ありえへんけど、日本人優しいから、あんな一緒においでとか言って終わりや。すごいなと。
だから日本いいわ。
さすが日本いいわ。
外国人日本がいいっていう人いますよね。
言いますよ、だからね。人はええし、治安はええし。
で、あとトイレがこれだけ無料でフリーでいろんなとこ。
無料でね。
日本ぐらいですよね。
そうらしいですね。
もうなんか外国でももうお金出さなかったです。駅のトイレとかも。もう。
で、綺麗やしね。
綺麗やし。
言うことないらしいね。
本当に。
トイレも全然問題ないし。結局、ゴミ箱だけでしょ、ゴミ箱がないから。
ゴミ箱言われる。
ね、ゴミ箱ないから言われますよね。それは言われますよね。
そう。
さあ、日本人でも困るわ、ゴミ箱あれへんから。
でもね、それはテロが前昔あってとか言って説明するんだけども、外国人はもうそのゴミ箱ないから不便や。
ゴミ箱がないから確かにそれを困らってはると思うけど、それはしゃあないね。
でも言っても駅とかゴミ箱あるしなと思って。
駅とか行ったらゴミ箱あるし。
公園とかもあるんじゃないんですかね。
公園はないね。
公園今ないですか。公園駅がある。
駅とか。
駅はある。
スーパーとかモール行ったらあるところもあるし、ないところもあるし、なんとも言えんけど、ゴミ箱はほんまにない。少ない。だから、嵐山とか汚いでしょ。お母さんはるから。
それもね。
わからんでもないけどな。わからんでもないけど、やっぱり持って帰ってほしいな、ホテルまで。
でもなんか外国は外国でゴミ箱置いてたらもうまたそこ汚くなるし。
なるでしょ。
で別にゴミ箱あってもそこら辺にほかせるしみたいな。日本はすごい。
こんだけゴミ箱なくても綺麗っていうのはすごいよね。
すごいっていう。
ありえへんよね。こんだけゴミ箱ないのに綺麗っていうのはすごいよね。
ちゃんとみんな持って帰ってる。
すごいなとか思うわ。
すごい日本人の教育観とか。
あと、なんやろ、ボランティアがすごいというか、僕らのところもそうやけど、祭りがあった次の日が綺麗いうのすごいね。
ボランティアの時起きて。
ねえ。あれはボランティアの人すごい思うわ。昔やったら祭りがあったらもう次の日汚いで、しゃあないなってなってたけど、ちゃんと拾う人がいはるいうのがすごい。さっき来てへんちゃったけどまだ弁当来てないとか言われたけど
お弁当来てないんですか。
日曜祝日はちょっと別屋さんが変わるんで、
ああ、ちょっと遅いんですか。
はい、
へえ。
多分遅いんちゃうかなという印象なんや。
カバーですもんね、ブレイクタイムが。ブレイクタイム。
to see how big is the room.
A lot of computers for one.
Take your time.
Thank you.
Hello.
vai ser bom, hein?
Vai não, tá tudo bem.
Por quê? De quando, galera?
Não, a gente vai só discutir o de DC, então não sei
Ah,
se
tá.
vai ser bom agora.
Não, mas acho que é bom. Eu fiquei feliz que eu vi várias pessoas hoje que ninguém tem ver pro DC. Ah, só. Ah, bom. Ai, cara, deixa eu pegar o da fruta que eu vi.
Vocês estão bem? Como vocês estão?
Nossa, velho.
Deixa pro almoço, posso te...
Sofia vai me matar, eu peguei os dois cartões. Amiga, ou eu ia te perguntar, você acha melhor 24 ou 26 ou 26? Tá, mas tudo bem. Então você acha meio que tanto faz.
Eu acho que não é tanto faz, acho que deve ter.
Não, porque eu tenho uma ou duas noites sem ganhar. É de ontem. Não, é do domingo mesmo. Esse aqui é o resto do café da manhã de ontem também que eu esqueci. Cara, eu tô achando que eu não peguei. Deixa eu ver. Oh, really? Ours too.
Hello. Forgotten that. Okay. Well, if you're online, welcome as well from Kyoto. Well, it's very nice to see you all and to be here. So I think what we're going to do is just start with some intros and then explain what Bruna and I had in mind for this session. And please do let us know if you came here with a different idea. But we will set out what we have in mind for the next 2 hours. And there is a plan to maybe do breakout groups. So if that's not what you were planning, just warning you there. It's really an interactive session. So hopefully you will get a lot out of it. So my name is Sheetal Kumar, and I co-lead Global Partners Digital's advocacy engagement. And as a human rights organization, our vision is really the governance of digital technologies underpinned by human rights and inclusive processes. So for us, the Global Digital Compact, which is the subject of the event today is an opportunity to shape global norms on digital governance so that they are rights respecting and inclusive. And I know that we share that with many of you, and so it's so good to see you here. I'll pass on to Bruna.
Hello. Yes. No, just saying hello and welcome to everybody. As Tal said, this is the civil society gathering, and the idea is for us to discuss how to properly engage in the GDC, and which is a process that I know a lot of us are already engaging with. So some of the ideas for today is like walk through the process to the ones that don't know as much about it, because we do have like some points about information sharing and how to streamline participation on that, and then also share a little bit on how the contributions from some of the NGOs have been so far in some of the movements. But that's that. And I didn't introduce myself, but I'm Bruna, and I'm a Global Campaigns Manager for Digital Action. So nice to see everybody.
Sure. Hey, I'm Peter Misek. Really happy to be here. I'm kind of envisioning this room as we're all in a circle, or more of a circle than a presentation. Yeah, I'm General Counsel at Access Now and lead our UN engagement. But I think beyond the pressing matter of the GDC, we also like to convene civil society from digital rights and inclusion and equity communities before IGF begins every year, this global IGF. And so stemming from the days of the Best Bits Coalition initiative and through a lot of the organizing that we used to do in person on day zero, we are really happy to convene folks and wanted to make this as like our first point of connection and to help folks plan for the week ahead and hopefully collaborate and strategize too. So I hope that happens as well. Yeah, thanks for coming.
Thanks. Do people want to quickly do a round robin and say who you are and where you're from? Great. And a fun fact about yourself. No, I'm joking. Don't worry.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. I'm Aidan Fodolin, Fellow with the Alfred Landecker Foundation.
Hi, everyone. I'm Laura O'Brien, Senior UN Advocacy Officer at Access Now.
Hi there, I'm Jutta Kroll from the German Digital Opportunities Foundation. Mainly, my focus is on children's rights in the digital environment.
Hi, hello everyone. Valeria Betancourt from the Association for Progressive Communications.
Hi everyone, this is Daniela Schnidrek with the Global Partners Digital, Head of Engagement and Advocacy.
Hi everyone, Veronica Ferrari, Global Policy Advocacy Coordinator at the Association for Progressive Communications.
Hello, I'm Amalia Toledo, Public Policy Specialist for Wikimedia Foundation.
Zizki Putz, Senior Movement Advocacy Manager from the Wikimedia Foundation.
Jan Gerlach, also Wikimedia Foundation. I support these two.
Stephanie Rivera, I'm actually not civil society. I'm from the UK government working in the Department of Science, Innovation and Technology.
Hi, my name is Shabnam Mojtahedi. I'm legal advisor for digital rights at the International Center for Not-for-Profit Law.
Hi, my name is Kasumi Sugimoto. I'm from National Institute of ICT in Japan, and I work for workforce development for cybersecurity.
Hi, I'm Mariagne Diaz, YID campaigner at Access Now.
Hello, I'm Alexandre Costa Barbosa. I'm coordinator at the Homeless Workers Movement in Brazil.
Hello, my name is José Renato. I am a founder of the Laboratory of Public Policy and Internet, LAPIN, in Brazil.
Hello, my name is Ellen. I'm the Managing Director at the Global Network Initiative.
Hello, my name is Rafiq Copeland. I'm the Platform Accountability Advisor at Internews.
Hi, my name is Ariel McGeed. I'm a Program Officer for the Asia region with Internews.
Hello, I'm Alice. I'm a facilitator for the Brazilian Youth Group.
Hi, everyone. My name is Joanne De Cuna. I'm from
Delhi. I'm part of the Center for Communication Governance. It's an academic center at the National Law University.
Hi, my name is Zhi Hao. I work at the Taiwan Information Environment Research Center, focusing on misinformation and information manipulation.
Hi, everyone. I'm Isabel Ho. I'm from GovZero, and I'm also the Secretary General of Taiwan AI Academy. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Franziska Jacobs. I'm Digital Governance Advisor at GIZ, German Development Corporation.
Okay, well, amazing to see such a big group here, and well done on finding the room as well. I followed Bruna. So we wanted to start with a bit of context for those of you, like Bruna said, who might not have been as engaged with the Global Digital Compact as others. So just to explain where the Global Digital Compact came from, where we are in the process. And then we wanted to hear from you if you have been engaged with the process, with any of the consultations, what you have said, really, what your key messages have been. And I know that there have been some events, including yesterday, that colleagues at APC and others led on related to this process. So we want to make sure that we are really all on the same page as to what the discussions have been so far. Before we look forward, and hopefully we're not being overly ambitious, but what we thought would be a really great output of this meeting is to consider where we have come to and then draw on that and on the issues paper that the co-facilitators of the compact have developed. It's short, it's only 2 pages, but it reflects back the consultations that have already happened. And drawing on that, we thought it would be great to get 5 or 6 key messages from this group that we can take forward into the IGF over the next week, and then even further down the line. So I hope that sounds good to you. Does anybody have any questions, or are you hoping to achieve something else today?
Ellen, I?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Just to flag, we're going to have one main session about the GDC on the 10th, I think, morning, 11 or something like that. Schedule is confusing this time. But we also are going to have another main session about the future of digital governance. So these are 2 that are vastly connected to the GDC and the future of the IGF. So it will be really interesting to gather some of these inputs in interaction moments for civil society.
Can I just get a raise of hands of who has heard of the Global Digital Compact? Cool, more than half. And then who's engaged on it? Who's like participated in some of the stuff? Yeah, less than half. Thanks.
And some sort of. Okay, around half, yeah. Okay, which is why we're doing our summary of where we have got to so far to begin with. And we actually wanted to pull up, if that's okay, the colleague from, yeah. We wanted to pull up the timeline that is in the UN Secretary General's policy brief from earlier this year. I think it's the next slide. Oh, it's so small, so let me just come up here and explain. So the Global Digital Compact was first referred to in the Secretary General's Roadmap for Digital Cooperation, which was an output of a high-level panel that he appointed. And in that, it was suggested that the UN adopt a Global Digital Compact, which would outline shared principles and objectives for an open, secure digital future for all. And so, again, that was referred to in the SG's report in 2022, our common agenda. And from there, kick-started consultations for what should be in the compact. There was a suggestion for overarching themes that the Global Digital Compact should be structured around. namely upholding human rights, and I can't remember the rest, so I'm going to cheat by looking at my notes, avoiding internet fragmentation, digital connectivity, promoting a trustworthy internet. So a few themes that were suggested the compact be structured around. And so those consultations ran 2022 to 2023. And this year we also had oral consultations, so a number of opportunities to speak to these themes through both in-person and online consultations. And Peter, I think you were trying to get a sense of who's engaged on that already, and about half of the people here have, so that's really good to see. And then just last year, it was just to kind of put this in the context of the broader framework within which the compact will sit. Last year, a resolution was adopted by the UN General Assembly for the Summit for the Future, which is envisioned for next year to take place in September next year. And as part of that, a pact for the future will be adopted. Within that, it is expected the Global Digital Compact will be part of that pact for the future, one of 5 chapters, I think it is, which will focus on digital issues. And the compact will be part of that. So really, it's an opportunity, at least that's how we see it, to reassert the importance of a human rights-based and inclusive norms that to govern digital technologies and digital governance. And I know that there are a number of other key messages that others here also want to see reflected in this important document. Now, where we are is in 2023, of course, having had the ministerial in September, the preparatory meeting for the summit, which will take place next year, a resolution has been adopted which sets out that there are co-facilitators for each of those chapters I mentioned that will be in the pact. And the co-facilitators for the Global Digital Compact are expected to be the same ones that have been running the consultations up until this point. And then the actual negotiations between member states, and it is in the resolution that the consultations for the compact will be intergovernmental. So I think that's another, perhaps something else we can discuss, is how to ensure that, although of course the discussions will be intergovernmental, how will they be inclusive of all stakeholders? So that's something we can discuss today. And those are expected to start in January and continue through to June next year, where they will then wrap up, and it's expected that there will be a text to adopt by the next session of the General Assembly. So that is where we are. Lots of dates, and I hope that helped. And this is a timeline, which I know is very hard to see, but you can also access it online. Let me stop there to see if anyone has any questions, or indeed wants to correct anything I said. Maybe I got something wrong.
No, just to add really quick, because also the reason why we opted for hosting the civil society gathering on this topic this year is because a lot of the discussions on the GDC, they might affect the future of the IGF and how this fora is moving onwards and what's coming up next, right? So you might have heard about like a lot of discussions on what is digital governance, what is internet governance, how do all of these spaces connect with each other, what is digital cooperation in this kind of like broader landscape. So a lot of the debates surrounding the GDC and before that in the roadmap and a lot of the discussions on the roundtables, they had some ideas about the IGF Plus and how we were moving forward, or how are we moving the IGF towards this more kind of like a strategic and decision-making space. So that's also why we opted for adding this to the agenda. And one of the points that was brought up at some point was the creation of this new fora, the Digital Cooperation Forum, which would be a little bit overlapping with the IGF. So we also want to hear a little bit from you guys on what could be the impressions about improving or connecting these spaces, or even how could the IGF serve this role of helping strengthen multilateral relationships and the UN and the whole discussion about the UN 3.0 that is also in one of the policy briefs. So just to add that.
Oh, that's a really good point. Thanks, Bruna. So yes, the future of the IGF is also part of these discussions. Does anyone have any other questions or reflections? Hello to people who've just joined us. Yeah, do you want to?
Just to say, if anyone wants to come in, there's a mic in the middle of the room, so you can just go there and say your name.
We did a round of introductions, so if anyone wants to yell out and say hi, go ahead.
Yeah, if you just want to wait.
Hi everyone, my name is Namrata. I'm from Access Now. I lead our work in South Asia and global work on encryption. Nice to be here. Nice. Hi, I'm Reed, also from Access Now. I work on rights code. Sorry for being late.
Amazing. No. Thank you for coming. And we were just doing a getting us on the same page as to where we are in the process, where the UN process is in particular. And now we were going to hear from everyone about where they are in terms of their engagement or your engagement in the compact so far, because we know we're not starting from scratch. With this discussion, a number of us have already engaged, put forward inputs into the consultations, and been very active. And so it'd be really good to hear from you, so we build on what we've already been doing. And I'm happy to start with Access Now colleagues on that, or anyone else who wants to share if you have been engaged with the compact already. If you sent any written inputs into the consultation, or have you engaged with any of the oral discussions?
We're going to stop talking, and then it's going to be your turn.
Well, it is your turn. Some people did. People are shy. Okay. Well, there's always someone ready, and I have to say that is first.
We submitted the written submission thing, like a big booklet with our positions, and then also participated in all of the online dialogues. And there's a few individual Wikipedia chapters that have done parts of that process on their own, like Wikipedia collection.
And do you have like 2 or 3 things you've really strongly reflected in your submissions? Do you remember?
I think the mic is off.
It's on now. Yes, well, obviously. Yeah. Maybe not so obvious, though. Wikipedia is all about community decision making, and so that's something that we highlighted, right? Like, if you think of sort of all the regulation that's going to go into the digital compact, don't forget about like what the communities actually need, what collaboration looks like for folks across jurisdictions, especially. That's something that we highlighted, and also some connections to AI, as there's this separate project to regulate AI.
Yes. So community-based, the importance of reflecting what communities want, bottom-up discussions. And okay, great. Anyone else?
Yes, thank you again. As I said in the Tour de Table, I'm a children's rights advocate, and we, together with the Dynamic Coalition on Children's Rights in the Digital Environment, we gave written input, but so far we have not been able to take part in any of the consultations, and that is mainly because children's rights organizations are understaffed and underfunded, so we don't have the resources to take part in all these meetings. But what we have seen so far is that in the roadmap for the digital cooperation, children's rights have been an issue, and now we have upholding human rights in general, but not a special reflection on children's rights, which we think, considering that children are the future, and they are right now, I do think 1/3 of all internet users worldwide are under the age of 18, so considered to be children under the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. So we think it should play an important role.
Lovely, thank you so much. And then I saw a hand here, yes.
Marianne, Access. We were part of the Americas consultation. I say we, that's a royal we. I was in the Americas consultation earlier this year. And one of the things that I would like to highlight from that conversation is that the agenda that was brought to the discussion was focused on connectivity and access, which is, of course, access now. But there, sorry for that. That was terrible, and I know it. Spare me, I just landed like an hour ago. But one of the things that a lot of the people that were present in the discussion wanted to bring into the agenda, and we did not have time for it because of the whole time devoted to connectivity, which is, of course, yes, is that surveillance and the intersection between surveillance, people on the move, and identity for Latin America. It is a moment of crisis, as well, the world is in flames. Let's not go there. But there was a lot of conversation on the size of the meeting regarding the state of surveillance in Latin America, particularly state-sponsored surveillance specifically. And I think that it's important that we bring that back into and not leave only connectivity as a topic for Latin America just because we are poor.
That's really good. I'm trying to take notes. I don't know if others are taking notes. One in the back. Okay, great. So I'll come to you.
All right, I'm Eleni from the Global Network Initiative, but I'm also co-chair of the Freedom Online Coalition's Advisory Network. It's an advisory network of civil society that provides input to the Freedom Online Coalition, which is a group of 38 governments. And as an advisory network, we had submitted proactive advice to the FOC governments on the GDC, and we published this, I think, because we felt so strongly about the implications of the GDC process. So you can find the advice online. And just to run through some of the concerns that the advisory network had highlighted, one was a shift from multi-stakeholder governance model to multilateralism that we felt was being pursued in the GDC, concerns about the Digital Cooperation Forum undermining the IGF and multi-stakeholder forums and models of governance, the exclusion of the technical community as a separate stakeholder group. So the GDC focuses on governments, private sector, and civil society, but as we know, the technical community plays a really critical role in internet governance, and we felt that that was excluded, and then a focus on big tech business models, as well as a number of procedural concerns, including how fast this process has moved forward. And I think we see in that same trend in a number of initiatives, including with the UN high-level expert body on AI that's being put out by the Tech Envoy, a lack of meaningful civil society engagement. I know a number of different civil society organizations that felt frustration in trying to give inputs into the GDC process and participate. And then the fact that it's been a New York-based process, which in the minds of the advisory network members is a highly politicized, state-centered, less inclusive, and less experienced with multi-stakeholder governance models.
So we have a really solid set of a foundation, I think, to build on there with that and everything else we've heard. Where did you say the? No back left. Oh, sorry.
Hi, we did a written submission with our sister organization, the European Center for Not-for-Profit Law, that focused on civic space, online civic space issues across multiple of the topic areas. And one of the points we raised was kind of the siloing of human rights into one section, and so we were, taking a rights-based approach through all the areas. But I just wanted to say that we discussed this quite a bit. We usually, when we do written submissions like this, we do consultations with our wider network of partners. And we were debating whether to do that for this written submission, but the scope was so broad and it was so unclear how this was all working or leading into the final process, and then the virtual consultations that took place were also kind of chaotic in a way. And so we just really didn't know how to include our broader network in this space without feeling like we weren't giving them anything concrete to work with. And so I just was really wondering what the vision is moving forward, how we can be working together as a group more strategically, and kind of where our effort would be best placed. So yeah, that's it.
Those are great questions. Thank you. We can try and answer some of those. Yes. Oh, sorry. There you go.
Hi, appreciate the time. We are from the Internet Alliance, which is an applied research lab for meaningful connectivity and data privacy. And we formed this year because we are kind of recovering from big tech, and so we come from very technical backgrounds and trying to get involved in these kinds of forums. Some of the questions I think we would like to discuss, I've followed Access Now's work really closely for the last couple of years, and I'm curious as to how this coalition moves into like actionable steps with these governing bodies. And I think even like these coalitions of 38 governments that you were mentioning, like where does the nexus of progress actually happen?
Great questions. Laura, and then Valerie. No, yeah.
Yeah, Laura O'Brien from Access Now. So just to go over some of our engagement in this process, we've been heavily involved. We've done regional consultations, as Marianne alluded to, in the Latin American context, but also in Nairobi. We've done some written submissions, as Elle and I mentioned, harnessing the Freedom Online Coalition. That's where we were pushing internet shutdowns as a main topic, and the FOC had done a written submission with all the different sub-entities, and Canada led that as the former chair of the FOC. We also worked on a written submission on targeted surveillance, which was led by Amnesty International and signed by and joined by a lot of other civil society organizations. And then we're involved in supporting a gender submission, which was led again by another coalition. APC will speak more on that, I'm sure. In terms of the oral statements, I think being based in New York was beneficial to be in the room, because we were trying to get a lot of the sense of, whether we could engage on these or how the modalities were working. I think we can all recall that the Human Rights Online session is where we saw the modalities shift from a full day to a half day. And the repercussions of that were quite severe in the sense of human rights organizations not getting the opportunity to speak. Even governments were being cut off. So that was super unfortunate, and we did raise that in some engagement with the co-facilitators, Sweden and Rwanda, in upcoming sessions at the RightsCon, which was in Costa Rica. We did a session with Derechos Digitales, and also with the folks seated here, doing a lot of work trying to get more information from the co-facilitators. I just wanted to highlight that I think in terms of topics or themes that are seeking like more of a focus within the GDC so far, I think digital public infrastructure has been highlighted by the Tech Envoy quite heavily, and also played a role in the Secretary General's policy brief. So I think for today, I think it would be helpful too if we could maybe have a discussion on that topic and how to advance human rights within that. But yeah, I'm happy to speak with more folks who are trying to navigate the GDC process itself. It's something, like I mentioned, we've been tracking quite heavily. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Let me just provide an overview of our engagement, very similar to what Access Now, Laura from Access Now has mentioned. We have been participating since the beginning, engaging with the global online consultations as well as the regional consultations in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, and then participating in the deep dives around our priorities, which are around gender equality and gender justice, environmental justice, and obviously human rights, and the nature of and the scope of internet governance. Concerns were many so far in the process about how the changes impacted in the ability and capacity of civil society to engage meaningfully, including the ministerial meeting of the Summit of the Future. As Sheetal explained, the Global Digital Compact is within the Summit of the Future, and it was not possible at the end, despite of all the promises from the co-facilitators about facilitating engagement of civil society. It was not possible to participate and to access to the information and the details of the documentation for the negotiation happening in New York recently about the modalities of the Summit of the Future, which was very unfortunate. And that sets a very bad precedent in what is to come up in relation to the negotiations. We also submitted written submissions, one of APC around these issues, the priority issues that I mentioned, but also we facilitated joint submissions around gender, and another one around environmental sustainability. In relation to gender, we have been concerned with the fact that not only in the negotiations so far about the modalities, there are not specific mechanisms to ensure that there is at least gender balance in the participation of the different stakeholders and bringing the civil society voice, but gender as an issue has not been prominent either. So because of that, we have been collaborating with different organizations to get a better commitment and a stronger commitment from governments to advance gender and to consider gender as a key aspect across all aspects related to the Global Digital Compact, but also take into consideration gender issues. And in that regard, we took the opportunity of this IGF to organize yesterday a dialogue with first with civil society organizations. We put together these feminist principles for including gender in the GDC, which has been collectively developed with different groups. And they were presented yesterday to other civil society organizations for leverage and obviously for contributions as well, and also to exchange views around the strategies to advance a gender agenda around the GDC. And in the afternoon, governments were invited to have a dialogue and a conversation with us around feasible ways in which they could, as part of their own engagement in the process, to help us to advance a gender agenda to the GDC. So I invite you also to look at the principles. I can share the details on where you can find them. But it could be very good if we can have you and your voices joining around efforts to make sure that gender is considered, apart from obviously human rights and other considerations. And moving forward, we are very concerned about what the implications are going to be once the co-facilitators are reconfirmed. and what the possibilities for participating and engaging in the negotiations are going to be. So far, the fact that the process is based in New York has been presenting a challenge in terms of civil society engagement. So how that will play out in terms of the negotiations is a big question. And also what's the common vision that we should be pushing for and coordinating around altogether.
Could I just ask a follow-up, I suppose? Yep. In the room yesterday, what was the temperature of the room? Are people excited about this Global Digital Compact and this process and the opportunities it provides? Are they sort of resigned that it's going to happen with or without us anyways, and so we may as well, make our voice heard? And perhaps are dismayed that gender wasn't one of those key sub-themes, the 7 or 8. Or is it just not even registering that much on people's agendas? I don't know, or maybe it's not one of those 3, but just to get a sense of the room. Yeah, 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 fourth one.
These are ones who were in the room yesterday. Yeah. Because I might have a vision, but what's your impression?
I think we more or less accepted that, right? So, like, there's a lot of, because to me the main impression about the process is there's way more question marks than information about it, to us at least, right? Like, from the conversations we had the impression that it's not every member state that is as engaged. We have this kind of like, not focus, but more dominance or even like knowledge coming in from Global North, generally speaking, or the ones that are champions in the human rights conversation. So that makes it much harder, like when you try to engage with delegations like Brazil or Chile or anything like that, right? So, and a lot of the doubts that at least I felt in the room as well was, how are we gonna actually ensure that if this is kept as an intergovernmental process, the missions are gonna allow us in, right? Like the modalities question is the main one, and the one we have been asking like ever since day 0. So there is some sense of discomfort in the room, right? So, but at the same time, like, we need answers to some extent, and it's interesting and important that Tech Envoy is engaging with civil society and so on, but to some extent it's also limited, the engagement and the answers and the decisions. So, I mean, yeah, just sharing a little bit on that.
Yes, of course.
I can come to you.
Yeah. Thank you. I think there is a high level type of engagement of governments in the GDC. So obviously there is a political commitment, perhaps, because it is an intergovernmental process, that it is within this bigger umbrella of the Summit of the Future, and I think governments have made commitments. There is a geopolitical dynamic that is also permeating the way in which they engage with the Global Digital Compact. So yesterday, obviously, the high-level interventions were very positive in relation to their own role and their own commitment with making gender a key consideration. But then the big question that was also brought up is how that is going to take shape, how that is going to be translated into practice, with the fact that the negotiations are going to start and we don't know how the negotiations are going to look like. So I think that's the question that remains, and that we should keep asking the question. And I think perhaps one step forward yesterday, because obviously the participants that we had, including the UN Tech Envoy and very high-level government representatives, was that I think the message is clear that there is expectations at the level of civil society groups for them to facilitate our participation, including through making us part of the national delegations, because that's the only way in which we are going to be effectively influencing the process. So I think that point, it was made clear to them, And I hope my interpretation and what I want to use to put some pressure and demands on them is that their commitment to make gender a key consideration. So that if they really want to do that, they have to work with us in different ways, including making us part of the delegations.
And just to add as well, I think at least for some of the global majority countries, the elephant in the room is how actually to me at least, the G20 processes are also going to connect with this, right? Because India has made a lot of advancements with the whole digital public infrastructure debate within G20, and Brazil is bringing the information integrity into the G20 agenda as well. So are these discussions going to be repeated in both places? Are they going to engage with the G20 first and then just revert it back to the GDC or Summit of the Future? So another on the list of questions, right? So yeah.
Okay, thank you. So lots of questions. And if we haven't answered any of them, please let us know. But we wanted to check as well how everyone's feeling at this point about tackling head-on the fact that the Global Digital Compact is meant to outline shared principles and objectives for an open, free, and secure digital future for all. And considering everything that everyone has said, breaking out into small groups to huddle and consider about 2 messages each, to then discuss and perhaps see whether we can agree on. And as I mentioned at the beginning, for those of you who weren't here, the idea is that we can take forward those and reflect them in the discussions in the upcoming week, and indeed in the process going forward. And it would be great before we do that as well to share that we've looked at the issues paper that the co-facilitators issued about a month ago, which was a reflection of, it's just 2 pages, it's not very long, but it's along the themes, and in fact it refers to digital public infrastructure of the compact that have been recommended. And so there are a number of, reflections really, and it's very concise. It also doesn't refer to the Digital Cooperation Forum, which is an interesting reflection of just how strong the messaging around the Internet Governance Forum was in the oral and written consultations that were received. So it's quite a good basis, I think, for discussion. So the breakout groups can draw on what you've heard on your own work, but also perhaps look at the issues paper that the co-facilitators have developed and suggest ways of strengthening it, strengthening the gender element, strengthening the community element, whatever you think, because in that way it's already been put out there in the world, it's something that's been developed, it's building on what has already been discussed. So in essence, what we're suggesting is that we break out into little groups, we use the basis of what the co-facilitators have put out, what you have said, draw out a couple of key messages and come back together and see whether there's anything there we can agree on that we all want to reflect in the discussions around the GDC. Going forward, what do people think about that? Because we don't have to do that, we can do something else.
Do we hate breakouts at this point? Yes, right? I mean, I could get a feeling from your faces.
Well, we need participation beyond,
Right, this table, yeah.
A way of, what we could do, so let's think of some options. I mean, if we don't want to do breakout groups, we could go through the issues paper, para by para, and hear your reflections on it and how to strengthen it.
It's
okay.
lovely.
I don't know whether that's sarcastic or not. I genuinely can't tell. More options, more hope.
I have a suggestion that might be a little bit out there, but more creative, hopefully. So maybe using some foresight practices, and we could do either first start out with an individual, a poem or something that we write about this vision for this digital future, and then do a collective one. So what is the story of this digital future to communicate in a different way. So that's just an alternative option instead of maybe going paragraph by paragraph. And
would you help us with that? If people decide they want to do that, okay. So a more creative, poem-based approach, or something like that. Any other ideas? Or
request, maybe not an idea, but a request that if we can touch upon issues related to the process as such, so our key concerns in relation to the process, and perhaps also the key concerns in relation to the issues, because we know what the issues are, the tracks, the thematic tracks, so what our key concerns in relation to those moving forward.
So maybe we can start with the round, right, of like key concerns or even criticism of the process. I'm aware that this is a very diplomatic space, but yeah.
Okay, so we have different ways to use perhaps the next 30 minutes before we think about next steps. So one is the breakout groups. Another is like a more creative poem-based approach. Then there's going through the issues paper. And then actually focusing on process as opposed to the substance of the GDC. Or?
No, I was just saying both, like
process and substance, okay. And format-wise, breakout groups are like off the table, or?
Yes.
Are we? Okay.
I'm sensing a lot of like Zoom trauma in this room, so it's fine. We can go with the collective therapy session, right? And then everybody shares concerns and questions. I think it's the best way.
On the process for the first 15 minutes, and then we break out.
Concerns and complaints, yes. Yeah, one very big therapy session, breakout group.
So should we do a plenary concerns about the process and recommendations? Oh, yes. Peter, yeah.
I think that's the right question to ask, but I do want answers row by row. So each row is going to choose a rapporteur. Yeah, that is going to happen.
Ellen, yes, go ahead. Oh, do you want to?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So coordination. Do you want to actually, because it's hard to hear you. Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that before.
Yeah, sorry. I was saying that something at least I would be really interested in is how we as a group, as civil society, can coordinate better around these issues and take advantage of the fact that we're here at the IGF in the same room together. I've heard a lot of disparate conversations around GDC coming in silos, and so how can we start to put together a more unified position? There's some really key issues being debated with the GDC and other internet governance-related processes and visions right now, and I think it's a key moment for civil society to come together and say what we actually really need for the governance of the internet. To me, it would be the multi-stakeholder versus this multilateral vision. That would be a key issue. I think a number of the ones raised in the FOC advice, but the really fundamental one to me is the multi-stakeholder versus multilateral. And there's a lot of implications of which states are supporting which vision right now, I think, for the model of internet governance.
Okay, thank you. And that can be the beginning of, as we say, a discussion that then we continue after we leave the room in terms of coordination and like continuing to work on the issues. But Brina, so where are we? We are
I was
discussing.
just gonna say, let's continue gathering like the inputs and complaints about the process, and then we can use like 40 minutes for strategy, like, and next steps, right?
Okay. So concerns about the process and recommendations. So we could spend some time on that. And then also on the substance question, though, we haven't really heard much of that. Perhaps we can revisit whether there's interest in maybe breaking out into a couple of groups about, for example, look, guys, it's the beginning of the week. If you don't want to do breakout groups now, it's going to be a long week. No, but we don't have to do them. But somehow find a way to discuss the key pressing issues of the substance, and then we discuss how we take those forward. So on the process, any reflections and concerns and indeed recommendations for how the GDC should be developed from now on? Transparency, okay, great. Transparency in what way? Everything.
We want process, we want modalities. What else do we want? Timeline, a proper one.
What do you want to know about the process going forward?
Hi, Svetlana, Article 19. Well, I mean, I will be speaking from the perspective of CSOs, which are not that well represented at the consultation side. First of all, the timeline, of course, the time difference. Well, when it comes to the Asia continent, when you have 3 seconds, I'm exaggerating, of course, like 3 minutes for your presentation, and like it's 2 a.m. in the morning, it's hard to convey a message. So maybe the good idea would be have at least the regional groups which would collect all these voices, and of course engage civil society from those regions like in one spot, and then all together convey to the headquarters. Because otherwise it's absolutely impossible to have a voice. Even though, for instance, before my times with Article 19, I was representing Myanmar civil society. And you have to have like a really huge motivation to speak out, to wake up that night and try to catch those, consultation points. And I'm not only one who was there. I mean, there've been other civil societies in the region who had a really good presentations, and they will try to fit in the message within 1 minute, but sometimes they will cut it off. I mean, this is technical, of course. And perhaps to have the regional focuses. Let's say authoritarian countries could focus on internet freedoms, like what we are working right now, for instance, and we convey a message on that side. So yeah, thank you.
Thanks. So, regional consultations. If I could say, as someone who was in the room for a lot of the deep dives, I don't know what happened to all. They were taking notes of everything we said. I don't know what happened to those notes.
I think they all ended in the issues paper somehow.
Yeah. So, yeah, the reports that were submitted that are on the Secretary, the Tech Envoy's website, but yeah, I'm not sure what else.
Just to remind that we also wanted to try to get some messages out of this meeting, right? Like something we could say, just like, doesn't need to be 2 paragraphs, can be just one saying like, we need more transparency timeline, a proper process, we need like missions to bring us to the meetings. New York is not an accessible
so
place,
more process
something
points.
like that.
More process points.
More process, yes, we all would love more process. That is exactly what we want. No, the organizations I work with, day in, day out, are like 70% of them are just finding out that this is a thing that exists right now. So I don't know that transparency is the word that we're looking for. Like there is a dire lack of representation completely on organizations that are doing the actual work day in, day out. No, not us, we just meet in rooms and talk shit. So that is something that I'm very concerned about, because if they're finding out just now and they don't have the tools to engage, because this is a very specific methodology and you have to kind of be in certain rooms to fucking understand what is happening. And they're just finding out, and they're just, what does GDC mean? What the letters? there is not enough time at all for them to engage with the process. And what I feel that in combination with the doodling is that this completely went a different way, and if we were not heard being in the room, the chances of whatever they have to say getting to be heard in this process are close to zero. So I don't want to be like horribly negative about it, but just like, you know, bringing what my people are feeling.
Thanks. Anyone else?
Thanks. Maybe building on what was shared, I feel like there's this exclusion by design in the process. So like even the notes not being shared, because for me, one of the big problems is that there's just a lack of coherence across the board with these different priorities. So like we have this priority about like the digital inclusion and digitalization or digital transformation very vaguely defined, being pushed within like, for example, the UN system that conflicts with our climate action goals. And so there is this lack of coherence across the board. And I feel like when you point it out as members of civil society or groups that have been underrepresented in these processes, when there's like that thing becomes very stark and apparent and we make it explicit that because there's no real concrete way of like trying to cohere all of this together, like without scrapping like what's kind of already been pre-drafted and what's being pushed right now, like through these so-called processes, like because it feels very predetermined to me, like what their end outputs are going to be, that like even if we try to like you know, contribute in whatever ways, like because fundamentally that it's been designed to exclude, that we're not really getting anywhere just by thinking about how do we insert ourselves into a pre-created process, but rather thinking about like how do we co-design and create something that we're working towards collectively, that also works together with other movements that really matter in this space. So that's my big thing, is like there's a total lack of coherence, lack of co-design, and it's really undermining our agency at an individual and collective level.
Thanks. Anyone else?
Yeah, I think part of the process that's already been alluded to is just the feedback loop, like the need for a feedback loop of like what, how the inputs are being used or are processed internally. I mean, it's not unique to the GDC. I mean, anyone who's contributed to the UN processes know it's a black hole sometimes of information. And then second, I think for me, and I don't think we're going to get that from the co-facilitators, but I'd like to, like, basically what Ella and I was talking about, what's at stake with this GDC, like why is it important and why should, you know, partners care? Why should our networks care about this? And especially with all the different processes that are going on, there's so many different frameworks being discussed. Civil society is being asked to contribute to a lot of them, and it's like it's overwhelming. And so, like, why does this process matter, and why should we be paying close attention to it? I think we need to kind of come up with that maybe internally too.
Some of the questions we're asking in the main session, or we suggested as a main session, like policy questions for this week, is how member states are going to ensure the buy-in from all stakeholders, right? Because we're talking about the GDC like as a broader kind of space or anything like that, but it's also something that's going to discuss the Code of Conduct for Information Integrity. So how are they ensuring, like, big tech is actually doing the buy-in into that conversation? Like, if we, civil society, are also excluded from this conversation, how are we going to enforce that together with member states? So I think there's a lot of questions, again, about the follow-up steps and what's at stake, in fact, because it's not just the future of the IGF or what the DCF is going to be, or whether multi-stakeholder is going to be dropped off as a participation tool and we're going to move back to a multilateral mostly kind of system, but there is a lot of follow-up questions in that way, so +1 on that.
Could I just ask, does anyone think a new annual forum on digital cooperation is based in New York is a good idea, is something that we need? Yeah. I do too. Somebody want to speak in favor of it? Yeah?
No, as a concept, yes, but as a practice, I mean, it's hard to engage the multiple. I thought I'm loud enough. Well, as a concept, of course, it's not a bad idea, but in terms of like practicality, it should be spread it around the regions. Again, I'm for inclusion of the variety of civil societies, and not only civil society which works with the digital aspects. There should be civil societies which are somehow engaged through human rights line as well. And New York it's too far, it's too expensive as well.
Yeah. All right. But so I think we have rough consensus that civil society does not need a new annual space. Apart from me. All right. So, yeah. Other process points we want to get at. We have regionalization. We have feedback fatigue. Yes.
I just would like to know, we talk about multi-stakeholders. Obviously, we're new here, and but we're coming from a really technical background, and it's just not super clear how a technical community or stakeholder could kind of help.
I don't know if anyone wants a two-finger on that.
I just wanted to answer to the previous speaker from the back, that I do think when we focus on civil society that is engaged in human rights, we still have a lack of competence, of kind of digital literacy. Many human rights organizations are not very familiar what digital environment means to human rights. Although we are here at the IGF, where it's very present and in front of our head, it's not in general that human rights organizations are enough familiar with digital environment and what it means. So we still need some kind of training for civil society organizations, I think.
I just want to say, we ran into that same problem as we've been talking to people, and it's been really helpful describing it, internet access as a prerequisite to human rights, because I think that's where it's losing cohesion.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely.
I want to advocate for very proactive engagement of the technical community, because there is a setback in relation to the role that the technical community could play and should play and has been playing in relation to internet governance and global digital cooperation. One of the challenges and difficulties that has emerged in this process is that there is a setback in how internet governance is being conceived. So that was already, discussed by the time of the WSIS, the World Summit on the Information Society, and there was broad agreement that internet governance is broad and goes beyond the management of numbers and resources and infrastructure and technical resources of the internet. And now we are back to that conversation. It's unbelievable. So that is why it was pointed out by the FOC intervention that the technical community, it was you also? Yeah, that the technical community is being left out of the process. So I think that a proactive engagement is necessary in order to counteract that narrative, and also to make sure that whatever comes out of the global digital process is not a setback in something that is so basic as the scope of internet governance itself.
Just here.
Thank you. Actually, I will think of a specific topic in terms of substance to think of process, because the last policy brief version mentioned, for instance, like sustainable digital public infrastructure, and also refers to ensuring labor rights. But none of the multilateral organizations, like in AI regulation and AI debate, it's touching the labor issue, for instance, or even in the digital public infrastructure discussion, no one mentions sustainability on that, or like carbon footprints for internet infrastructure, or even digital technologies. So I was wondering, like, until the launching of their common future agenda in 1 year ahead, what can really be done that civil society can bring back these really important elements that I think from the document to be put in practice? from this multilateral organization somehow. Thank you.
And you can mention the environmental impact of flying everyone to New York for yet another conference every year. Sorry to harp on that, but yeah.
We have one more.
Yeah, I was just, you know, if there's a sort of broad consensus around the frustrations of the consultation process and the kind of performative nature of some of this consultation and you know, frustrations around inclusivity and everything, I was thinking about, you know, we talked about the idea of trying to identify some things to do as a coordinated effort and kind of collective advocacy. I mean, maybe what we should be trying to do is rather than focusing on the content, is to actually subvert the process itself and kind of see if it's, you know, and I don't know, maybe that's just a waste of our collective energy at this point, but you know, if that is something we want to do, it feels like it's something that we need to do sooner rather than later.
There is one ongoing idea that was issued by the IGF Working Group strategy. That would be to use this space, the IGF, as a sounding board to whatever came out from the GDC process, right? Or the Summit of the Future. We submitted a letter to the co-facilitators. Obviously, it might be too soon to get an answer on that, but it was just acknowledged and nothing else. So it would be interesting to think about a follow-up mechanism or anything that would actually build up on the collective intelligence that the IGF is bringing up. So, yeah. Anyone else?
We're still on process.
Yeah, we can reflect back some of the comments we've heard about process and see whether we want to cohere them or like maybe in some way agree to them. So one point that was made was around the need for transparency. So transparency in terms of process is really key. And linked to that there has been so far exclusion by design. We can provide some examples of that. The need for more coherence and working together, and also the need for connection with other groups and movements. So I think labor rights and sustainability and environmental issues being linked is important. And then the need for a feedback loop, so that's links to the transparency point, the primacy of a multi-stakeholder approach, and the importance of proactive engagement of the technical community and reflecting the real scope of internet governance, not a very limited scope. So that's what we've heard. I mean, that's what I took notes of. So some of those are connected, and we can perhaps put them together so that they're not duplicative, but those are some messages about the process. Do people generally agree that that reflects what's been heard? Does anyone fundamentally disagree with any of those? No? Okay. No new forum, sorry. Yeah. No new.
I understand that we don't feel like the process is being fair or open, transparent, and so on. But we are just wondering here, the Wikimedians, we complain about this, but it's not too late to hack the process? What are our chances of change? Or it's just to speak out and, you know, let them know that we are pissed off about this?
Yeah. Well, I think that's a good question. And my understanding is that the co-facilitators are now tasked with holding consultations. And those are intergovernmental. But it's up to them, as it is for all the co-facilitators that will be appointed for the chapters of the summit will need to run consultations. So we can do our own advocacy with, we're likely to be Sweden and Rwanda, I understand. But the co-facilitators, we can take their ear. I think at this point we have an opportunity. We did do that before, and they did respond, and they set up a civil society consultation, which they set up for 3 hours just to hear the perspectives of civil society. So they set up an online consultation once we shared concerns before. So I think there is, to answer your question, Amalia, just I can't say definitely it will make a difference, But I think we're at a critical juncture where we can put out some recommendations, the concerns, and then some recommendations, and really try and speak with a loud and collective voice to shape how they will do the process.
And what Valeria was saying earlier as well, like if the process is going to be kept as an intergovernmental one, then the way out might be ask for delegations to include us, just like the ITU. So it's one.
Yes, I think we can put forward expectations or demands even. Yes.
Well, do we know when the first draft is going to be released and who's drafting it?
But before we go, I want to respond to Amalia because I think it's a very important question. And I do think that we have to see, I want to respond to you. I think what we have to, obviously the GDC is important, but we have to look beyond the GDC and understand that this is a very particular moment in which the proximity of the WSIS plus 20 review is also going to determine how the digital future is going to be shaped. Governments have just had a Sustainable Development Summit like days ago, and they have agreed an agenda on how to accelerate the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. So there are these different processes happening, and the GDC and they are not connecting. So I think we have to go to see beyond that. So it is not just only how to engage and make sure that we are being heard in relation to the Global Digital Compact. It's also about the role that we can play as civil society to connect those processes, because at the end of the day, the UN agencies are competing about leadership for these processes, how those processes are going to connect. The governments are being appointed to facilitate those processes. We should also be demanding these connections, because all of them have to do with shaping the digital future and the governance, and in this broader framework of the global digital cooperation. So I think that's how we should approach our engagement in the Global Digital Compact and keep pushing for establishment of synergies between those different processes.
And Access Now is in the process of mapping all of the Summit of the Future outputs and processes, and so we can hopefully share that and those timelines, you know, a basic summary of what we know, because again, the GDC is just one of at least 6 or 8 outputs planned for the summit, which will be in September 2024 at the 79th General Assembly of the UN.
Oh, just maybe one last point about the converging spaces, right? Like, we have a lot of notable examples of multi-stakeholder processes in the past. Like, it's WIGIG is one from 2005, Net Mundial is one. It's also rumored to happen again. What else is there? IANA, Stewardship Transition as well, WISIS, ICANN. There's a lot of like collective knowledge about multi-stakeholder participation, and that should be like moved like forward as a good example and maybe a guiding kind of example for this process, regardless of like the lack of information or the information we might have now about it being solely an intergovernmental process. So just to bring in some more examples.
I also just wanted to raise that in addition to the other processes, the Summit of the Future also has other tracks that have digital components to them. How can we as civil society not just get too focused on the GDC that we're missing? Like the security track has tons that are on digital that could implicate like cybersecururity. Yeah, exactly. So like, is there a way we can coordinate to track these different tracks? Like, I don't know. I know we're doing this, Peter, but like for the broader group,
Yeah. Yes, I think that's a really good point, and we should collect ideas for how we move forward on that after we leave the room. But hearing a lot about the need for synergies between this process and others, so any ideas for that, how we coordinate as civil society, but also perhaps how we in our individual ways or as different organizations, we work on making sure that we have that front and center, the need for coordination. Any ideas for that would be welcome.
And if any states want to facilitate that, there won't be a RightsCon in June 2024, right, which would be 3-4 months before the Summit of the Future. Is there a time and a place or that governments would support us to coordinate, enough in advance of the summit, but still, after we actually know what's going to happen?
Yeah, great. Okay, so we have about 30 minutes left. I'm just including my own buffer there of 10 minutes. But we do have a bit of time to review what we have discussed already, or we can talk more about the different topic areas of the GDC, for example, that have already been outlined. I'm not sure if that's too ambitious. I want to get a feel for what people would like to do. Would you like to cohere the messages that we already developed around process and really work on those, or start talking about substance? And perhaps to the point about the colleague went to news earlier about the process, I think we can always put a proviso on anything that we say, saying, without these fundamental points about transparency and openness being met, we do not believe that this process, is legitimate. I mean, I'm just offering an option there, but I think it is of value. I mean, clearly, I think it is of value. That's why we're having this discussion, to try and make some demands and recommendations of the leaders of the process. So, 4 asks. Okay. Well, there are, I think, 4 already. One on transparency, another on coherence, and feedback loops probably links into no new forums or like synergy. Maybe there's 2 key ones there with some sub themes already, and there was also that point about the scope of internet governance and the need for truly multi-stakeholder engagement, with the technical community being adequately proactively engaged. So maybe there's 3 there. Right. So, what do people think?
Seems like Marwa has more to add.
Sure. So is anything coming out of that, like the scratching on the head? Any thoughts you want to share, or you're good? Okay, not yet. Okay. Yes, Peter, what were you going to say?
Let's move to substantive issues.
Okay. So we have those 3 themes around the process, which we can come back to, and perhaps we can discuss how we connect and really synthesize those afterwards. But is everyone up for talking about the substance of what's in the GDC? Okay, I see some nods. Okay, so we have. Should we go through the themes? Or what should we? How do we people want to do it? Do you want to look at the issues paper, paragraph by paragraph? No, I know nobody wanted to do that. Okay.
No, we can just read out what's on. I mean, just highlight what's on the issues paper.
Yeah. Okay.
Very briefly, topic-wise. Not gonna read it. Promise.
We actually were going to project it here, but you can also look it up on your device. Excuse me. Could you? The second file that I shared. Oh, thank you. So how do you search for it in a search engine of your choice? Yes.
Before you get on, because there's a participant at Zoom. I think he has some opinions to share.
Hopefully it's not about how
Yes, please.
Okay.
The remote moderator, thank you.
Sorry.
I think they can do it on the.
Hello?
Before we get to the remote participant, there was a proposal that we talked to Sweden about using the Stockholm Internet Forum, SIF, as the next kind of waypoint to coordinate civil society on the Summit of the Future. Can we get a woo? All right, there's a feedback. Yeah, a couple thoughts on that? Or are you scratching your head again?
Oh, hello.
We have the remote.
All right.
But the thing is, the external internet forum is by invitation.
Okay. We can come back to that. We have Timothy on the line. Timothy, can you hear us? Okay, we can't hear you.
Can we get the remote? Timothy, we cannot hear you.
Can you hear
Can
me
you
now?
hear us?
I can see the microphone
yes.
going.
Yeah,
I cannot-
welcome.
Yes, you are there. Nice to. Hello, all. I'm in Australia. So I've been working for 13 years or so on mostly W3C work that led to the credentials and the digital identity as you understand it, and read write web, which is now known as Solid, and things relating to my data, all those sorts of things. When you are doing W3C works, it is about getting the patents of all the largest companies in the world, right? It is not about defining exactly how they may be used, and it is done in public domain. So the really horrible human rights use cases, the ones about human trafficking, the ones about people who are left with nothing, the ones that are about children, you cannot do in the public domain. And they're not in the interest of large companies who are very focused on payments. So in my view, there has been a rush by a group of participants to commercialize a particular type of outcome that do not support human rights very well and does not easily support the ability to support what's called personal ontology. So that is the idea that you have an artificial intelligent agent that is running on your laptop that knows everything about you and is able to help you with your healthcare, with your well-being, understanding which herbs you might be eating to improve your diet, using the commons of the world, the ability to have relationships with one another without a platform mediator who is issuing mandates in their terms of service agreement about how, about the conditions upon which you're allowed to have relationships with one another. So this is a very long time since the days where the Magna Carta was, and I know it, negotiated in a place called Holborn in the UK. It was not mandated. There would be no human right. There would be no Magna Carta if it was purely a mandate type system. So in order to deal with the social ramifications, this very important social work, and to be able to build the artificial intelligence infrastructure that we need to be able to support every language of prayer, every mother tongue language, and upon that build our ontologies based on what we mean. Because if I am, as an Australian, talking about my thongs, other people overseas may take that in a way that it is not the same meaning, because in Australia it is footwear. It is not ladies' underwear. So in this, I'm looking to do a Internet Society global topic chapter that can therefore be leveraged with the citizens of at least 110 jurisdictions around the world, different peoples, to engage in turn other parts of their society to try to address these things. And so I'd encourage others to have a think and have a look and maybe reach out and see whether or not that might be helpful. I was concerned about what I saw in the GDC.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so thank you for coming in. I think a lot of what you said about the need to meaningfully reflect a range of perspectives is very important. And we want to do that perhaps by looking at the substance, which I'm looking at the issues paper and I know people didn't want to go through it. But I think it is, after all the work that many have done on the consultations, albeit they weren't very open and inclusive as they could have been, an interesting springboard. And so if, excuse me, sorry, we could put that up, or you can look it up on your device. We can go through it just to see what has been already said and get some thoughts from you, some reflections. Perhaps we can spend a couple of minutes on each paragraph. Set up. I promise it's going to be really fun. Actually, I can't promise that, but anyway, we're going to try. Could we put up the yes? And if we can zoom in, so this is the first page, which has some text on the need for strengthening digital cooperation, closing the digital divide, and ensuring an inclusive, open, safe, and secure digital future for all, which is anchored in human rights and enables the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. So that's the Sustainable Development Goals, perhaps something already quite positive. And then there is also the importance of connectivity and digital public infrastructure was highlighted by many, especially within the fields of health and education. Okay, a GDC could support exchange and best practices among countries on digitalization in this regard. That sounds like it's promoting connectivity and digital public infrastructure. Any thoughts on that? I'm just saying that because I heard before interest in reflecting on that digital public infrastructure point. Is that strong text? Could we suggest something else? Any thoughts? We can't zoom in. Okay. If you do want to look at it, I think what you need to look up is issues paper from the co-facilitators, 1st of September 2023. Any points about, yes, connectivity and DPI, digital public infrastructure? Okay.
DPI was in this policy brief before this like 16 times, so it's definitely going to be in the GDC.
Go ahead.
I think it's really should emphasize this sectorial application somehow, like healthcare, education, climate change, because like the Digital Public Goods Alliance are defining as digital ID, payment methods, and data sharing of consent-based. And that's not infrastructure. That's not essential infrastructure. So I think we need to push for beyond like healthcare and education, but also climate change, mobility, and all of the essential facilities somehow should be perceived as infrastructure in terms of digital.
Okay. So better reflecting a wide range of infrastructure. Any thoughts on that, or indeed anything else related to DPI?
Sounds like questions on the definition.
Yeah, questions on the definition. Okay, great. Any other thoughts on that? Okay, another.
I have a question.
Please.
There doesn't seem to be anything that says, because it's all like in this idea of the commons, but there's nothing about like responsible development of the technology being used. It seems, like for instance, these DID programs that would come out of the tracking of giving people rights. I mean, they're already doing that in a number of different countries, and it's been used pretty maliciously by organizing governments. So I wanted to just stress that maybe a word to be add is like responsible.
Or responsible or rights-based, or any other thoughts? Rights-based deployment or use, or what do you think?
Empowering sovereignty, like of the individual.
Okay, so in-centric, human-centric, or individual-centric, or user-centric. Okay, so something to that effect. Okay, any other thoughts on the DPI piece? Universal, affordable, and accessible connectivity was highlighted as a key issue. Digital literacy and skills were raised as fundamental to achieve meaningful universal connectivity. Interesting that there is the term meaningful there. Meaningful is super important. Yeah, I think there's also some elements of this that we can perhaps emphasize as important. There is emerging convergence on the need to build digital capacities through engaging public-private partnerships and promoting greater financial investment in affordable, accessible mobile connectivity. Okay. Yeah, I think generally it means industry and government, but perhaps we could emphasize the need to engage.
Develop and deploy technologies for the internet infrastructure and like maintenance of it in general. I believe so at some point.
Perhaps we can emphasize the point that it should be all stakeholders or all, okay. I don't know if we can note that. Are we noting these? Okay, great. Thank you. She's hard at work, I know. Okay, so then if we move, okay, anyone else on the public-private? Yes, at the back.
Yeah, I think you rightly pointed that there needs to be a clearer definition of public-private partnerships, and that there's this risk of undermining the civic engagement in the development of these public services. I think we see this a lot in the local city context, especially with the capture of different infrastructure. Exactly, the whole smart cities thing that's being, I think, amongst us in the room, critically assessed, but not necessarily at a more public, wider global scale.
Yeah, that's a really key point. Thank you.
Yeah, and just specifically around anything to do with the public sphere and public square and whatever being privatized kind of rings alarm bells. So I don't know that that's necessarily a problem, but private-public partnerships are not necessarily a good thing.
Yeah. So truly comprehensive and inclusive. Public-private partnerships need to reflect the engagement of all stakeholders, something to that effect. Any other points on this? Okay, and then what we have here in the next paragraph is the importance of an open, free, and globally accessible internet. The significance of interoperable internet standards and protocols were emphasized. Reference to the importance of the Tunis agenda was made. There is broad consensus that the Internet Governance Forum plays and should continue to play a key role in promoting the global and interoperable nature and governance of the Internet.
I'll just add that this part was the part about fragmentation that was moved on to Internet governance or digital cooperation. So it's all kind of bundled up together right now. So the first line, it's definitely avoid Internet fragmentation. And the second one is the one that talks about the processes and convergence and better coordination between them and avoiding duplication as well.
So you're saying this is success of our input into the process?
It is.
I think so.
I mean, to me, that's the main part that shows that the co-facilitators actually listened to the community, right? Like reinforcing the IGF.
Yeah, and on that point, I just want to emphasize that I think when we're giving any feedback to the co-facilitators, we should include the positives that we're noticing in this, not just the negatives, because we've received feedback in the past that we do need to, be more mindful of emphasizing the good and not just focusing on the negative. So I think that this point in particular is something we should lead with about how we were happy to see that, and yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Great. I think emphasizing what is in here that is positive will be really helpful to strengthen that I think relationship with them. So thank you for that. And so when you go, the second paragraph also reflects, yes, the need for not duplicating existing forums and processes, which again is in line with many of the messages that came through in the consultations. Anything here that people think, there was a lot about process we discussed in the first part of this session that you think should be reflected here. Yeah, Bruna?
Yeah, my suggestion for this one was just to think about the follow-up mechanisms, right? Like, there's a proposal for the IGF as one, SIF, as I'm seeing, could be another one. Would there be any kind of concerns about using any of these spaces as a follow-up kind of space or discussion or anything like that? Do we have an idea of what do we envision as a follow-up for the GDC?
Oh, are you saying that we should perhaps say the IGF could play a role in that, or?
That's what the WG strategy asks, but there is also the idea of SIF, or using those spaces for discussions.
Any thoughts on what role the IGF could play or any other forum in the implementation of a future compact? Do people think? Yeah, Valerie?
I think there is a lot of potential. One of the ideas that we have obviously considered in the evolution of the IGF is how it can incubate ideas and responses. And the policy networks, the dynamic coalitions, and the other intersectional mechanisms are definitely ways in which we can suggest that the IGF provide some guidance on the implementation and the monitoring of the Global Digital Compact. Not necessarily to be the monitoring body, but definitely to inform, at least the type of indicators, the type of evidence that should be produced if we want the GDC to be monitored properly, in relation to the principles that will be adopted.
Okay.
If it continues with these sub-themes, there could be a DC on each
Exactly, exactly. As an example is that there is a dynamic coalition around the UNESCO Internet Universality Indicators that is providing guidance and feed and using the outcomes of the IGF to feed into the indicators. So something similar could be done for the GDC.
We have been slowly converging to the same space, right? Like for the last 2 years or 3 years, like 2 policy networks were created, one on fragmentation, another one on AI, as key topics and discussions for the GDC. The whole discussion and focus for this IGF on digital cooperation and governance is also in light of that. Like we want to make the agenda more like fine-tuned with the process to use the space for bringing in proper input. But I agree, like we need to move on in terms of like bringing in more suggestions.
Okay, and then, yeah. We've only got about 20 minutes left, so we can try and do the rest of the paper, and then we'll move on to next steps.
I wanted to add, I think we need to qualify what we mean by interoperable nature, because that's also being pushed by the different surveillance organizations. We see that a lot in the European context, for example, and it's affecting displaced persons and migrants in particular. So advancing that interoperable internet is actually negative for human rights. And so I think we need to be more explicit there, what we mean by key role in promoting.
Okay, I see some nodding as well. Did you want to react to that?
I have so many reactions. No, I'm going to focus on the interoperable part. Yeah, the thing is that we use interoperable as the positive way of saying surveillance, basically. So we are talking about international data transfers, national data transfers, systems that are centralized, so everything is connected to each other, and then this is a sort of a buzzword in the whole conversation of global digital public infrastructure, and it's kind of dangerous to go into that discourse. And on that note, I had another comment on sustainability, but I'm gonna keep it to myself.
Just stressing that sustainability, no, interoperable is there as one of the critical infrastructures of the critical properties. My brain is mushy. I don't know. Don't even know what I'm doing anymore. Yeah. I guess. Yeah. We need to flip it a little bit. I agree.
Yeah, I was gonna wait till the end to say this, but because it just follows from what you just said, there's this document is full of buzzwords and no substance really, and it doesn't contain, at least from what I see, the points that many of you raised as what you addressed in your submissions, written submissions. There's no mention of shutdowns keep being on the internet. There's no mention of the word surveillance or privacy rights. And there's a lot of, like you just said, problematic issues contained in nice buzzwords like digital ID within the framework of DPI. And so I think there's a lot of problems with this, but is this going to be the basis of the global digital compact? What is this letter exactly? What is it going to feed into?
The letter is the results of the deep dives. It's how the co-facilitators, it's basically what the co-facilitators learned from the deep dives.
Then that's a big problem.
High level, but it's a very high level document, but I agree. Yeah.
Do we want to move to the following paragraphs?
Yeah, because there is one on data rights right after that.
So we can talk about what we do with that after.
Yeah, on the topic of interoperability and the open, free, and globally accessible internet stuff, I wanted to echo the buzzwords, and I thought maybe a word that could counteract some of these buzzwords would be and you guys had mentioned kind of being more forceful in discussions. There's absolutely nothing wrong with brainstorming around deterrence systems and like information sharing systems, and like some of the work we've done at our research lab has been about like, if there's a region cut off from the internet, how could that region have like a sister city pact with another region on the planet, and like they would receive an alert saying that this population would be taken off. And these types of like deterrence systems are just ideas that can be openly discussed, and governments wouldn't necessarily have as aggressive of a reaction to them, because it's more about a hypothetical system.
So these paragraphs get to some of the meat, right? Or the
Yeah, so there's a need to articulate principles to guide regional and national approaches to data protection and governance, leveraging data and cross-border data flows was emphasized while finding a balanced approach between free flow of data and data protection. Any thoughts on that?
They managed to talk about data without mentioning privacy or surveillance.
Okay, so we can, yeah, any thought, any?
The note is data protection paragraph is awful. That's the note.
It's not good. Rewrite in full. Okay. And then there's convergence around the potential for a compact to promote digital trust and security, and to address disinformation, hate speech, and other harmful content, online content. A GDC could advance transparent and responsible design and application, including human rights-based approach of digital technologies. In this regard, the code of conduct for information integrity on digital platforms that is being developed will be important. Okay, thoughts?
Jan seems to have a lot to say. What do you think about the...
Hey, addressing disinformation, hate speech, and harmful content, none of these things mean anything legally or have any specific definition. So this means very little, unfortunately. So I think that needs to be, I mean, that's what we, with Article 19, and that's what we always say, that these are like not legal terms. We use them sometimes, but we always use them in like parentheses because it's just unclear, except maybe hate speech, as in incitement to violence. None of these words mean anything, and you can restrict a lot on that basis.
I would just say that there's also concerns about using framings of like digital trust and security to address disinformation, hate speech, and that it can easily be used to legitimize overly broad actions or regulation from governments.
Okay, great. Yes, okay. Also very needs to be redrafted paragraph.
Just one comment on that. No, I just wanted to add one comment on that, because it seems, or some UN agencies are believing that a lot of the work from the Internet of Trust debate on UNESCO is converging to the Code of Conduct space. So there might be at some point a discontinuation of the UNESCO, which is ending, right? Like they haven't announced the end already, but there is an internal working group on this topic exclusively with UNDP and some other spaces, and also talking about elections that is going to converge to this discussion as well. So it's one of the key areas of discussion for the future.
Okay. Is this on this point? Yep. Okay. And then we will move on. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Sorry, I mean, yeah, that whole paragraph has got problems, but just specifically on the security question, maybe one very specific tweak would just be changing security to safety. I think when you talk about disinformation and hate speech and stuff, thinking of it from a safety perspective rather than a security perspective I mean, that sounds like actually maybe what that was supposed to say.
Okay.
So yeah.
It doesn't use the term expression or free expression or anything positive.
Okay, great. Thank you for that feedback. So the artificial intelligence paragraph is quite long. I wouldn't read it in full, but it talks about the benefits of AI in enhancing productivity, value creation, and wider digital economy. There is a need to further a common understanding of the risks entailed Forms of regulation, standards, and guardrails are mentioned as potential means to address some risks, emphasis on the need for a human-centric approach, as well as transparent and equitable risk-based approaches. Any thoughts? Any burning reactions? Any? Yes. Okay, just two at the back, and then I'm afraid we have to move on.
I would just say that it's concerning that human rights isn't included here as the approach. Instead, we've got like human-centric, which is great, but I think we really need to be pushing for human rights as the underlying standard.
Yeah. Human rights as
I think that together with human rights oriented, there should be like even workers-led AI governance. It's really missing the labor within it. And I think it's a consensus in terms of algorithm control, workers' agency, or even the micro work, which are the building blocks for AI, should be considered also.
Great, thank you for that. Okay, and yes?
Just one thing that is bothering me a little bit is that there is no mention, as far as I could see, to communities, like what is the role of communities in supporting the development of technologies, supporting their governance and etc. Especially when we consider like indigenous communities or the traditional ones. I think that's fundamental.
Thank you. So the next paragraph is very short, and it's the only place that I think gender comes up. It says nothing. Yeah. And it just says addressing gender digital divides is important.
Yeah, this is just very like placating words. So just requesting more detail here about what exactly gender digital divides are they looking at. So how is technology, gender-based violence included in here? Access to smartphones and access to internet. What else? Inclusive technology. How are cultural norms placating in societies and how women have access to phones? Just kind of across the spectrum.
In the hate speech and disinformation, it should flag gender specifically in that section too, probably, if they're going to talk about it.
Okay, noted. And then a couple here.
Yeah, that was more or less the same. I wanted to say it's not like we are talking only about a digital gender divide. It's a cross-cutting issue across all the other issues that are mentioned in the paper, and therefore it's I can't believe we have only these 2 lines about a divide. We need to highlight that.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's sorry, this is not about me, what I think, but yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I also find it reductionist that when it comes to women and these issues, it's always it's reduced to digital equality and this digital divide, while it transcends that. And I think in addition to it, there should be a recognition, an outright recognition that marginalized communities are impacted by all of these issues disproportionately and differently, and therefore they should be prioritized. So beyond the gender, I think we should address that.
Okay, so that mainstreaming, cross-cutting, yeah, it's like you said, very reductionist, and will reflect that. Sorry, did you? Intersectionality. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that might have been our shortest intervention. No,
yeah.
Just one word there. Okay, short and important.
That's good. And not just because the ITU just walked in, but I think a lot of people have said, name things that fall like lower in the stack maybe than like on the more content level. People are talking about access to devices, things like community networking, different forms of infrastructure. So yeah, it seems like in a few different places, there's a lot, and the environmental impacts and things like that hit at other lower layers maybe than on the top.
Okay, thank you. That's a really good general point. And then the last one is on sustainability. The role of green technology and digitalization to accelerating climate ambitions was highlighted. And there's something also about the need to address technology-related drivers of climate risk and growing consumption and e-waste.
Sorry to go back to language, but sustainable. There are
two ways in which the word sustainable is used. One is sustainable development goals. So the goals and the development is sustainable. And then sustainable in relation to climate, which hopefully one day, I don't know, climate will be sustainable. But there is absolutely nothing, and in all that talk about the digital public infrastructure, about the sustainability of the technology itself. And this is when we say the technologies have to be open and has to be inclusive, and it has to be all of that, but it has to be sustainable. Because we come into these countries and we say, oh, this country is not developed. Let's give them mirrors and internet. And then we leave, and the technology is left there, and the technology falls apart after 6 months. And this is what we keep doing over and over and over and over. And this is nowhere at all.
Okay, thank you for that. We can reflect that. And just coming on to the last part of our session, we want to talk about how we reflect all of this feedback.
One more online.
Oh, sorry.
Are you able to facilitate that? Thanks. Yeah, online. We're inclusive and respect remote participation.
Yes, and we'll have to be very quick because we need to wrap up, really.
How are we gonna? All right, so we'll talk about like coordination, like concretely.
Yes. So we have some ideas, which are just as fun as going through this paragraph by paragraph. Everyone really enjoyed it in the end.
We have 2 hands up, and we have 6 minutes to the end of the session. So let's
Okay.
Valeria.
Yes, we'll have this, and then we'll discuss next steps.
Collective actions in relation to coordination, just 2 possible entry points. First, the ones that I mentioned. We can articulate around this that has been being produced by a collective process already. So inviting all of you to engage with that process. And the other one is that we are launching here a campaign that is called the IGF We Want, and is related and responding to the fact that there are these attempts to replicate or duplicate or even disappear the IGF. We don't know what the intention is. So building on the achievements of the IGF that are many, including proving how the multi-stakeholder approach can be implemented around internet governance. So we are launching this campaign here, and that's perhaps an entry point for collective action. So you can contact me. The name of the campaign is the IGF We Want.
Thank you. So we have to figure out what we do next with everything that we've discussed. We have 3 main themes in the first part of our discussion on process that we thought we could write out so that it makes sense to a wider community that wasn't part of this discussion. And those themes are transparency, coherence, and need for accurate reflection of the scope. And then, I'm afraid we have to wrap up really quickly. Would you be able to share your points by email or in the chat, Timothy?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Just really quickly, I think there should be a definition of digital slavery that is sought to be worked through. Because we have, at one end of the spectrum, pervasive surveillance that apparently knows everything and provides cybersecurity. At the other end of the spectrum, there are many vulnerable people who cannot go to a court of law because apparently there is no evidence. So somehow understanding what digital slavery actually means, I think, is an important reference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. And you definitely send through any other comments, either in the chat and by email. So those are the 3 process-related recommendations and reflections we had. And so what we can do is, as I said, write them up and then share them via your email, really, so that we can use those going forward. And then there was a lot of reactions to the co-facilitators paper, which when you asked about what is it, it is a basis for future discussion. So I think reacting to it could be quite helpful, and perhaps drafting a reaction piece or something. What do people think? Thoughts?
Yeah,
I
got a lot of notes from a lot of the things you guys brought up, like improve like some of the meanings, qualify some of the terms that were used, re-signify the language in a lot of spaces. So maybe we can work on that, like for the statement.
Yeah, and just a quick note. There's no mention of digital colonialism, and I feel like that one's a really big piece that's missing here. Yeah, exactly. I mean, there is a push within like parts of the UN system for this, and then like there's a group of us working on decolonizing technology. So, and then the other one was green tech doesn't really mean anything. So I think they need to take that out.
One of those buzzwords. Lots of those buzzwords. Okay, thank you for those. We need to get a show of hands, maybe, or actually any reactions for the idea of setting out the process-related concerns and recommendations, sharing those with you via email. What do people think? Yes. Would you be interested in getting those in writing? Yeah.
Is there a list, or do we need to?
There's no list. We just need to get your email here after the session. And then on the feedback on the co-facilitators paper, the substantive feedback, drafting a reaction piece, and perhaps having some sign-ons to that could be a way forward.
Yeah, we can put all the notes together and share with everybody and see if we can transform it into a document with sign-ons. But I would just like to flag interventions in the main sessions as well. It's really key that we bring some of these issues to the main sessions. Otherwise, co-facilitators that are here and are listening to the meeting and a lot of the sessions will think it's fine, it's moodless. So it's, important to complain.
That's a great point, because they are here and in listening mode. Thank you.
Does anyone really want to advertise a session like where we have to be? Yes. Thanks. All right. Quickly, please.
Yes, I think the main session of the Dynamic Coalition, which is on Thursday afternoon, will address exactly these issues. And as the Dynamic Coalitions are a collective basis for civil society organizations, I do think it would be good to give it a follow-up there. Thank you.
All right. Dynamic Coalition on Thursday. Any other events?
The GDC main session on Wednesday.
CSTD consultation on WSIS plus 20 as well.
Okay.
So really important.
The JustNet IT for Change session. Yes, Day Zero event at 4 p.m. Any others? Okay, so I have some of your emails, and Bruna some of your emails, and I'm sure Peter some of your emails. If you come up here, we will get your email, and then we can send you, at the very least, the first thing we can do is send the process-related recommendations and concerns.
Thank you, Shital and Bruna.
And thank you, Peter, for being like in real teacher mode. I saw that.
Thanks,
Picking
everybody.
on people. Thank you, everyone.
And thanks for resisting the breakout groups.
closely with them at the ITU. I don't know if you know Hongjun. Hongjun, he is the chairman of study group 20. No. So I have worked with him for many years.
Oh, wow, wonderful. Okay, hello everyone. It's about the time to start. Please take a seat, and thank you so much for coming to Equal Research Annual Meeting. I'm Moon Choi, one of the co-leader of the Research Coalition. We are very excited, to see you finally in person. So this Equals Research Coalition Annual Meeting has several goals, and then the moderator, the coordinator, the tailor is distributing the documents, and this is a concept note. So as you know, that Equals Research Coalition is really working hard to provide more evidence about the evaluation, the evidence-based policy. And if you go to the second, there are more details. But before going through the overarching goals, I would like to introduce, our colleague. The Kara was not be able to make it, so we have, the colleague from the ITU. So he's going to give opening speech. So, please.
Thank you, Professor. So again, I send, Carla sends her apologies. So my name is Preetham Malur. I'm a colleague of Carla at the ITU, and I head the Emerging Technologies Division there. I have, Carla has been a close colleague, so I've interacted with her over the years. But I have to admit that, I haven't been totally up to speed on the Research Coalition, so maybe this is the opportunity. Let me just, give some short remarks again on behalf of Carla and on behalf of the ITU. So it's a pleasure to be here today, to see you all at the Equals Research Coalition, to see the partners united in person after more than a year. And again, thank you very much to KAIST and to Georgia Tech for leading the work of the coalition. And the coalition plays a very pivotal role in our collective action and our collective mission. The primary goals, of course, includes ensuring that the practitioners and the policymakers have the intelligence they need to make informed decisions and to drive evidence-based actions. And we achieve this by identifying, key knowledge and evidence gaps, conducting research on priority topics, providing practitioners and policymakers with actionable information. So why does it all matter? Strong, credible data, case studies are vital to understand the problem, recognize successful strategies, identify gaps and opportunities. And this enables us to move towards bridging the digital gender divide. This is a vital piece, of course. And it's of utmost importance that we continue and we reinforce the work of publishing reports, collecting data, informing other Equals coalitions, the access, skills, and leadership pillars. And we have some great achievements as a coalition here. An example, the Taking Stock report, Data and Evidence on Gender Equality in Digital Access, Skills, and Leadership, which served as the inaugural report of the Research Coalition. The most recent accomplishment is the report on sex disaggregated ICT data in Africa. I'm also pleased to highlight the flagship project, Equals EU, which is Europe's regional partnership on gender equality in the digital age. It aims to promote gender equality in social innovation through capacity building and creating smart, sustainable, and inclusive social innovation systems in local communities and in cities in Europe and the global north and south. So the collaborative efforts of the partners from all over Europe have manifested in activities such as hackathons, innovation camps, a 3-week summer school, and the development of gender equality tools, gender equity tools. So together we are making significant strides towards gender digital equity. And I'm excited to see the impactful work that lies ahead for our research coalition. Again, thank you very much for your dedication and continued contribution. Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the opening speech by ITU and the representative. And now we are moving to the program. So if you see the third page, the tentative agenda, the IT, the support team, would you show the tentative? Yes, the next page. Next. That's the first page, so would you move to the third one? Next. Yes. So this is a program of today's meeting. So we will give you the time to introduce yourself. We have old friends and also new faces. So we would like to hear who you are and your research interest, maybe briefly. From here, I'll give you the mic. Yeah, from the Professor Christopher Yu.
I'm Christopher Yu at the University of Pennsylvania. We are, among other things, most relevantly in the space, doing empirical work to try to understand the impact of mobile internet connectivity on socioeconomic well-being with gender, particularly projects funded by GSMA Women, and to really try to understand the dynamics of how that works. We're doing a longitudinal study in Bangladesh and Ghana. We have the baseline done. We're currently in the process of funding and fielding the end line to try to see what that's going to be. And we're doing other things in school connectivity and other assessment means. And happy to talk about any of that. Maria.
Hello, my name is Maria Garrido. I come from the University of Washington Information School, and I'm here with my colleague Matias Centeno from the National Institute of Technology and Agriculture. And my research, we center mainly in trying to find alternative measures for finding the progress on bridging the digital divide. And yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Professor Moon, for the invitation, and we're very happy to be here.
Thank you. My name is Pranav. I work with the Internet Society Foundation, and we work towards connecting the unconnected among many other projects. And we don't only conduct research, but we also fund researchers in this area. So please feel free to go through our website, and I'll be happy to connect you with more colleagues on that space. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Munyol Yang, and I'm a master student of KAIST, who is Moon Choi is one of my advisors. And I'm working on how the diversity, including women, gender equality, performs in the productivity in defense industry area. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Onika Makwakwa. I'm the Executive Director at the Global Digital Inclusion Partnership, where we work on meaningful connectivity for the global majority. You would know our work as the team that led the Alliance for Affordable Internet in the past. We're doing research currently on the cost of exclusion, looking at the economic impact of excluding women from the digital economy.
I'm Kenneth. I work with Onika with GDIP.
Hi, my name is Gaini. I'm from LearnAsia. We're a regional think tank working across the Asia Pacific, particularly in developing Asia. I think my colleagues Helani and Aisha have worked very closely with Equals in the past, and I'm here on their behalf. We do a lot of work. In terms of gender, we do nationally representative surveys, looking at breakdowns by gender, but also looking at other things like urban-rural divides, disability, and whatnot. So we've done nationally representative surveys in the past across 6 Asian countries, and we just did one in post-COVID to look at the changes in digital inclusion gaps. Due to COVID, looking at the gender elements of people coming online, whether COVID actually got more women to come online because of needing to help their children with their educational needs, what that did for platform work. And we also have just concluded some qualitative research to look at how women have sort of operated in the platform economy, particularly in the context of COVID. So very much looking at that intersection of gender and the digital economy, amongst other things. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you all. And I'm with the same School of Science and Technology Policy with Professor Moon Choi. My name is So-Young Kim. I am a political scientist by training, but these days I'm doing much more on how women can be more promoted in the fields of science and technology. And over the last few years, actually not few, but several years, I've been working as an advisor to the Ministry of Education, chairing the committee to promote women in university faculty as a whole. And also for that, we have been actually evaluating 39 national universities over more than 20 years in terms of whether new faculty members around the nation have a sufficient portion of women in the new cohorts, and also in terms of how women actually get promoted over the long track, from assistant to associate and full professors. And lately, I've been involved in advising and actually creating the 5th basic framework for women in science and technology. And so I guess I'm dealing with the question of double marginalization in SNT, because women are very much underrepresented in SNT in general, but also especially in terms of digital technologies. Latest digital technologies like AI, women are much more less represented. So somehow I got involved in this equals because of Professor Moon Choi, but we have a new faculty member, and I guess we will be maybe taking a greater role in the next few years. Thank you.
Hi, lovely to meet you. My name is Dasum Lee. I joined KAIST STP a year ago from now, and I study AI-based infrastructures and cyber-physical systems. So more specifically, I look at how AI can be used in the energy systems and self-driving cars, and how they can support environmental and social sustainability. And more specifically regarding gender, I'm looking at how women understand or how women have access to this new and emerging technology in a very different way compared to their male counterparts. So how they use these technologies, how they are considered as a market in a very different way. So often with self-driving cars, women are not considered as the primary buyer. But women actually do show a significant interest in these new and emerging technologies. So that's one of my research interests. And I'm very new to equals, but I'm very excited to be here. And I recognize some of the faces that I saw on Zoom, which is always nice. So lovely to meet you.
And then online participants. Hello everyone. It's so nice to meet you all here. I'm a PhD student in the Graduate School of Science and Technology in KAIST. So I'm assisting Professor Moon Choi to coordinate this session. And my interest that related to the gender digital divide is about the gender gap, about how internet use really impact the real life experience. So in overall, I focus on the 3rd level digital divide in the gender perspective. So it's nice to meet you all, and I'm look forward to talking more about these topics more. Yes.
Hi everybody, my name is Taylor DeRosa. I'm also working with Professor Moon Choi. I'm a master's student in the School of Science and Technology Policy at KAIST. And my research mainly focuses on actually also looking at the digital divide, but through the lens of the North Korean refugee migrants living in South Korea. And I also look at some intersections like gender and age as well, in terms of how different forms of internet use relate to their social relationships and resources. So it's really nice to see you all in person.
Hello, my name is Ibom-son, and my advisor is Dasom Lee, and I'm also from Graduate School of Science and Technology Policy. And nice to meet you all. I'm interested in mostly about AI and energy, but I think what democratic values like equal treats is very important for that new technology. So thank you.
Thank you so much for the introduction. There's always one, two person who speak long, but somehow today everyone, introduce themselves very briefly, so we are on time. So I'm Moon Choi, and I'm a professor at KAIST, and actually my research background is more social welfare policy and gerontology, but recently we have completed a project about gender inequality in AI labor force. So we have some empirical data, and also recently I have been involved in the NIA, it is called NIA in Korea, National Information Agency, about the IAC project, that's Information Access Center around the developing countries. So I really look forward to working with the many partners in this room. And okay, so now we are moving to the okay. Yes, yeah. Thank you for the reminder. Okay. Okay, so would you please show the Zoom, the participant on the screen? So. How many are in the Zoom? Three, okay. Can you hear their voice? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Ariana? Okay. Ariana, can you introduce yourself?
Absolutely. Samuels, and I am trying to get my video up, but I'm having, okay, I think you can see me now. Wonderful. I am originally from Jamaica, and I am an aerospace engineer by training and technology policy specialist. I'm based at Oslo Metropolitan University, and I'm working with how we can create gender inclusive innovation ecosystems. And within this space, I'm very involved and affiliated with the Equals EU project, and very excited about the synchronies I can form with the Equals EU Research Coalition and its important work. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. And the next person, Berhanu.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, wonderful. My name is Burhanu Nugusi from Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Actually, I am Pan-African Youth Ambassador for Internet Governance, and I am actively working with my chapter, Ethiopian chapter, Internet Society, and also I am involving in civil society to solve the problems of internet-related issues. Today, I'm happy to be here with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, the next person is Professor Park.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much, Professor Choi. My name is Kyung Park. I'm from KAIST grad school. I'm actually literally at the conference venue, and then my on-site registration actually is temporary unavailable was just not like. So I'm sorry for that. Sorry that I was not able to just in. But I have been just listening to all the introduction possible and to see you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And the next person is Pasi.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm not sure whether you're hearing me.
Yes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Percy, and I'm from Uganda, the Center for Media Literacy and Community Development. I actually just joined, and I think that's the introduction I can do. I'm really happy to be here and to be joining this session. And I'm looking forward to listening to insights about internet governance. It's my first time attending this conference. So I'm really looking forward to a lot of learning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And also we have a new attendance in the back. Would you please introduce yourself, your name and your affiliation and your research or your, the work, the priorities and interests?
My name is Toshikazu Sakano from Advanced Research Institute for Telecommunications International, based in Kyoto, and I'm doing a research on ICT for disaster countermeasure and global team. We are doing some feasibility studies in many countries. So I'm interested in global collaboration. That's why I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Chandra Prakash Sharma, CEO and founder at Visflux, based in India. We are collaborating with Dr. Sakano and Mr. Jeffrey here from Philippines on the locally accessible cloud system project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, I'm Jeffrey Lianto. I'm the Executive Director of the CIVISNet Foundation based in the Philippines. We are working on the wireless communication during disaster, working with Dr. Sakano and Mr. Sharma for this one to be implemented to the other countries also. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And also we have a new participant here.
I'm Honorable Ayobangira Safari. I'm an MP from DRC Congo.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Is there anyone that I missed? No? Okay, we are good. Thank you very much. And so now we are moving to the next agenda. So the primary purpose of this meeting is to discuss about the next annual report. As you know, that Ecology Research Coalition have two primary goals. The first one is about the annual meeting, and second one is annual report. So maybe Taylor, can you give an overview about what we have done for the brief presentation? Would you be able to do so? The PowerPoint? Yeah. You're not. Okay. Because we have new members here, so it would be nice to have a brief overview about what we have done. So before moving to the next agenda. So ECOLS has, started from 2016 by the collaboration efforts of 5 partners. That's ITU, GSMA, United Nations University, and UN Women, and also ITC. So 5 partners started this ECOLS, and the primary purpose is a global partnership, to promote gender equality. So we have 4 coalition. One is assess, second is skills and leadership and research. So this is one of the coalition, and our goal is to help to do evidence-based policy. So Taylor is one of our coordinator with the Anchan, and she's going to give an overview about what we have done for a year. Okay, so as you may know that we started 2016, and then UNUCS was a very active leader of this research coalition. But there's up and downs, and then there's a change in the leadership. But because of COVID-19 and other situation, there's a not active, the activities among the research coalition partners. So KAIST and also Georgia Tech took over the leadership role. So now we are moving to the next step. Okay, so Taylor, are you ready?
Okay, so we can briefly talk about what the Equals Research Coalition is and what we have done up until this point for the newer members who are in the room. So as Professor Moon Choi mentioned, we support the larger Equals Global Partnership, which is made up of 3 pillars: access, skills, and leadership. And there are members across civil society as well as the private sector and nonprofit sector. And so we are trying to support providing actionable insights using evidence-based policy and our research. And so the purpose at a very high level of the Research Coalition is to generate knowledge about the existence, causes, and remedies for gender tech inequalities. And so right now, so as of 2023, so the last research report was 2019, I believe. And then because of COVID, the Research Coalition kind of dropped off a little bit, and then we have reinvigorated ourselves this year. And so as of this year, we have 34 more active members across 19 different institutions, largely in the US and Europe, but we are trying to spread actually more of our researcher base more globally. As Professor Moon Choi mentioned, the first report, the inaugural report for the Equals Research Coalition, was called the Taking Stock Report, Data and Evidence on Gender Inequality in Digital Access, Skills, and Leadership. And this was focused into 2 parts. Part 1 was really actually about compiling all of the different data sources about the gender digital gap across many different countries and sources. And it was also identifying where there were many gaps. As you all know, it's very difficult to get a hold of this data. And part 2 was organized by different chapters based on focus areas of interest of the different contributors. And so we're keeping this in mind as we think to the next iteration of the report, which we want to discuss here today. And then there was another follow-up report. So the first report really identified that there was a very, very significant gap in sex disaggregated ICT data in Africa. And so Dr. Arabase and other colleagues spearheaded an initiative to create a special report specifically on this topic. And so that came out a bit later. And so those are the 2 reports that this coalition has published. And now we are looking forward to the next report. Just really briefly, the 2 primary activities that we focus on, as Professor Moon Choi mentioned, is publishing the reports and meeting annually. So the annual meeting is now. I will skip this. So we actually started when we wanted to reinvigorate the Research Coalition by having a series of individual meetings with some of the most active partners in previous years to understand what they wanted to get out of the Research Coalition and how we should move forward as a group. The biggest takeaways from that was we needed to re-energize this community because we're basically starting from nothing. I think one thing that we still maybe need to solve as a group is exactly the benefit and value proposition of participating in this coalition. So we're hoping that now that we have re-energized the group a bit, when we think about the next iteration of the report, we can also focus on what the Research Coalition can also offer to the members besides just some great networking opportunities. We had a series of bi-monthly Research Coalition meetings, largely planning. I think actually we have 2 sessions at IGF tomorrow and Tuesday, a lightning talk session about measuring gender digital inequality in the Global South, and then a session about empowering women in advanced technologies, which is about equals-related initiatives on Tuesday. So a lot of the meetings were focused on planning for those. This is just briefly an overview of the schedule of events, but I believe it's also in the concept note that you were handed out. So I hope this gave a little bit of an overview for people who are less familiar with Equals about exactly what we've done up to date. But I think it's equalsintech.org is the website. So if you're interested in finding information about the other coalitions and other work that is going on, I encourage you to look there for more information. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And there's a dinner, network dinner after this session at 7 p.m. It's about several the stops away by the subway, and it's Kion. What's the name of the restaurant? Kyoshoton. Okay, Kion Shoton. Yeah, yeah. So we will have a dinner there. So you are all invited. So please come and and have dinner together. Okay, so the reason that we get together today is to discuss about the direction or so structure of our annual report. That's most important agenda of equals. So we have thought about what would be the right direction. So there was a small discussions and also by monthly, the online meetings, and now finally we got some ideas. And technician team, would you please post the second the document? Yeah, it's called the planning. Yes, would you make it bigger? Okay, okay. I think all of you have a hard copy. So this is the draft note about how to proceed the annual report. There's equals vision, and also there's the each coalition assess leadership and skills. But so far, it's a very much bottom-up approach. So we have the very active stakeholders like partners, and they propose certain topics, and editorial board get together and then cross those ideas into groups and make a report. But I think that was the very, the initial report, but now it's about the time to move to work with other coalitions. So I think the clusters, it will be a very, formed structure, and we have to discuss, who will be the editorial committee and who will contribute to each the cluster. So based on our previous meeting or so, discussions through the several meetings, I think we figure out each active partner's research interest. So we tried to group into 3. And about the assess, I think Professor Christopher Yu and Professor Mark Bast and Professor Maria Galileo and also Allison and also Dr. Allison and also other members have a very active project on that. So I think there are 2 options of a contribution. It's not about the full-length manuscript. That's more like a chapter. That's between 4,000 and 6,000 words. About case study, it's a brief one, 1,000 words. So you have choices, but we know that it's not for you to develop a new research project and gathering new data. It's more, I think the annual report is more like outlet to promote your research findings, like the previous one. So, but important thing is that each cluster should have one leader, and then we are going to work with those leaders, regularly. So, I propose, Professor Christopher Yu to lead the first assess group. Okay, but if other persons want to switch their, the cluster, or want to be a leader, or want to contribute to different way, please, say so. We are happy to discuss that. And about the second one is leadership. That's more private sector, or so, more cultural part too. And current co-leader of this coalition is EY and UN Women. And about this, the cluster, I think our team and also Michelle and Kara is not here, but ITU group and also Professor Dasom Lee and also the director Audrey Plunk and Ms. Molly Lesher. I think they are from OECD, and also the Professor Pranav, and also the Professor Lillian, and also other members can contribute to the leadership part based on what they have done. And about the skills, the coalition is led by the GSMA and ITU. And about this group, Tamara was not able to make it even online because of time difference, but we proposed Tamara as a cluster leader, and also Professor So-Young Kim, and also Director Helani Kapaya, and also other the members. So, but we were not able to include everyone, so there are people in online, also offline. So maybe there are even people who came to the annual meeting for the first time. But this report we aim to publish next to probably October or November. And so I think it will be a 1-year project. So, we would like to hear from you what you think, and then after a brief discussion, we are going to make a group into 3 clusters and then discuss about the details of, who will do what, and also, how the timeline, and also themes, and, etc. So, okay, comments and questions, or, yeah, please feel free to so. There are several microphones here. Also, I can walk around. Right. Do you have any thought or about the structure, maybe? Want to be a co-leader?
Well, I guess the first thing I would say is, as someone who's been volunteered to be a leader, you kind of, this coalition will be what we make of it. And it really is up to us to drive it forward. I think that what Moon you're suggesting is there's part of it which is taking advantage of the work we're already doing and putting it together. That's a big part of it. But we should also be thinking about more proactively reaching out to each of the coalitions is doing work. They're probably not doing very good evaluation work, and working with them to try to learn. So it's try to make sure that the projects they do aren't one-offs, public relations devices, that we can actually make sure we learn what we're trying to develop, measurements of what we're trying to accomplish, and assessments of what is actually effective and working. And I guess we're really inviting, I think, everyone in the room, if this is going to work, if you're doing work on gender, even just a brief case study, 2 or 3 page describing any of the research you're doing in all these fields would actually go a long way to help this push this process forward.
Yes, yeah, that's exactly what we are aiming to. And any comments?
Thank you very much. I'm wondering if, in order for us also to show more integration with the other clusters, following from Christopher's comment, we should invite the other clusters to contribute with case studies. Small pieces that perhaps are not fully research oriented, but they still can be turned into and show the integration of the work with the other 3 coalitions. Skills, leadership, and that's a suggestion, Dr. Choi.
Yeah, that's a great idea. So it's like a small showcase of what their activities from the non-academic
From the broader initiative.
Yeah, we will announce the call for contributions or call for the case studies. So yeah, we'll do that. Thank you. And any comments from the audience or from ITU, right? No. You introduce yourself, maybe?
Yeah, hi, I'm Audrey Plunk. I'm from the OECD. Hi. Yeah. We do a fair amount of work on gender in ICTs. I think you've articulated some of the challenges in terms of statistics disaggregated by sex or gender are difficult. I think we have some coverage in our work, and we have lots of case studies and things like women-led startups and VC investment and AI and things like that we do have insight on a certain amount of countries relative to gender. Also things like ability to code and ability to access the internet and things like that. So I think there's some out there. Again, our coverage is not global in the sense of 191 countries. It varies on the data depending on what kind of data we can get our hands on. So anyway, it's a very good initiative, and we're happy to help if we can. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, OECD group can be a part of leadership. So leadership is focused on that issue about the gender issue in leadership in the private sector. So yeah, that would be perfect field. Okay, any comments? Okay, Professor
So I'm now listed under the skills group, and I have very little knowledge of how these issues are addressed, at least in South Korea. But I'm sure there have been a lot of a lot of effort by the Korean government and also by the Japanese government and also some Asian countries. So although this is not specifically about East Asia, when we address skills issues, I think we can also aim to achieve something like the XX group, which have been really doing real data collection efforts. So somehow, although we may not be able to really embark on true data analysis project, at least it would be good to actually canvas the whole round of surveys available around the world, and then at least have some snapshot of where this skills gap actually lies. I'm very much, I guess I belong to the right group compared to the other two sections.
I think I belong to the right group as well, the leadership. I think what we often don't think about is the number of CEOs in business worlds that are women or significantly small. And when we look at these, new and emerging technologies are what I study. And if you look at those technologies and how they're being developed, women are largely neglected as the potential target market. And in that sense, I think hopefully I'll have something to contribute to the group.
Okay, so Professor So Young-gi, want to move to the more assessed group, or no, you want to stay? Okay, because we don't have Tamara here, so we need a person who can lead that cluster today. And Professor So Young-gi, would you mind to moderate? Yeah, thank you so much. So now we are going to make a small group, and then, but as you know, that this is just a start point. So we just set the goal and then leader, and then each the cluster is going to invite more people. Not just like active existing member of partner of coalition, research coalition, because I know that many colleagues, right, working in this field. So it's a great opportunity to put together and then invite people. So after this meeting, our team is going to draft the flyer, call for authors or call for contribution to the 2024 research report, and then we are going to distribute that to the leaders, and then we can invite more people. We expect about 5 to 7 authors of each the cluster. So we don't expect a long, like 300 pages report like that we did previously. This is more like a shorter version, but it will evolve over the years. This is just the second beginning. So okay, let's make let's have a breakout sessions. So the first assess group will get together around the Professor Christopher New, and also the second leadership group, that's me. So please come to me. And about skills, the group can be together around the Professor So Young-gi. So let's get together. So we allocate time about half hour. So we are on time. So we will get back 5 p.m. and each group is going to present what they have discussed, okay? What's your overall theme, or what kind of topics each authors are cover, and also list of potential authors you can invite to the group as an author. And then, about the next step. And also, I just want to give you a heads up. If you serve as the leader of each cluster, we are going to invite you to KAIST probably next summer, so we can have a small research workshop, very intensive research workshop. So yeah, okay, thank you. And let's come back like 5 p.m. after small group discussions. Thank you. and then maybe each group brief, summary about what you have discussed. It's about, whether about the topics of each partner's contribution, the title of the topic, the chapter or case analysis, and also if there are any partners who want to move from one group to another based on the fit of what they are doing, and also maybe list of potential authors of each, the group. Okay, so Professor Christopher, you go first, and then we will move.
So our group was small, but that was not a problem. Maria, Matthias, and I had a very interesting conversation, and we identified several possible natural topics. Matthias is doing very interesting work with women-led community networks, and it's proposing to understand in three different levels of urban, peri-urban, and rural, to understand how they would play out differently, the benefits in the other ways. We also are going to ask all the people at the lightning talks, because we know Allison's got to be doing some work in this, and they're going to look at the presentations, and it's a very natural thing for them to leverage this. And my guess is the beautiful thing about researchers like that, they've already written part of it up. We got to find out what Lunasia's up to, because I know there's some gender access stuff you're doing. And so just we'll touch base and try to get some ideas. We're talking about 2, 3, 4 pages, just stealing stuff out of your reports just to give you a platform to talk about the great work you're doing. We're going to reach out to APC, Georgia Tech, the work we're doing, which we'll highlight in our talk. And then what Marina was thinking also is to probably not so much just report for existing work, but on a forward-looking basis, something that's interesting to her, which I think is a great idea. Think about alternative measures of access, not just, to try to find ways to proxy for it, particularly in what I heard you say in my head, is network-based data that we can infer stuff from. Because if we can get network proxies, that's information we can get. The rest of the stuff, survey, it's so ungodly expensive. And if there's a way we can actually validate a measure and generalize it up, then we could actually do a lot. And maybe not getting absolute levels, but a minimum level, changes in rates, progress, these sorts of things. And so we're probably going to devote part of our section on a forward-looking basis of more speculative stuff, which is not data-based in the same way, but I don't think it matters. I think it'd be a neat contribution to the report.
Thank you so much. And the next is Professor Tasom Lee.
So we're the leadership group, and to specify, the leadership refers to women's representation in the ICT and technology sectors. And we had the Internet Society Foundation, and they discussed how to assess. So let me just clarify. The Internet Society Foundation discussed the 2 types of leadership. One is fellowship-based. The other one is training and e-learning courses-based. So you can actually see that there's a multi-level types of leadership going on there. And the OECD group discussed the statistics. So we looked at different types of stats going on. They mentioned that they had lots of different types of data available. And what we kind of discussed was that it would be really interesting if we could just look at one signature indicator, just choose one, and then try to get into as much depth as possible. And that would maybe gain some traction and then lead to a bit more funding, a bit more, contributors kind of joining in. And what we're hoping to do is that we kind of write about the existing research and then kind of write a short or long proposal to discuss how we would actually continue to do this in the future too. More specifically on my side as well, I think what we discussed was that we want to look at, regarding leadership, we want to look at different types of corporations, so that be multi-level or transnational corporations, which we would have to look at the headquarters to see where they're geographically located, the small and medium-sized enterprises, and then the startups, which the OECD has data on, so that we can actually have a look at all these different aspects of corporations and leadership. Is everything okay? Okay. Yeah, so that's basically the gist of what we were saying.
Okay, thank you so much. And Professor Soyoungi, would you, summarize the discussions with the skills group?
We were only a two-person group, so I'll just speak half, and then maybe Kalani, right? Kayani can just fill up the rest. So we have actually found interesting commonalities with the other two groups, because the skills are related to access and also leadership in two ways. The first one, we need questions like access anyway, and we have to define skills very, very specifically instead of just asking whether you use the internet. So the first point we actually agreed on is we need to develop, at least find really good source of survey data around the world, which contains those specific, very concrete questions about different layers and levels of skills. We know that there are many surveys on ICT access and also related to gender, but we don't really see many questions like these specific ones. So that way, we can benchmark some of access questions, because access questions, as Professor Tasumli and also other people said, questions are increasingly being more sophisticated. So skills questions need to be more sophisticated in the same fashion. The second one, related to leadership, we also find an interesting paradox, because as skills gap is being narrowed down, the more gaps are actually created in upper level of digital skills. So now people get to obtain some very basic ICT education. So we don't really see much gap, gender gap, but really, really difficult to learn skills such as very fancy AI technologies. This is extremely hard to obtain. And then now, even if they get education for these really latest upscale technologies, when they get to the job market and also when they get to work, there's a gender and work and life balance, especially in ICT sector. As you know, this is kind of a crunch mode, 24-hour work, so that we don't really find the very high level leaders in the ICT sector, which actually backfires, because when we motivate women and girls to obtain more high tech in ICT, but they don't see anybody up there, then what's the motivation or incentive for them to learn more advanced technologies? So in that way, this is also related to the leadership section. Then finally, we have been discussing who could be mobilized to provide some writing here. And we talked about UN, APC something, and World Bank Group, whatever. But she has a very good idea of who is really available.
Hi. So yeah, we were just coming up with a couple of names, but of course, I'm sure people in the room will have a better idea. But we were just thinking that I think UN's APC ICT was doing some work on skilling. There may be a gender angle in that work, because I think there was also some level of benchmarking what different countries were doing. I know the World Bank does, in their sort of digital economy assessments, they look at skills elements of all the other the different countries, and maybe also look at programs. So I don't know if we want to approach them and have some sort of conversation about taking case studies from there, but that also may be a function of just looking at what countries are doing. So perhaps if there are any good programs that countries are doing, perhaps if anyone knows of good programs or people we can approach, maybe some M&E elements of a good program would be a useful contribution to the chapter. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. And what about the online participant? Is there any the summary from their discussions?
Yeah, maybe I can just briefly summarize. So thanks to the great tech team, we were able to solve our issues and communicate with each other, but the time was quite short. So we really just got to hear about Prosi and Ayana's research and how it might fit in. And so actually Prosi is the director for the Center for Media Literacy and Community Development organization in Uganda, and they do training for youth and women and other community members in media and information literacy. So I think that their organization can write a lot of very interesting case study in either the access or the skills dimension. And Ayana was actually describing her research as well, which spans all three of the different pillars. So we actually described like, oh, maybe there is space also to touch in the report about how all of these three pieces actually come together. So her research is about digital innovation ecosystems and gender inequality. So she will contribute some section related to that. Thank you.
Wonderful. Also, our team has created a Jamboard. Would you, show the Jamboard on the screen? The technician team. Okay, yeah. But very few people brought their laptop, so it would be better to show the screen. So maybe send them the address, the site address, and then they can show it. What about like Zoom chat room? So you can send the link, and then they can show the Zoom screen here. Jamboard, the Google Jamboard, is like a post-it. So we try to put, the people into three different groups, and then going to visualize that. Uh-huh. But it's not available now. Can you? Okay. Okay. But still, like, we have a draft. I just want to show you what it would be like. So it doesn't need it to be very accurate. So just overview. Can you show the Zoom? Yeah, in the Zoom, we just share the link. Yeah. Yes. Not this one, the one that we have developed in the morning. Like we have full of the. Okay. Okay. So it's like this. So this is Jamboard. So each group has certain ideas. Like say that method 1 is about some examples. So I think based on our discussions today, we are going to create a Jamboard, and we will open that for a certain period of time, so you can move yourself from one group to another group, and also write down what you want to contribute. Or if you would prefer the Google Sheet, and we can make it more structured way, this one is better. Okay, yeah. Okay, nice. So we work in this way. Okay, so now we are moving to the next, the final agenda is about the timetables. So the time framework. So this is October, and then we aim to publish it by next annual meeting. So this year, many of you suggest to have a meeting at IGF. That's why we are here. But I hope next meeting will be at KAIST again. So like we did in 2019. So we can cover accommodation meals, but we cannot cover the flight tickets. But if you once you come to Korea, we are going to have a very nice workshop, like 2-3 days in KAIST. So yeah, so in that way, so annual meeting is once a year, and then on that day we launch the annual report, and then after that we'll discuss the next one. So that's the procedure. And also important task is about editors and editorial board. But as you know that so far we don't have any external funding. We will find one, I hope. So, but if we would be able to find some external funding, we are going to recruit a couple of people who can work on that. Otherwise, we have to find more like people who are in the universities. And so I'll discuss some of you about that. About the editorial committee, it will be 2 editors and also research coalition co-leaders and also 3 leaders of the theme. So I will reach out those people, and we are going to have a mid-year workshop. So, I will reach out and then probably, have maybe a couple of days, discuss about, the tracking, the progress of each group and, the next steps, etc. And I also hear your experience of the previous report to the, I think I brought one hard copy. Is there? Yes. Thank you so much. So this is the first the report. I think many of you have contributed that. So it's very thick, 300 some pages, but we'll not do that again this time, probably less than 100. So yeah, it will be a mini version. And also, I really like the idea that the Audrey from OECD, she suggested, for the fundraising, it's very important to one signature outcome product that we can show, and that would be often is a measurement index. It's like Better Life Index in OECD. I also use that a lot to teach at a graduate level. So maybe we can propose one signature index from equals, I don't know, maybe equals empowerment index or equals assess index or something. So maybe we can propose that and, a couple of, potential, the funders, and then we can work together because many of us are working on the data about the, the assess skills and leadership. So, but I would like to hear more your experience and thought and strategy about also if you have any preference about timeline, say that, you have a big conference or event on April or something, you want to avoid that, or is center, especially like active members. So,
So when OECD suggested that strategy, does that mean we need kind of international or cross-national, really large data point, right? Like Better Life Index or like Human Development Index. This is really huge cross-national database.
But
So
what I have understand is that many of us have system together data. So we have partners in many developing countries. Also, OECD has a big network, so they have a system. But there's no clear conceptualization of a certain measurement. But that's more research field that we have worked on. That's the novel, expert part of the work. So I think as a group we can, maybe this report we can have some concept note or something about some like potential the index, so but we can develop. And then what do you think? What would be a good strategy?
This could be relevant and useful, especially because the database is already curated and cleaned. We're going to present tomorrow the dashboards. So we have 29 indicators in 3 areas: connectivity, gender, equity, and freedom. So if the database that is public and curated could be used for something towards, we're measuring inclusive connectivity and meaningful access to information. So if there's any potential for the database to be used, we could definitely donate it to the, and it's already, as I said, curated and the inventory clean. And of course, it doesn't represent all the countries because there are many countries that has no data, but we try to select indicators that have the highest frequency, relevancy, and also representation. So if that is of interest, that could be perhaps used to thinking about that conceptualization of an equals index.
Yeah, that's exciting, yes.
The one concern I always have with indexes is we tend to make them things we can count. And we have problems with multicollinearity, we have problems with weights, and there has to be ideally some base, I'm not talking about anything that fancy, but some validation about what goes in and what matters, because otherwise you'll count the same thing 10 times and not know it, and so how we do that, I'm not sure. It's an interesting question, because to do that you have to have an outcome variable. And that'll be tough.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to dominate. I just wanted to say, following from that, I think, Dr. Cho, your idea of conceptualization could be an interesting tool. I mean, I understand, I don't know, I'm not an economist or mathematician, so I don't know what it takes to build an index. I do know that we can contribute with a alternative way of measuring gender digital equity, right? That would be a very fantastic, even if it's conceptual. And also as a forward-looking piece of the pieces of data that we need that could maybe, you know, incentive the coalitions to do something about it. So,
yeah, I think it's a really great idea. You know, index or scale, but measurement to one like a signature one. But as Professor Christopher, you mentioned that there are challenges. Yeah, but even there's no clear research design, if there's a very important concept and we suggest to measure, and we can use that it's the brand name of equals, and also we can do a lot of things, and I think that's a very good initial goal. But I think probably like a small task force, TF, and about that how we can proceed, and we will discuss, and it will be a fun project. It's much also very clear, we have a clear goal. Yeah, that's great, And any thought or any experience?
So I'm starting to think, when I hadn't really thought about this, the reason you do an index is to shame countries into doing better. I mean, basically, tactically, that's why you do it. And so the interesting question is there's one about validity in research, but there's another one is, what do you really want to accomplish? And so, everyone I know, for example, when World Bank does an index, that's entirely why they do it. So, just something to think about.
No, I'm just thinking, see if somebody else wants to talk, I have the microphone.
But one thing that I really like about Better Life Index, the OECD one, I think one of the findings is not just about shame certain countries, it's about compare the internal diverse groups. For example, based on Better Life Index, there are ranked based on by country, right? Some country, usually Nordic, European countries are always in the top scorers, but surprisingly, the immigrants have, once they move and then they move from the score goes up. So it's about the system. So that's sort of the findings, right? So I think like that, if we have a very clear measurement too, maybe if we do some, because there are a lot of activities by equals, the champion program and intervention program, also Internet Society has, e-learning and etc. But how to measure the outcomes, and so I think it would be very nice to have the measurement issue. Yeah. Yes, Professor Tasumli.
I also think that the goals of having an index is to specify what the objectives are, especially for us regarding gender and digital access, leadership and skills. So I agree with your previous comment, Professor Yu, that it's really important what we include, what kind of variables are we going to include, because they're going to be used as objectives by the countries that may not have this gender equity. So I'm thinking, and this just off the top of my head, is that we can maybe also do like an analysis, an evaluation of existing indices, and saying like, oh, this index is good for this reason, and this index is bad for this reason, and then to overcome that, our index provides this new an aspiring outcome.
Super index.
Yeah, the super index.
Okay, that's great. And I think now we have to discuss about timeline or so next steps. So far we have a bi-monthly the conference call, but that's preparing this annual meeting. But now I think we have clear goals. So maybe from the next meeting we have more the group leaders rather than everyone, or so have individual the group meetings. So we will proceed in that way. And also, what do you think about timeline? It's October, so maybe we can get the commitment to like a statement, like the title of their chapter or case study, and whether they want to contribute to chapter or case study. and authors and those things maybe we can done by November to close. What do you think? Maybe not abstract, even just title about what. Do you think it's better to get abstract better? But you have more experience. Short one? Yeah. Short one? Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Small, like a couple of sentences. Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, yeah, that's great idea. I think Araba did that too. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I see. I see. Uh-huh. Yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. It sounds great. And what do you think the deadline would be? November? November? Yeah, November. Yeah.
Because the third group, we didn't have many who attended the third section. So if possible, I guess the main organizers can actually post a sort of end-to-end roadmap of the whole report writing, so that it's something like preparing a conference session. So this is the final deadline, real deadline, and then we work backtrack from that deadline, and somehow by this time we should be doing this and this, so that, for example, abstract submission must be do this, must be done this. So if we have that sort of rough schedule around the year, then it's going to be much easier to prioritize the work.
I think we can even develop a website, like a Google site, and the Equals Research Coalition annual report, like something like that, or Notion, or which one would be better? What do you think? Like, so we can, it looks like conference if we have a website, so we can remind. Because I think one of the challenges is that we have about 50, like 50 members, but half of them are inactive. I think they might feel like we are sending spam emails. Like, I also was part of in other groups, in other initiative, but sometimes if we get too many emails, we start to ignore that. So, but if there are outlet, website, or people can visit and get oriented. So, but which one would be better, website or Notion? Or we use Slack actually, but that's not most popular among social scientists, right? So, yeah. Sure.
On the experience of the other report, something that we have to have in mind, I didn't understand, Dr. Choi, from your description of the editorial committee, if they are responsible for reading the chapters, sending them back with comments, and then receiving comments back. It was very difficult to get all that process. Just took a long time. I just wanted to say for this, for our timeline, just to be generous with that process, because people don't respond in the time that they are required. So I just wanted to make that comment. And I think sending emails, even if they think it's spam, if you are committed to submit something and you don't, then I think that we should spam them, like with everything we have. Okay. Yeah. So I don't think it's a bad idea to also have an email reminder without every week, but once in a while. So.
Okay, that's really good advice. And I think about the first curation part, making a cluster, like we call group, and also invite those process. I think KAIST team can handle that. Otherwise, the group leaders have too much work, so we can curate that first phase. And then once we get the list of committed authors, and then we can move as a group, like that way. Yeah. It'll be a fun project. I'm so excited. It's a fun project, and okay. Any other activities or advice or something that you want to do through Equals, and or is there any conference that you go often? Maybe we can also use those things too. Yeah. Is there? But many of you are from ICTD actually. So any conference that there are like primary conference that you usually, or gender, or like IGF is the most popular one. You always come to IGF. This is our first time. You two are the people who introduced IGF to us.
I think that there are other events. Would you think conferences you're thinking about UN-related conferences or academic conferences, or if it's UN?
Academia, we are very academia.
Okay, so not UN conferences. Okay.
No, I mean, the whole reason you do it IGF is to bring in non-academics.
Okay.
So that's, this is not, there's some companies here, there's governments here, you try to broaden it out to bring those people in.
Okay, Okay, so IGF is the good one. Okay. Okay, that's all I have. And then is there any questions or comments that you'd like to talk or? Not much. And okay, so two coordinators who worked for a year for this project. So would you give a big hand to Tellen and Chad? Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, so I will see you at the restaurant at 7 p.m. Please bring your friends, and we have enough rooms. So, if anyone who's interested in gender issue or, please bring them with you, okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Some authority of our institute, or with a letter?
About that, that's more like equals level. It's beyond our commission. So you have to talk to equals hub. Yeah.
Yeah, but for the research group, I mean, it's
Yeah.
just with you,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
An email is enough.
Yeah.
Just put her and say that then you can be listed. The intern can be listed as part of the members.
Yeah. But I'll check with the equals hub too. There's a headquarters in ITU, so they handle everything.
Yeah, I can reach out to Cara to ask her.
Perfect.
Yeah, but for the research group, I think it's
because it's
I'll
very
share with you.
interesting.
Is that okay if I share with you? Okay, perfect.
Awesome.
And then we'll see you tomorrow. Sorry for missing dinner. Good to see you.
Great job. Great job.
Oh, yeah, I miss that she's not here. Yeah, she sends her love.
Okay, perfect. Yes, thank you so much.
Hi everyone, this is Uzma. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Hello, Smaya. We can hear you.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome. What time is it?
It's
Midnight?
no, midday, luckily. I would be this cheery if it was midnight.
Nice.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Kwaku.
How are you doing, Lahari?
I'm good, Kwaku. How are you?
I'm also good. Okay.
Nice.
What time is it for you?
I am awake since 4 a.m. in the morning. They said it's 4 o'clock in the morning, and then they told me it's 5 o'clock, so I'm waiting since 4 o'clock.
Great.
Okay, we should be quiet
Okay, so I see now. So if they can unmute my video too. My video as well.
Are you okay now?
Yes, the sound is coming now. Kweku, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Now my video. Thank you. They can start now.
Mic check. Okay, Irashamase, welcome from Kyoto, Japan, for our discussion entitled Leave No One Behind, the Importance of Data in Development. If you're here, you're in for a treat. We have some dynamic panelists here with us in person, and in line with the theme of today's discussion of not leaving anyone behind, we have those who will be joining us virtually. Before we get into it, and before I kind of get into a long monologue here, I want to invite my esteemed colleague and friend, Dr. Danielle Smith of Syracuse University, to open us with some opening remarks. Dr. Smith.
Thank you, Yusuf. Greetings to the session's organizers, the presenters, the audience here in person and virtually, and to all those attending the UN IGF in Kyoto. I am truly honored to welcome you to this session, and I would also like to thank the people of Japan for your very warm hospitality. I'm very thankful for the leadership of Wisdom Donker and Kweku Antwi at Africa Open Data and Internet Research Foundation, who are joining us virtually. Their tremendous support in planning this session has been instrumental. As we know, there are many ongoing data initiatives around the world. Implementing data initiatives in Africa can play a significant role in accelerating progress towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals on the continent. Africa faces a unique set of challenges and opportunities, and leveraging these technologies can help address key issues and support sustainable development. However, it is also important to address challenges such as data privacy, cybersecurity, infrastructure development, and ensuring that these technologies benefit all segments of society, including those who are the most vulnerable. In addition, governments, the private and public sectors, and civil society organizations must work together to create supportive systems for the implementation of these diverse initiatives. By effectively using such technologies, African governments can lessen existing challenges and continue to create more sustainable, inclusive, just, and prosperous futures for their citizens. The session presenters are experts in this area and can help us understand these initiatives and broader global trends. It is particularly important to learn about developments on the ground and from experts who are in the field. Thank you again for joining us, and we look forward to an informative session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. As I said, we're going to get right into this discussion. And for those joining us in person and virtually, we've decided to split this conversation into two main components. The first component is addressing gaps, encouraging data use, and encouraging strengthening the data ecosystems. The first set of conversations will be situated in that piece here. And then the second component is leveraging technology and community networks to make sure that everyone gets connected. It's essential that we don't just theoretically have a conversation about ensuring access to data, leveraging data, but making sure that everyone is included and that no one is left behind. As I said, we have an amazing set of panelists here with us in person and online, and we're gonna get right to it. So to kind of begin, I wanna start with you. Let's see, Victor Ohuguru. Forgive me and correct me in your presentation for me not pronouncing your name correctly, who's a Senior Africa Regional Manager at the UN Foundation for Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data. I want to begin with you. If you can just please give us a minute or two of opening remarks and let us hear how you're doing this work at the UN. We don't want to leave you behind, so let's. Well, while we get Victor, let's go to Kwaku. Kwaku Antwi is a leader with this collective here from the African Open Data and Internet Research Foundation. Kwaku has been, as Dr. Smith mentioned, an important leader in this conversation and someone who has helped to drive the conversation. Kwaku, if you could please introduce us to yourself and please inform us as to how the AODIRF is leading the way in making sure that not just that communities have access to open data, but what are the tools that are necessary to accelerate the SDGs?
Thank you, Yusuf, and hello to everybody. My name is Kweku Nchi from the African Open Data and Internet Research Foundation. I'm in charge of the community outreach and projects, and also in organizing events around open data initiatives across Africa through our network. I think one of the most important aspects we recognize in our current dispensation in this digital world is being informed or being part of what is going on in our society. Data, as they say, is the new oil which is driving our economies, and being able to access data and utilizing data is also very important for all of us. I mean, as we speak now, there's a lot of information ongoing as we are participating in this year's IGF in Kyoto. And when we talk about data and open data, we talk about data which is available in formats which are easily accessible on portals or repositories which do not require enormous and mitigating circumstances for you to not be able to access that data. Open data, we can say, is one of the biggest drivers of open communities and also being able for people all across the world and in communities to be able to access information. One beautiful aspect about open data is that it encourages not just the private sector, government, and all other sectors to be able to share their data, to be able to have people utilize this data for purposes, and where we're able to strengthen ourselves and also enforce where there are data gaps in which we can be able to share and also improve our societies. Well, in accessing this data, we all know that we're in a digital world now, and data is not just on hard copies in some libraries or some safe havens or safes where it is. And you need to be able to have the other data, which is internet connectivity, to be able to access this data. And that's where we also come in which we are bridging this divide in terms of connectivity and setting up community networks and also helping the communities themselves to have the skills to set up a network, to have the skills to be able to utilize this data, interpret it and understanding the data for themselves, and also being able to transmit the data in formats which are usable, acceptable, and also safe for them. So those are my opening remarks, and I leave the floor for the rest of the panel.
Thank you, Kwaku. I want to jump to my colleague at Syracuse University, Dr. Lee McKnight. Lee, it's as Kwaku said, data is gold. It is valuable. Many companies are in an AI race right now where they're leveraging data in ways that are helping to accelerate their economic opportunities. But we've done work in the past around ensuring that not just that we ensure that data is accessible, but that we preserve people's rights. Can you talk about the relationship between expanding access and internet connectivity with ensuring that that data is governed properly and appropriately? And can you lead us into some solutions onto how you manifest that in your work?
Thanks, Yusuf, and thank you all for being here virtually or in person and engaging in this very important conversation. I want to recall back to 2008, IGF in Hyderabad, perhaps somewhere here, there at that time, when the Dynamic Coalition on Internet Rights and Coalition on Internet Principles agreed that it didn't make sense to have two coalitions on rights and principles, but there really should just be one. Going forward, it was founded the following year. Since then, there's been a charter on internet rights and principles created. Following that, over work with you, we've taken that work forward on embedding in the virtual space rights and principles for governance, for whether it's for data rights, for privacy, for security. That now has been extended closely with you, Yusuf, to smart cities and communities. Any village, any community can be a smart community, can have embedded in its governance framework rights and principles, including for data rights. So that's going forward to the present, where now with the work also with the Africa Open Data and Internet Research Foundation on bringing connectivity to communities anywhere in the world, we can help ensure that the rights and privileges to citizens' data are determined by those people who live there, and they're not automatically harvested by external forces without the consent of the community.
Thank you. I think along those lines, we have the Honorable, can we just say this again, Honorable Samuel Nartey George, a member of Parliament from Ghana, here with us. And Dr. McKnight explicitly mentioned the importance of ensuring nothing about us without us, in essence, that we should not be accessing and determining governance principles around data without ensuring that the communities who are directly impacted have not just a voice, but are driving the conversation. Can you talk a bit about the role that you as a member of parliament can play in ensuring that data governance is inclusive of the voices of your constituents and the work that Ghana is doing to accelerate access to data and making sure that the data ecosystems are secure and respecting your citizens' rights?
All right, thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on what part of the world you are in. I believe that the conversation about doing this for everyone, inclusive of everyone, is extremely critical. And for me, it highlights a major disconnect, because we have this conversation about the West leaving Africa, but we don't discuss the disconnects inside of our own countries in Africa between our capital cities and the rural communities that are underserved or unserved. Because governments and parliament has to take decision on the basis of data that's generated. A lot of this data is generated from e-government portals and services that people access online. Now, the question you need to ask yourself is, the connectivity in Accra, for example, is different from the connectivity in a rural community in the northern part of Ghana. And so that data, that Parliament or the Ministry of Finance is going to be using to advise Parliament in terms of resource allocation is going to be skewed based on the data, the source of that data, which is skewed towards the urban areas where people have higher spending power and are able to buy data, because we joke about it, but possibly what I spend on data in a week is actually a whole family up north, the whole subsistence of that family of 6 people for a whole month. And so the question is, if data is not as cheap and accessible and platforms are not accessible, people are not contributing to the data pool. And so we need to look at the disconnect and the digital gaps inside of our own countries on the African continent between our urban areas and underserved areas. And that's where the community networks come in. And that's where you have, in Ghana, for example, our Universal Access Fund, GIFEC, trying to close that gap and do last mile connectivity. But then I keep saying that we have a lot of conversations on these platforms about connectivity, bridging the connectivity gap, but we're not talking about whether that connectivity we're bridging is actually accessible or affordable. Because it's one thing to bring a network into a community, it's another thing determining if it's at a price that the individuals in that community can hook up to the service. Because if you don't get the data from the people in the underserved area, we will continue to make decisions in parliaments, in capital cities that are skewed away from the needs of the people on the ground. And so that's where the real disconnect is. And that's the real quagmire that I think we need to figure out. How do we get, because government is increasingly making its decisions on the back of data sets that are generated by by digital footprints of citizens. But if in our countries we have citizens who do not have a digital footprint because they don't have access to internet, or even when you bring internet at very economically affordable prices, the cost of smartphones is inhibitive, because as there are various segments to connection. It's the connectivity itself, then the cost of the connectivity, and then access to that connectivity on a device. And so for me, I'm beginning to champion a case of saying that just like in pharmaceuticals, where you have generic drugs, because the big pharma has made profit from its intellectual property. And so a drug that's produced by Bayer or Pfizer could cost about $100 for a sachet, but I could get that same drug by an Indian generic maker, same efficacy, but not the same brand name, for $5. And we're doing that in pharmaceuticals. We should begin to do the same thing in technology, where the likes of Apple and Samsung have made a lot of money off their intellectual property. We should begin to have generic devices that are going to be cheaper, that are assembled on the African continent, and then will make it easier for people to have digital footprints. Because a citizen without a digital footprint cannot be part of the data sets that government is using to take decisions for them.
As I said, honorable. Dr. Uzma Alam here from Science for Africa Foundation joining us virtually. Dr. Uzma, really appreciate you being here. As a public health practitioner, data is key to understanding how we can solve, especially in context of the pandemic that we've left, are kind of leaving, or may still be in, depending on where in the world you might be. Data has been tremendous in both deploying public health resources and understanding how we are going to be efficient in ensuring everyone is taken care of. Can you please share with us a bit about what you're doing at Science for Africa Foundation and the role that data will play from a public health perspective?
Thank you for that, and greetings everybody from Nairobi, Kenya, and a big thank you for the organizers. And it's been really exciting for me to hear the panelists who came before me, because where we are, like where the Science for Africa Foundation plugs in, we are towards the end of, we would be benefiting from what some of the panelists have started doing, especially in health. So the Science for Africa Foundation, just for context, is a Pan-African organization where we fund research and innovation across Africa, but we also work with designing programs and providing, ecosystem strengthening. And within that, we have a science policy engagement portfolio, and that you pointed out to, looks at how can we drive value from African African generated data, and how do we actually stimulate what, the Honorable Member of Parliament just mentioned. How do we ensure that Africa is responsible for, generating its own data, but also how do we govern that? And I think, critical issues and threads of this have come up, but something I just would like to highlight for context of this conversation is, I've been hearing the word data, 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 but I think within data, what, our work's pointing to, and what I think the discourse should be focused of, or to even answer your question directly, what will take us from data to impact is really those nuances and within data. And what do I mean by that, right? So yes, there is data, but there is this need for diversity, equity, and inclusion in data. So we've already talked about, West-driven data, a footprint that doesn't match the African content. But within that, we have our women. Let's not forget them. A big piece when it comes to health and especially the next pandemics, right? And within that, there's also this whole concept within Africa that we really need to, if we need to get from data to preventing the next pandemic, like you said, so, or even drive impact, is this piece around governance, right? So Africa, yes, needs to generate its own data, and we need to be responsible for governing it. But there's this piece that we need to appreciate that data is obviously cross-cutting, right? Whether it's health, whether it's agriculture, whether it's finance and stuff. And what some of our work has been pointing to, especially when we start looking at governance around data policies in Africa, they're housed very specifically within, for example, majority of the ICT, or equivalent ministries of health, right? I mean, ministries of ICT. And that obviously has implications for how somebody in health can access that data, even at a local level, even within governments, right? And there is this fine balance of what, what the mission of one is, and what the mission of the other is. I think, my rallying call for this conversation and to get from data to impact would be, yes, we need equitable partnerships, we need locally generated data, and that includes devices for it, but we also need to be very careful of how we govern, that we do not start governing in silos, that when the data exists, we can't even have access to it, even at a very high level. So I think I'll stop at that and hand back to you, Yusuf.
Thank you. Wow. I think we still have Victor Ohurugu on the line. Victor, please, if I've again mispronounced your name, I am a stickler for saying people's name right. So please let me know if that's the case. But if you can please talk to us about your work at the UN, and in particular how the UN is trying to bridge the gap between all of the respective conversations we've had here. We have academia here, we have governments here, we have civil society here, and the UN plays an important role as a convener. What are you doing at the UN, and how do you see these issues of data governance, particularly for Africa, manifesting themselves in ways that help to facilitate the Sustainable Development Goals?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Victor Horago. Good morning, everyone. Of course, good evening for some of you in some other parts of the world. I'm Victor Horago. I work with the Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data, which is, warehoused within the UN Foundation. The UN Foundation is where we're currently, seated. The Global Partnership is a growing network of over 600 participants or partners, which include state actors and non-state actors. These non-state actors are civil society organizations, the private sector, research academic institutions, developer, communities across, the world. And these actors are set across about 35 countries in Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean. And we're all collaborating together to accelerate progress on sustainable development and on the SDGs particularly, but through better data. So together with our set of partners, we have looked at and we're collaborating across 3 key systemic issues that have been identified together with our partners. And one particular set of that issue focuses on timely data. We do believe, and we have seen across the world, that Governments particularly need data on a very timely basis to making decisions and enabling the various policy instruments that they do put together. But these governments are not having that, quick access to information, to data. And so we're helping government to make use of both non-traditional, data forms and technologies that could help them have, the best and quickest access to this data. We also look at the issues of inclusive data, where we want to see marginalized groups, have more agency in the data value chain. People who, have been left out. We're ensuring that governments and all other actors within the data value chain can focus on this set of people. And the third component of our program looks at accountable data governance. We're trying to unlock the opportunities of data for all, making sure that data is well governed, by certain standard principles. And so what do we do in a particular country? My role covers Africa pretty much, where we have seen that there is a huge issue around capacity. Just understanding what data is across different levels, both in the political and technical space, understanding what type of data is needed, to drive certain policy, issues, understanding how to even use that data in itself is a major issue. And so we have various programs that focuses on building capacity in terms of, understanding what type of data is needed, where to source that data, how that data can be used. And we're working with both, all the actors within the value chain, particularly governments, but ensuring that we can strengthen, connection and partnership between the private sector and government to drive the agenda of data. We want to see how that data is given its prominence within the political space, particularly. It would, of course, not be too surprising for many of you that a lot of government actors, make decisions that are not data driven. Of course, politicians, are pretty much focused on what, will get them into the place that they need to be. But oftentimes, very many of them do not reckon with data. So how do we push the political profile of data within government, but also working with the technical, level guys to ensure that they have access to the right data sets that they need to support governments in their various decisions and policy making process. And so I will look forward to, how that, we could have a broad-based conversation that bring all of the actors together, and we could work, with all of you to address, the issue of access, availability, and the use of this particular data for policy and decision making within the continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for correcting me in the pronunciation of your name. As we said, this conversation will be split into two. I want to advise those who are joining us virtually that our colleague Lahari Chowdhury will be able to collect your questions. If you are joining us virtually and you have any questions, Lahari Chowdhury will be able to collect your questions in chat. That way we can make sure that we are including everyone in this conversation. So as I said, the first component of this conversation has kind of been addressed. We've talked with our dynamic panelists here, and I want to jump to, and I think actually Victor helped us really transition into the second component, the second piece of our conversation, which is leveraging technology and community networks to make sure that everyone, making sure data gets to everyone. Dr. McKnight, I'll start with you first. I don't want to assume we're all operating on the same set of understanding on what community networks are and how we can leverage technology to both advance community networks and make sure that data gets to everyone. So can you do two things for me? Can you first explain what are community networks? How do we ensure that it can be utilized as a mechanism to ensure access to data for everyone? And then talk a bit about some of the work that you're doing around this particular set of questions.
Sure. Thank you so much, Yusuf. So first, we can think about community networks, and we give a big credit to the Internet Society for all of its advocacy and work over many years in encouraging people to think not just of telecommunications or national level networks, but the fact that people can, in fact, build and create their own local networks. So that work has been ongoing for some time. I wanted to bring in here one example, maybe as this transition from the first part of the conversation to the second. And I forget her name, I should remember her name, but the mayor of a Chilean community that was previously disconnected until there was a community network during the pandemic. She said, "We exist." That's now she's part of the data pool. Yes, that she has to have rights and be protected, but now her community, she exists in a way she didn't before. So community networks provide a way to now bring connectivity to people, the 2.5, 2.6 billion people that exist, but they're not counted. They're not included in any way, generally speaking, in our conversations because they cannot reach us digitally. All right, so now how do we go about this today? There's many different technologies available to create community networks, and that great work has been done for some time. We here at Syracuse University, working with the Worldwide Innovation Technology Entrepreneurship Club, or WITEC, over decades, have developed a package small form where it's not enough to have connectivity. If you don't have energy, right, you cannot stay connected for very long, your battery life. So having a package that includes both a connectivity solution and is a tiny little portable microgrid, solar powered, that's been something that we've been evolving and has been deployed into over 20 countries now, and is currently in use in Ghana for connecting school children, libraries, and further. Its first deployment was in the Democratic Republic of Congo. So it's possible now. It's not like this is not theory. This is just something that you come see it in the exhibit booth. Otherwise, you could have a more established, a larger community network with established towers and so on, but you don't necessarily need to create any new infrastructure. We talk about, being the academic here, infrastructureless networks. So we can have an infrastructureless network that is not just a network, it's also a microgrid that exists. You can go see it. So this is not theory, this is fact, and we can take this. There's 2.6 billion people that need to be connected. They exist. I'll stop there.
You know, honorable, and thank you for that, Lee. I'm struck with the "we exist" comment. That kind of struck a particular chord with me. And, you know, Ubuntu is a concept on the continent of I am because we are, this notion that we have an obligation amongst and with each other. Can you talk a bit about just the way that we go beyond, and I thought you put it beautifully, beyond connecting people from a very kind of academic or kind of theoretical perspective, but what does that do to demonstrate that we exist? How do we unlock people's fullest potentials by providing them the access to this to data as well as the internet?
Well, it literally just transforms the world. It changes the entire economics of that locality. And I'll give you a typical example of a project that we're toying with in Ghana at the moment. If we were able to connect an unconnected community, and then we could send them educational material, a young man who hitherto would have had to go to a city center to learn a trade or go to a master craftsman could actually, with a smartphone, take models in how to become a bricklayer or a mason or become a skilled laborer. And that gives him an employable skill that puts food on his table. So this ability to run blended learning platforms are critical. COVID taught us a lesson in Ghana, where kids who were not connected to the national grid lost a year of school. If we had community networks, we could have, because we actually put educational material on the internet and on national TV. But some of these communities had absolutely no connectivity, be it electricity, TV, or internet. And so the kids in those schools have lost a year of their lives, thanks to no fault of theirs. Now, if you're able to connect these communities, you transform the whole ecosystem there, because there's someone there who's now going to be able to run a business center. It brings a whole new lease of life to the people in there. And so, most of us in these rooms, even in capital cities, we do a lot more with data on our phones than voice calls. Our lives revolve around data. And that should just, you can just imagine what happens if you don't have data. The first thing people ask for when they walk into an establishment, especially for all of us who've traveled here, first thing I did at the airport was not to change money. First thing I did at the airport was to get a data SIM, because it's the only way I can stay connected. It's the only way I can stay productive. If I don't have data, I'm cut out. And so if we're able to bring people to a place where they're connected, you actually open a whole new specter. You just need to see the excitement in communities that get connected to 3G for the first time from 2G. Because when they're just doing voice, they have absolutely no connection to the internet superhighway. And now the internet is actually where everything happens. The young people who've graduated school in urban areas who are able to make a livelihood by trading on Facebook, being able to sell, they buy things, they have a Facebook page or an Instagram page, and they're selling. Now, imagine that there's a young man in a rural community who also has the opportunity to now become the guy who, if you need anything from the major city, he goes to pick it up, puts a little margin on it, and people in that community can actually just deal with him on WhatsApp. It doesn't even have to be on Instagram. He can run a business page on WhatsApp where he advertises his wares, and he can transact business there. So there is real economic power that exists when you give people connectivity. Because, I mean, many of us take these connections for granted. We use them for TikTok and Instagram and Snapchat. But the internet has real economic power for people who are in the most difficult positions. And that's the power of transformation that we can bring. When we let people realize the transformative, positive impact of the internet, either for business or for educational purposes, there's a real life opportunities that can change the whole spectrum for people. And when people get these skills, it's now a digital world. He can be sitting in that village and doing data processing for a blue chip company in the United States and get paid Forex, because now he's able to learn data processing or learn coding online. These are all opportunities that hitherto he would have to leave that community and travel to an urban area where he most likely has nobody and be exposed to all the vagaries. But you can bring the world into this small device in the hands of that young person, so long as you give them a connectivity. And I think that it's something that as governments and as parliaments, we need to begin to prioritize, to identify these communities and begin to reach out to them as a matter of course. Because for the telcos, most of those communities don't make economic sense for them to go into in the first place, because they're looking at the numbers, they're looking at the cost of running their infrastructure. And so when I hear Doc talk about infrastructureless connections, those are the kinds of connectivities that we need. And for the kids who are using those connections in Ghana to access educational material, that's material they would never have been able to access. But kids who are going to write the same end of year exams with them who are in urban areas have access to those same materials. So you have kids going to write the same exams, but are completely disadvantaged from the get-go. Now, how do they pass and compete with these kids in the urban areas for limited slots in public universities? So this just bridges the gap and creates a whole new vista for these young people in those communities. And that's why it's very imperative that we take this as a very serious point.
You know, I will be very transparent and say that I'm a professed, avowed, and committed Pan-Africanist. And Kwaku and I have had a number of conversations personally around Pan-Africanism and the role that it plays in both facilitating a brighter future for African descendants across the globe. But Kwaku, if you could talk to us a bit about what open data and community networks can mean for helping to not just facilitate the UN Sustainable Development Goals, for not just unlocking, as the Honorable mentioned, the fullest human potentials of each of us, but also to build a United States of Africa, to kind of facilitate for this connected, inclusive continent.
Thank you, Yusuf. And I think the Honorable Member of Parliament has given us a segue, and I think Dr. McKnight also spoke about it. Basically, when we talk about open data and also the infrastructure structure, where you're able to access on portals and with technologies and the data. It's important for us just not to think, I think Dr. Usman talked about silos, okay? To not think about our domains where we are looking to ignite or digitalize or to push forth for the technologies to apply. And we're just talking about education, okay? But there is endless possibilities to the innovation of the technologies and the data. So, for example, I'll just give a very short example we had this year. This year, we did an Open Data Day, in which we celebrated open data in Accra. And what we did is that we brought together persons from the statistical part with the open data. We brought people back from the private sector in terms of those who use geospatial data technologies. And then we brought the space science technology. And guess what happened? They were talking to people, they were talking to themselves in the room. They were doing very similar jobs, which required a lot of data from a disaster, from climate to economic data to private geospatial data for all sorts of purposes. But guess what? They were transforming our communities. And what was there? The connection. What is this connection? Is the connectivity to be able to connect to the internet, to be able to talk to people, to be able to exchange. Today, I'm able to connect to you from where I am in Accra, Ghana, due to internet connectivity. I'm knowledgeable, I have that information, I'm sharing with everybody because I'm connected. I'm connected because we are not, we are all in an open environment in which we can share information. And this information is being recorded and it's going to be represented in a portal or at a storage place where everybody can access. And this is the power and transforming nature of internet connectivity and the power of data and information that it brings and the richness to it. In Africa, we have this potential. And yes, we should and we are able to transform our communities with this kind of data and information that we have. Because being here and having that internet backpack in Winneba or in Tamale or in Wa or in Ho, I should not just be able to connect with the school children who are in that community, but I can also connect across the country. Not only so, but the cloud infrastructure that is available for you to be able to access should you have also interactive capacity, in which is not just for education, but also our healthcare facilities, our agricultural facilities, and also all other facilities who are able to connect as we are doing across the continent. And yes, Yusuf, it's important that we recognize our capacities and being able to enhance it in our African context to be able to connect everybody, as you said, Ubuntu. We are all moving together in this, forward together, and we go ahead with everybody ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Kwaku. Dr. Uzma, you and then Victor will be the last two before we open it up for conversation with those of us in the audience. Folks who may have questions online, please do send them in chat, and Lahari Chowdhury will make sure to get those questions to us. And for those who are in the room, please, you don't have to run up to the mics, but you're welcome to also join us for questions. Dr. Uzma, the question for you is centered around good health, well-being, gender equality, and let's leave it with those two issues first. We've talked about unlocking and unleashing everyone's potential. We've talked about the way that connectivity can ensure people's fullest potential can be maximized. But from a practical, pragmatic perspective, this can have significant implications on ensuring good health and well-being and gender equality for women and girls. Two of the 17 SDGs address there. Could you please lean in a bit about those two topics for us? Because we don't want to make sure that we want to make sure that we are not leaving out an explicit call out for gender equality, for making sure that women and girls are included, as well as good health and well-being. Dr. Uzma.
Oh, thanks. Thank you for that question. I love it. It's really got me more excited. So, it's if we pin our our work around those two pillars you've said, right? And then bring in this piece of connectivity. It's actually what everybody has said, right? It's life changing, and it's life changing not only for the end users, that in earnesty is going to be all of us, but what it also does is it changes how research and innovation is done within the African context. And that's, very critical. This dialogue has been saying we need to drive our research agenda, we need to drive our innovation. But then, as soon as we start saying that, then we need to start thinking how we're going to fund this, right? And the only way we can, ensure that we not tick off the boxes, but we leverage on all these different areas, whether it's gender, whether it's data, whether you want to call it connectivity, is through these linkages, right? And the way I would like to look at these linkages or connections is through community of practices, right? And just to give you a small example of what this means in practice and how it's implemented, right? So we are very focused on when we fund, or whether it's research or innovation, to fund within this hub and spoke model, right? And where you have a lead organization that works with other organizations around, and these can be the private sector, the academic sector, the government sector. And when we say lead institutions, the importance for us was, like, if we just look at the funding landscape, right? Whether it's for health, whether it's for innovation, whether it's for agriculture, finance, or whatever, in Africa, there are pockets of where the funding goes. We know South Africa is strong. We know Kenya is strong. We know some of the North African countries are strong, but Africa is huge, and there's capacity across our 54 member states. So to ensure that we leverage this, our model says, or works around the philosophy of, all right, you're a stronger lead institution, but you need to partner with the other stakeholders and bring in these other players that wouldn't have access to this, right? And what that all of a sudden does is creates equity for us, right? Whether, or not only in how we fund, but also how we bring in women leadership, how we bring in other stakeholders, how do we connect government to researchers and to data. And for us, so that's a big piece of equity. So connections and connectivity, so community of practice, all of a sudden translates into equity. But another thing, a critical thing, and I'm surprised it didn't come in our first discussion, is when we think of data, there are lots of trust issues. We need to be honest, right? Even within academics, even within the experts. But once you provide this framework for sharing, knowledge exchange, connectivity, there's this trust built, so that already then translates into sustainability. And sustainability is a big part of how health is going to play out on the continent. And I think one other piece that's really powerful for us from the health perspective is, again, when we think of connecting that first conversation we had around data, and the second conversation around connectivity, there's this piece of endogenous knowledge. And there's a lot of endogenous knowledge in Africa that's not pinned upon. And just to give you a very quick example, so I remember responding to Ebola in Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Guinea. And I remember, there was this whole thing about isolation and stuff, and we were, having this academic conversation of how we're going to do this X, Y, Z. But all of a sudden, because we had this connectivity and we were on whether even, networked within networks of communities, it was the endogenous knowledge that drove this, because somebody from Sierra Leone said, hey, you don't need to do this. We already do this. We already have isolation centers for our women and children, when they go through measles or when they go through menstruation and stuff. So we literally, that was knowledge, that was data that existed that we could leverage on. So I think, just to end, it's, life transforming. And for us, in the end of implementation, it drives three things: equity, endogenous knowledge, and trust.
Wow. We have a question online, and Victor, I'm going to direct this question to you. It comes to us from Daria Tamareva. She notes and asks, how could we effectively implement data for the humanitarian sector? And then another question, I'll say the second one with you, Honorable, which asks, we lack digital skills. What can be done to remedy this situation? So Victor, the first question for you is, how could we effectively implement data for the humanitarian sector? And then a question on digital skills and remedying that for you, Honorable.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. So how could we implement data for the humanitarian sector? Um, so for us, we we one of the things that we come to discover is that um, the within the principles of leaving no one behind, we've come to realize the fact that the development sector straddled between the public sector and the private sector seems to be very much advanced as the private sector is, but within the public sector space there's a lot of capacity issue, and so our concern is how do we bridge this capacity issue that enables the public sector, particularly coordinating with the development space in the private sector to respond, more effectively to, humanitarian issues when they do break out in Africa. And so we're looking at a couple of things, particularly within the public sector space, to strengthen their capacity in responding to humanitarian issues. Of course, when COVID broke out, it has, of course, humanitarian, dimensions to it. And what did we do with a couple of countries across Africa? One is the fact that we did discover that infrastructure was a major challenge for the public sector in responding to issues such as humanitarian challenges. Infrastructure such even as computing infrastructure that enables them to bring together all the key information and data sets that enables them to make quick decisions. So we were working with a number of the presidential task forces on COVID-19 to, of course, bring in our private sector partners, looking at where infrastructure is needed for immediate deployment and where, causing that partnership to occur. Second is the issue of capacity, knowledge, and skill in using this infrastructure and data to making the decisions that governments, are needed to make at that point in time. And then we identify what are those capacity related issues and brought together a set of our partners who are helping to train public sector officials across Africa in identifying and using the type of data that is needed to support governments in making decisions. We have, partners like Grid 3, who was working with a number of health institutions, the national statistical offices across Africa in a couple of countries to bring the sort of data sets that they need, both from the economic side, the health side, mashing these data sets together to provide analytics and insights to enable government to making decision. The third area was the area of the capacity around understanding sovereignty issues with respect to data. This data that is needed, for decision purposes are being collected from a set of people across various communities. We were opening the eyes of governments to ensuring the fact that these people whose data is going to be collected and used must have a say in the way that data is being collected from them and in the way that that data would eventually be used. And so we wanted to ensure that everyone whose data is being used must have a say, they have a right, their rights as well must be protected. But more importantly also, we saw that a lot of folks from outside of Africa were all jumping into Africa, demanding for data from government, using that data without recourse to certain principles, sovereignty principles in those locations. And so we're opening the eyes of government and strengthening the capacity to manage these data sets in terms of understanding that the first issue has to do with ownership. Governments within those spaces where those data sets are being collected must exercise ownership over such data. We also wanted to be sure that those data sets need to also be located within the confines of those countries. There were countries that were willing to work, but they insisted that the data sets must not leave the shores of their country. They must be used for the purposes for which they were collected for. And of course, the issues of privacy and protection, how data moves from one country to the other, even building the capacity of governments in terms of governing that whole data space itself was a major issue. governments across Africa, in most instances, the public sector institutions that handle these processes don't have real capacity within the issues of data governance. So we're also helping to build those capacities to ensure that the data sets that are going to be used are, are limited, to the borders of that nation, but of course also are very much, the people comply with the protection laws, the confidentiality issues that data brings upon all of us. So in a nutshell, the humanitarian sector needs data. And critically, how do we help them is also making sure that the data that they need can be available. It's accessible in formats that they can take and use this data for quick decision making. And so we are hoping that one of the things that governments in Africa would really focus on is in data infrastructure that enables data systems from across various institutions to be connected together and to grant, better access to everyone, particularly within the government sector who needs to use this data for policy and decision making. Thank you.
Honorable, before you jump in, are there questions in the if you have questions in the room, please line up and we'll make sure to get you. Honorable, and then we'll have these two questions. Yes, please.
Sorry. Oh.
Okay. I'm just going to keep it short so you don't have to stand for too long. Basically, when it comes to education, it's a very simple process. We need to be able to work with civil society and the technical society to build the capacity and do these training programs. Members of Parliament need to be able to, on our own, we can't offer the training, we can't give the training, but we can partner with civil society organizations and technical society to bring the skill sets to our constituents. So for example, I could put a quota from my constituency development fund towards acquisition of the skills and then run them as boot camps so that the local constituents are able to get some of these digital skills. So I think it's going to, and then that's just at the level of the Member of Parliament, but government as a whole must begin to look at how it can also run these programs. In Ghana, for example, we have the Girls in ICT program, which focuses on girls in second cycle schools, takes basically a roadshow to the schools, trains them in basic code writing and hacking and ethical hacking, and gives them some kind of digital skills. And so governments can be able to invest in those kinds of programs as well. But ultimately, the resource must come from private sector, civil society. We must be able to build those synergies and give those skills to the people.
Thank you. My name is Jarrell James. I founded something called the Internet Alliance, and I've done a number of cryptography projects before this. I work in a deeply technical field on emerging technologies around cryptography for quite a while. And so I'd like to ask a question specifically around leverage. And as someone who's a devout Pan-Africanist, I do think this is very relevant. When we talk about like Walter Rodney or Thomas Sankara, do we think that their values around African intellectualism, African ingenuity, and valuing that as a resource do we feel that is reflected in the way that African nations are leading their countries with development around data sharing? When Victor spoke about not letting data leave borders, I mean, in a lot of ways when we work in cryptography, it's like data can leave borders, but it can only be accessed by those who have direct cryptographic key access to that data. And there is this idea that Africans are just supposed to share everything that they have for the sake of development, for the sake of checks, for the sake of investment from expat. So my question is really around community networks, and all of this stuff is really great, but is there ways and better approaches to leveraging data as an actual asset, leveraging the fact that GSMA predicts the greatest boom and growth in internet users is going to be Africa and is Africa year over year. So when someone comes in and builds telecommunications infrastructure and they choose not to go to a region that seems to be not profitable, do we feel that there is room there to say, well, if you want access to this data, we have leverage over you. Can we develop more? I just want to hear some thoughts on this, because it seems like we're operating from a very subservient position there.
I love the question. I'm going to take the second one, and we'll try to get both.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. So my name is Emmanuel from Togo. So mine is more like a contribution. because recently I worked with APC and other organizations on a report regarding data protection on the continent. And what we noticed is that on the continent, we are leapfrogging. Like, we are collecting too much data. I mean, in our countries now, you see the telcos are collecting, the hospitals are collecting, everybody's collecting data. So the consequences in the future can be very huge with all the emerging technologies we are seeing today, like AI. So the consequences for the continent, we have to be careful. They will be very, very huge. And it is important for us to develop our data protection laws on a human-based approach, human right-based approach, because most data protection laws on the continent today are not developed, on a human right-based approach. And by human right principles, I mean the accountability. There are a lot of data breaches in Africa today, but who do we hold accountable? So there's that accountability. There's also the discrimination, equality, empowerment, and legality. I know a lot of countries in Africa today are actually enacting data protection law for the sake of a check. So it's something that we have to actually also see that, is it really necessary for us to collect this kind of data? Because we collect two main data. If I take the voters, for example, in my country, they collect their biometric data, they take their picture, they take their 10 fingers, like they take all those data, but the government does not have any infrastructure locally to store those data. So those data are somewhere in Belgium with a private company. Nobody have access to those contracts to see the accountability level of those type of contracts. So 3 million voters have their data with a private company somewhere in the world. So those are some of the aspects that we have to also look at. I know in West Africa now, they are building a regional data registry for countries like Benin, Burkina Faso, Togo, where the World Bank has actually put in more than $300 million to actually build that registry. But the problem is that our government usually, because if I take the case of Togo, they took that check, and before taking the check, the prerequisite was to vote a data protection law. They voted the law, but there's no agency to implement the law. So there's no need to have a law if we cannot implement it. So those are some of the things that we have to look at when we are actually voting those laws. We have to be able to implement it. We have to be able to actually fight for our data right. We have to know who has access to it, to what level, can we correct it, and all those kind of mechanisms. We have to put them in place before going for those checks. Thank you.
Honorable, if we could do this in a rapid fire, and I would be remiss if we didn't afford the folks who asked the questions to continue the discussion. So we'll continue the conversation. We'll probably have to walk outside to do it, but we'd be happy to do so. Honorable.
I honestly wish these questions came like 30 minutes ago, and I agree with you. Africa doesn't know what we're sitting on. We're being exploited. Most times when we talk about exploitation in Africa, we think of just the natural resources, but data is being exploited big time. It's being exploited because the big demographics are sitting on the African continent, and we have leaders who just don't understand the whole economics of data. And it's a big problem. And I think that there's an awakening coming. And the point you just made in this morning's parliamentary track, it was a point I made to the panel. I said to them, it appears as though we come to these platforms and there's a checkbox that countries need to tick. So we need to have data protection laws, we need to have cybersecurity legislation. We run back, we go past the legislation, and then we get good ratings by international organizations. What they don't do is then find out Africa has some of the best legislation, but implementation is zero. So there should actually be a matrix of checking implementation of legislation that's been passed. Because, for example, you have Egypt that has a data protection law, but there is zero implementation of data protection in Egypt. And so there is no value to the citizenry there. Nigeria had a data protection law and just only 3 months ago set up a commission. Okay, so there are real issues here, but the international community is interested in saying, oh, this country has passed the data protection law, they're doing a great job. And because we want to please Western capitals, because of the corruption of African leaders, we're unable to actually deal with what is really requisite. But I think we're running out of time. We'll continue this conversation, but I think that we need a new generation of African leadership that knows that our data is critical and we need to hold it.
With that, we are at time. I want to thank the panelists here for all of the conversation that you helped to drive us towards. Give the panelists a round of applause. For the folks who are online, thank you for joining. Unfortunately, we've got to go, but we will continue the conversation, and we look forward to having you all join us at our booths. It's in the main event hall, in the main exhibition hall. You can find us ACIP. .org. We're next to the kimonos, apparently, so grab a kimono and talk with us. And Dr. Smith, did you want to say anything before we close?
Well, yeah, I just wanted to say quickly to the brother, because Pan-Africanism is about recognizing our humanity. The idea of a United States of Africa relates to your question, and I don't think it's as futuristic as it seems. It's actually an idea that has been talked about from the OAU. So I think Walter Rodney's idea of Pan-Africanism is really Africans at the grassroots level. While we need the politicians, they have their responsibilities and roles. We cannot achieve this goal of a global Africa, of a United States of Africa, without the mass mobility of the young people, of grassroots people, and it's important to leverage the technologies that we have to move this social movement of a United States of Africa forward, and we can achieve it.
Perfect ending. Thank you.